Chinese Football Association official Chen Chun withdraws from the naturalization selection due to personal reasons. An anonymous source revealed that Chen Chun had been confirmed to join the national team, waiting only for the official announcement. Are the national team's standards too high? Chen Chun not included in the new naturalized player list. Why did a player with Brentford rotation starter strength withdraw from the selection? This article will use big data analysis to dissect the authenticity and scientific nature of the national team's selection process. Don't panic over Chen Chun's withdrawal. The national team's midfield is thriving. A detailed list of naturalized midfielders: Sunderland's Browning Jiang Guangtai Stabakes, Ho Yongyong Marseille B teams, Qian Jigiai Brentford's, Yanali Si Li Ku, and Winterthur's defensive midfielder Yang Mingyang. On April 21, 2021, a notice appeared on the official website of the Chinese national men's football team. Soon this news attracted the attention of countless football fans. Everyone was discussing why a championship-level player like Chen Chun was not selected by the national team. After all, Li Ku, also from Brentford, had already transferred to Beijing Goan and played 2 friendly matches for the national team in 2019. It was foreseeable that this 27-year-old midfielder would become an important candidate for the defensive midfield position in 2021. Since Li Ku could be selected, why couldn't 18-year-old Chen Chun? 8 days earlier, as a player of Chinese descent, Chen Chun followed the team captain Li Ke's footsteps, responding to the call to return home and participate in the latest round of naturalized player selection for the Chinese men's team. Starting in May, the second half of the Asian Zone 40-team qualifying matches for the World Cup would begin. The Chinese national team naturally aimed to advance to the 12-team stage, or even the World Cup finals. Therefore, the Chinese Football Association issued a broad call to all Chinese diaspora players to return and support the team. Chen Chun was one of them. From April 13th to April 20th, Chen Chun performed outstandingly in the training camp. After all, being a player from the championship club Brentford, his basic skills were solid, not comparable to those from obscure minor leagues. And at just 18 years old, his age stunned the FA staff present. Chen Chun was then taken by national team leader Guan Tian to his spacious office. Multiple honorary photos on the wall spoke of the office owner's excellence. So you are Chen Chun. Your file says you are 18. Guan Tian looked at the strikingly handsome Sino-British mixed-race young man and marveled. Not bad, a good face. Future endorsement fees would only increase. Chen Chun nodded and replied, I just turned 18 2 weeks ago. Guan Tian said nothing, instead picking up his information sheet to examine it. Sino-British mixed-race father lived in Wales early on, later settled in London. Mother was a London native. Trained in the Brentford Youth Academy, plays as a midfielder. Guan Tian put down the sheet and continued, Yan Nali Si also played at Brentford. He is now a starting midfielder at Goan. Before Chen Chun could speak, Guan Tian waved his hand, took out a pre-bound contract, and handed it over. The Chinese men's team warmly welcomes you. If there's no problem, just sign it, and you'll be a glorious Chinese player. Looking at the contract in front of him, Chen only glanced over it briefly. Having lived 2 lives, he instantly saw through the scheme. Yes, Chen Chun was not a local. He was a time traveler who had played football at Brentford for 2.5 years. With the football IQ from his previous life and this live's strong body, Chen quickly rose through the Brentford Academy from U17 to U19, then to U21. Soon after, Danish head coach Thomas Frank noticed him and promoted him to the Brentford first team. Through hard training, Chen showcased his skills in limited playing time, eventually securing a spot as a rotation starting midfielder for Brentford's first team. And he was only 18 that year. But in England, 18-year-old Saka was already a regular starter for Arsenal. 20-year-old Foden was the crown prince of Manchester City. Not to mention 17-year-old Bellingham, who joined Dortmund for 30 million, or 2 years earlier, 19-year-old Alexander-Arnold, who was already a Liverpool regular wearing the No. 66 shirt. In a word, at 18, just establishing himself in the championship, Chen couldn't compete with them. After careful consideration, he decided to use the team break period to return to China for the naturalization selection. But this was destined to disappoint him. What are you spacing out for? Sign it. Seeing Chen not moving his pen, Guan Tian put away his smile and tapped the table. Chen pointed at one of the contracts and asked, agent contract. 25 commission on personal income. 30 on commercial income. Guan Tian dismissed it. Just that. You sign this, and we can place you in a suitable domestic club to make big money. Win-win cooperation. I can play in England. National team training is frequent. It's troublesome to come back from England. Besides, if a Chinese club buys you, the signing fee and salary would be much higher than what you get in the championship. You want to take 3 million out of a 10 million commercial endorsement. Chen felt it was ridiculous. What kind of devil agent contract was this? Don't talk nonsense. It's not for us, it's for the company. Guan Tian pointed to the company name on the contract. Chen sighed. The sigh signaled a breakthrough. A glint of greed flashed in Guan Tian's eyes. Press the advantage, he said. Hurry up and sign. Today you either sign or you don't, but you will sign. As a Brentford starter, you can make big money here. Where else but China can you earn so much? If you still want to play for the national team, sign this agent contract. Besides, only after you sign this can we together make money from those clubs. Salary caps are no problem. The entertainment industry has dual contracts, you know. After finishing, Guantian quickly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then Guantian put down the cup, leaned over, and whispered into Chen Chen's ear. He sat back in his office chair and raised 2 fingers. The whisper made Chen Chen's eyes widen in shock. He shouted incredulously, 2 million. A favor fee? Why are you shouting so loud? Are you afraid someone will hear? Guantian glared at Chen Chen and said, do you think the national team is so easy to get into? If it weren't for your championship starter level, just paying 2 million wouldn't get you in. To enter the national team, you have to grease the wheels up and down. As for the Wuhan club, never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Simply put, this money is small change. Get a few endorsements, make a few transfers, and you'll earn it back. Isn't that what you young people call salary comes from jumping jobs? Chen Chen really wanted to punch him. All right, let's not talk about this now. Sign the contract first. They'll communicate with them later to see if we can reduce some of these fees. Chen Chen sneered, ignored him, turned, and walked out. Guantian panicked and called after him, don't leave. If you dare walk out today, you'll never step foot in the national team. I said so. Who said I must join the Chinese national team? Bang. Chen Chen kicked the office door hard and glared at Guantian through gritted teeth. 32 million. How dare you ask for that? Do you take me for a golden goose laying eggs? I know without you saying it's Li Tai's agency, isn't it? What a well-calculated scheme. And the bribes are for the programmers and a few others, right? Definitely including you. You guys have real nerve still daring to pull this kind of thing. Doomed and still unrepentant. You'd waste bullets if shot. Guantian slammed the table, his fat face trembling. What the hell do you mean? If you ever have no football to play, don't even think about returning to China. As long as I'm in the FA, you'll never play football in China again. Are you trying to report us? Go ahead. Report away. I've been in China for over 40 years. Do you think I'm afraid of a brat like you? Chen Chen slammed the door and left, leaving behind a final remark, bark a little louder. That same night, Chen Chen quickly fled the training camp and boarded a plane back to London. Looking at the clouds outside the window, Chen Chen stared blankly. Life. Which path should he take in the future? Just as he sighed and prepared to put in earplugs to rest, something unusual happened. Green Football King system activated. Host successfully bound. Personal attribute panel loading complete. Newbie gift package issued. Open immediately. Chen Chen heard the mechanical female voice in his mind, his spirit jolting instantly. System. A transmigrator's blessing. Chen Chen quickly sat up straight and followed the guidance of the female voice in his mind, opening the novice gift pack. Soon a virtual window only he could see appeared before Chen Chen. Opening the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded max level vision ability. Note: max level vision, the ultimate support ability of a midfield maestro. Having it makes you a god. Vision 75,100. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded Riquelme's precise through ball. Note: a player who can produce a 200 through ball highlight reel. Riquelme's ability is worth having. Attribute panel opened. Host: Chen Chen. Age 18 years, 25 days, height 183 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms, passing 94, dribbling 80, speed 69, stamina 73, heading 62, division 100, physical 60, set pieces 75, defensive awareness 76, shooting 70, overall rating 80. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Chen was astonished. 100 points. The vision attribute was maxed out. Chen Chen took a deep breath, then shook his head. He felt his mind become incredibly light. Whenever he wanted, he could capture details ordinary people would never notice. For example, the undone button on the blouse of the hot woman sitting diagonally in front of him. No, not to look at what is improper. Chen Chen quickly averted his gaze, then called the stewardess for a glass of ice water to cool down. After downing a glass of ice water, Chen Chen calmed down a bit. He opened the system panel again. It truly was max level vision. This was an ability countless football players dreamed of. And with vision maxed out, his overall rating also reached 80. As everyone knows, attributes around 55 are the threshold for professional players. Most white-card players in Pro Evolution Soccer have such values. At 65, you're a starter in a Chinese Super League team. At 75 and above, a starter in top Favelig mid to lower tier teams. At 85 and above, an undisputed starter in elite top Favelig teams. Chen Chen's 80 meant he had the level to stand in a top-tier league. And what's more, max-level vision was a godlike ability one couldn't ask for. Xavi, Iniesta, De Bruyne, Modric, Sneijder, Pirlo, Zico, Laudrup, Rui Costa. In today's football world, including those ancient legends, not even the most godly match of their careers could let them briefly experience such a mysterious moment of max-level vision. Riquelme. Precise through ball. One surprise after another. Chen Chen hadn't expected the system to gift him Riquelme's precise through ball ability right away. This ability was extremely strong. As long as the ball reached Chen Chen's feet, every through ball would find its target. But Chen Chen soon calmed down. Because this function didn't guarantee perfect through balls every time. Even prime Riquelme wouldn't dare promise that. But what troubled Chen Chen now wasn't the success rate of through balls, it was dribbling physicality and speed. Dribbling at 80 was acceptable, but it wouldn't be enough for top-tier teams later. Also, if physicality and speed weren't improved, even master-level passing and through balls would be useless. Two men sandwich, speed, no body strength, and you're finished. So Chen-Chen's top priority now was to boost his physicality and speed attributes as quickly as possible. And dribbling. These were the utmost priorities at this stage. Ding. Main quest being released. Main quest: the championship is only the beginning. The top league is the sky where you soar. Quest 1, lead the team to promote to the Premier League. Reward: max stat card 1. Quest 2, obtain a top league professional contract. Reward: violet gold chest 1. Promote to the Premier League. Violet gold chest. Chen-Chen's eyes lit up. If he added the max stat directly to physicality, paired with max level vision and Riquelme's through balls. Post up god. Instant god level passing. Chen-Chen couldn't imagine how insane that would be. Violet gold chest. Like in PS. Chen-Chen shook his head. Never mind that now. Getting into the Premier League is the most important thing. Get that max stat card first. Chen-Chen quickly sorted everything out. Quest 1 and Quest 2 didn't conflict. As long as he entered the top league, renewing with Brentford would also count as obtaining a top league professional contract. Of course, Chen-Chen was open to joining other clubs. But whatever the case, getting the max stat card was the main thing now. Enter the top league. Chen-Chen turned his gaze out the window. The vast sky was waiting for him to soar. Brentford had recently hit a bottleneck. They had been leading the race for direct promotion against Watford. But after several key players were injured, the team went on a run of 6 draws in 7 games. A terrible result. With main defenders Dalsgaard and Rico Henry and main midfielders De Silva and Baptiste injured, Brentford directly reaped a terrible harvest of 6 draws in 7 rounds. Maybe a 7-match unbeaten streak sounds better, but what Brentford needed now weren't draws. They needed 3 points. As many 3 points as possible. After 42 league matches, Brentford had 20 wins, 15 draws, 7 losses, and 75 points, ranking third. Watford had 24 wins, 10 draws, 8 losses, and 82 points, ranking second. Realistically, with a 7-point gap and only 4 rounds left, Watford had basically secured direct promotion. In championship history, many teams had overtaken in the final stretch. For example, in the 18-19 season before matchday 43, Sheffield United trailed second place, Leeds by 3 points. In the end, Sheffield United directly promoted with a 6-point lead over Leeds. Part of it was Leeds' own mistakes. Getting only 1 point in the last 4 rounds was shocking. But more importantly, it was Sheffield United's own effort. While hoping for opponents' mistakes, they took 10 points in the last 4 rounds, remaining unbeaten and successfully promoting. Now Brentford was hoping for a similar miracle. But the gap was 7 points. No matter how you analyzed potential points, the difference between the Bees and the Hornets was indeed too great. Thomas Frank, the Danish head coach of Brentford, understood that too. So his current training regimen was fully geared toward the playoffs. Originally, as the third-place team, Brentford's playoff promotion prospects were relatively optimistic. But the injuries to main midfielder De Silva and others came at the worst time. This made Frank very frustrated. In the early hours of April 22nd, the plane touched down in London. Chen-Chen was deeply familiar with this land, having visited England numerous times in his past life as a football fan. Now playing for Brentford, he often explored the area with his teammates in his spare time. The Greater London area boasts a total of 17 football clubs. These include Premier League giants like Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Fulham, and West Ham United, as well as championship sides such as Brentford, Queen's Park Rangers, and Millwall. In League 1, there's Charlton Athletic, where Zhang Ji once played, and AFC Wimbledon. League 2 features Leyton Orient. Bromley, destined for League 2, is currently languishing in the National League. The rest are lower-tier teams from the 6th and 7th divisions. Chen-Chen soon returned to the team's training ground. Brentford nicknamed the Bees and the Red and Whites, but most simply call them the Bees. Inside the facility, the first team members were engaged in a training match against the youth squad. There was no other choice. The entire available first team couldn't even field a full 23-man squad. Without the youth team, they would have had to play 8-a-side. Hey, Chun, you're finally back. Frank greeted Chen-Chen excitedly. How could he not be thrilled? If Chen-Chen hadn't returned, Frank would have been forced to start a youth team midfielder in the upcoming match. As a rotational midfielder, Chen-Chen's abilities were certainly adequate. Even if he couldn't match the first team regulars, he was far better than the youth team options. Thankfully, Chen-Chen was back, sparing Frank the risk of starting a youngster. Yes, sir. I'm back. How did it go? That trip? Chen-Chen knew exactly what Frank was referring to. He scratched his head and replied, Boss, I didn't make it. Frank patted Chen-Chen on the shoulder. It's all right, my boy. It's China's loss for not calling you up. I believe they'll regret it. Frank then compared him to Li Ku. Jan Aris wasn't as good as you at 18. I have high hopes for you. One day they'll be begging you to join. Chen-Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Beg me to go back? No thank you. Go on, put on your training kit and join the session. Let me see if you've slacked off. Chen-Chen nodded and ran off to change. He then stood by the pitch warming up. Soon the temporary referee, Frank's assistant Klaus Norgard, blew his whistle. He substituted the makeshift midfielder forward Forrest Henry and brought on Chen-Chen. It was evident that Frank preferred a natural midfielder over a forward playing out of position. With key midfielders injured, it was all but confirmed that Chen Shun would start in the upcoming matches. As a deputy to De Silva, Chen Shun had made 34 appearances in 42 league games so far with only 13 starts. He was firmly a rotational midfielder. So selfishly speaking, he had to thank the conveniently injured Baptiste and De Silva. With another whistle from Claus, the training match resumed. The first team naturally dominated the youth squad. To balance the sides, each had 7 first-team players. Chen Shun was placed on the side, representing the core players alongside striker Ivan Toney. Yes, the same Ivan Toney who would later transfer to Al Ahly for 42 million in the 24-25 season. The midfield core included Danish international Matthias Jensen, brought in by the Danish manager Frank, and German midfielder Janelt. Janelt was a formidable player whose market value skyrocketed from 6,000 to 25 million in just 4 years. There was also the 29-year-old Swedish defender Jansen, Danish international and centre-back Christian Norgard, and future Arsenal goalkeeper David Raya, the successor to De Gea, and Spanish international. Given this lineup, it was a remarkable achievement for Chen Shun to even be a rotational player. But with his new system, he was far from satisfied. He would climb step by step to the very top. He would become Chen Gao. The ball was dropped and placed possession going to the substitute team. But the main team quickly regained possession. The main team's formation was 3,412, with Chen Shun playing as the 1-4. Henry had originally occupied that one role. This position is commonly known as attacking midfielder or center forward. Dropping slightly deeper, it becomes a central midfielder role. After a failed dribble attempt, Ivan Toney laid the ball back to Chen Shun. On the sidelines, Frank stood with arms crossed, intently observing every player's movement, scribbling notes in his little book. This scrutiny naturally included Chen Shun. The presence of youth team players slowed the pace of the training match, otherwise Ivan Toney would have charged forward alone. When Chen Shun received the ball, the opponents didn't press him immediately. This gave him ample time to survey the field. Thanks to his max-level vision, Chen Shun could effortlessly discern every move of his opponents. His mind would simultaneously select the optimal through-ball route. After passing back to Chen Shun, Ivan Toney immediately sprinted forward. When he turned his head waving for the ball, he was stunned to find Chen Shun still rooted to the spot. Damn, what's he thinking? Pass it. WTF. Another wasted chance. Ivan Toney's frustration was understandable. In his last 7 games, the English striker had only scored 3 goals. For a player aiming for the Premier League and a spot in Gareth Southgate's England squad, this was agonizing. Frank on the sidelines frowned, equally puzzled. One-touch passing was a fundamental skill. Especially when a striker had made a run, the pass had to be made. Frank wondered to himself. He knew Chen Shun's fundamentals were solid. So why was he standing there frozen? Had a week of training with the Chinese national team assimilated him. Just as the substitute team's midfielder forward Rorslev finally closed and Chen Shun moved. Chen Shun's dribbling was rated at 80, a more than enough to toy with championship-level teammates. A quick left-right tap a la croqueta. Chen Shun smoothly bypassed Rorslev. Thump. Without even looking for Ivan Toney's position, he lifted his leg and delivered a precise, beautiful low-through ball. The ball skimmed past the toes of substitute team midfielder Marcons and center-back, good, racing straight towards Ivan Toney. Not an inch off. Ivan Toney received the ball perfectly. On the sidelines, Frank, who had been diligently jotting in his notebook, watched in stunned amazement. This. Had Kevin De Bruyne arrived, Ivan Toney was equally dumbfounded. But he had no time to marvel. The English striker instantly composed himself and unleashed a volley without taking a touch. The substitute goalkeeper, second choice Luke Daniels, never imagined the ball would be rocketing towards his face just seconds after a midfield scramble. By the time he lunged, the ball had already crossed the line and nestled into the net. Frank quickly pocketed his notebook and applauded. He would take back his earlier disrespectful words about Chinese football. China was a blessed land for football. Holy crap. Chen Shun had improved so much in just 1 week. Ivan Toney, having scored a goal, was ecstatic. He hurriedly spread his arms and ran towards Chen Shun. You bastard. Chen, you're incredible. Brother, this is the feeling. It's so cool. I can't wait to receive your passes in an official match. We can win every competition. After scoring, Ivan Toney, with his arm around Chen Shen's shoulder, rambled on endlessly, clearly overjoyed. From the sideline, Irish assistant coach Kevin O'Connor nodded and leaned close to Frank's ear, saying, "Boss, Chen's ability to read the game has improved significantly, and his overall vision has taken a huge leap forward." It's as if, Frank interjected, as if a light bulb went off. Yes, exactly, as if a light bulb went off. It's hard to imagine he changed so much after returning from China. Is the training method there superior? Frank shook his head and remained silent, because he didn't know either. But one thing he could confirm was that Chen Shun, performing so brilliantly on the field right now, was indeed not in the Chinese national team. In a training match, there was no kickoff from the center circle. Second-team goalkeeper Daniels retrieved the ball from the net and passed it to a youth academy defender. Subsequently, the 33-year-old English goalkeeper stood with his hands on his hips, a look of astonishment on his face. When did Chen become so aggressive? Moreover, his timing for the forward passes was impeccable, a pure display of instinctive football. Daniels showed no frustration from conceding the goal. Instead, he was visibly excited. Just now, when Chun shook off his marker and delivered that through ball, Daniels felt he was witnessing Kevin De Bruyne. With a De Bruyne on the team, how could promotion be a worry? This was also the point of Frank's astonishment from the sideline, but he had more on his mind. Delivering the through ball was the final act of an attack. Orchestrating the midfield and organizing the offense was the crucial part. Yet as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the 47-year-old Frank's eyes widened in shock. Because before him, Chun was showing off again. On the pitch, the moment the ball reached Chun's feet, Rorslev pressed him again. This time, Chun didn't actively choose to dribble past him. He pulled the ball back, casually passed it to Jensen, and sprinted forward. He immediately received the ball back. It was a classic 1-2. But the 1-2 wasn't what shocked Frank again. After beating his man, Chun didn't hesitate and continued to pass the ball to a youth team defender who had joined the attack. Another 1-2. Soon Janelt, who had drifted wide to the right wing, received the ball. From the left flank to the right, it seemed like Chun's side had made many passes, doing a lot of seemingly ineffective work. But upon closer inspection, the starting team still maintained possession. Through these sequences of passing combinations, the starting team pushed their attacking zone into the substitute team's half, allowing Ivan Toney and the youth team striker to comfortably enter the opponent's penalty area. This was classic Guardiola-style tiki-taka. This was the true reason for Frank's wide-eyed shock. Of course, this tiki-taka was a bootleg version, not the authentic one. But even as a bootleg, the starting team's passing moves were starting to look the part. It was at this moment that Chun received a lateral pass from Janelt. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun opened his arms, lifted his leg, and powerfully struck the side of the ball. A driven-through ball, aiming to tear apart the opponent's defense. The ball once again sliced into the gap between Mekamins and Good. Again, before Mekamins could register his shock, he quickly stuck out a leg to intercept. But it was futile. Seeing this, Good chased back a few steps before launching into a sliding tackle. It was equally futile. The ball reached Ivan Toney again. However, this time Toney took an extra touch to adjust, and Daniels managed to parry the ball away. Seeing the ball saved, Frank on the sideline clutched the back of his head in sheer regret. It was a perfectly executed attack. Whether it was the earlier 1-2 dribbling and tiki-taka build-up, or the precise through ball that followed, everything was absolutely brilliant. What a pity. Frank put away his notebook and started clapping. Chun's performance today reminded him of someone. Riquelme. Of course, Chun was certainly not as strong as Riquelme. But Chun was only 18 now. What more could you ask for? He believed that given time, Chun would definitely surpass Riquelme. Of course, this was predicated on Chun maintaining such a high level of development. If he turned out to be a flash in the pan, it would all be over. The training match on the field continued. But Frank no longer felt the need to watch. He asked assistant coach O'Connor to note the details, while he took out his notebook to ponder the starting lineup for the day after tomorrow. Without any hesitation, Frank circled several names. Ivan Toney, Matthias Jensen, Janelt Christian, Norgard Jensen, Rorslev, and Chun. April 24th, 2021, Saturday afternoon. It was exactly noon. The sun was blazing and the weather was scorching. This time of day was the least suitable for playing football. However, to cater to the international market, the FA had scheduled early matches for every round in the fourth tier. Thus, the early kickoff in this round of the championship was the match where Brentford travelled to face Bournemouth. At this point, Bournemouth, sitting sixth in the league, led Reading behind them by 6 points, likely securing a spot in the promotion playoffs. But nothing was set in stone, yet Bournemouth could afford no complacency. So in the pre-match press conference, Cherries manager Woodgate, who had been promoted from assistant coach, stated, "I think we will win this match at the Vitality Stadium." Yes, Brentford have several key players injured, narrowing the gap between the two teams. It's not that we don't have a chance. Lloyd Kelly's injury situation. Well, according to the medical staff's diagnosis, he won't be playing tomorrow. Our season objective. It has always been one thing to secure a playoff spot and fight our way into the Premier League. Frank was also asked about these matters. At the Vitality Stadium, both sides have the potential to score and win. So why can't the winners be us? Yes, De Silva and Baptiste haven't been included in the starting lineup. I can't gamble with their careers. There are indeed quite a few injured players in the squad, but these are not excuses. We came here with only 1 goal, 3 points. Competing for the top 2 with Watford. Well, do what we can and let fate decide. In the last round, Middlesbrough also had 5 players out injured, yet they still secured a strong away victory over Rotherham. They are a great example for us. My future. Right now, I'm only focused on the match against Bournemouth. As for the future, let's see what happens when the time comes. Bournemouth is a seaside resort town located in Dorset, southwest England. The Bournemouth Football Club is the only professional football team in the town that competes above the English League One. Vitality Stadium is their home ground. As the league draws to a close, the 1,200-seat Vitality Stadium is filled to capacity. They are here to cheer for the home team. An hour before the match, the starting lineups for both sides have been announced. Unsurprisingly, Chun, who performed excellently during team training, has made it onto the starting list. This marks Chun's return to the starting lineup after 4 league matches. Today, facing Bournemouth, Frank has deployed a 343 formation. The three forwards are Ivan Toni Fosu and Kanos. Fosu is a Finnish international, but he plays a substitute role for his national team. Kanos is a Spanish forward. However, it is well known that Spain is not lacking in forwards, and this championship-level forward is not favored by Enrique. After appearing twice for the Spain U19 team, Kanos faded out of the national team. The four midfielders are Chun Matthias Jensen Janelt and Rorslev. Jensen is considered a talent of genius level. From a transfer fee of $3.5 million in the 2021 season, he has grown to $30 million by the 24-25 season. This is quite an inspiring story. More importantly, when he had the opportunity to leave Brentford, this Danish midfielder chose to stay. He has great respect for the team's head coach, the Danish Frank. Janelt is German and has struggled to establish himself at Bochum. However, as the saying goes, the tree moves, the person thrives. After a transfer of €600,000 to Brentford, his market value skyrocketed. He went from $1.8 million in the 2021 season to $22 million in the 24 season. Rorslev hails from Copenhagen's youth academy. Copenhagen is a Danish team. Therefore, Brentford could be considered the second Danish team. The three defenders are Pinnock Christian Norgard and team captain Jansen. Pinnock holds dual nationality with Jamaica and England. Before 2021, Pinnock had not received any call-ups from the Jamaican national team, including youth and senior teams. Why? Because Pinnock was determined to join the England national team. Unfortunately, Southgate did not call him up as the three Lions have too many talents in that position. Luke Shaw, Chilwell, Ryan Sessegnon, and his teammate Rico Henry, the Brentford left-back, who is currently recovering from injury. However, unlike Pinnock's unfulfilled ambitions, Rico Henry, who also has dual nationality, has been selected for the England U20 national team, seemingly just a step away from the senior national team. Norgard needs no introduction. He is a Danish player and one of Frank's prized pupils. Frank personally brought him over from Fiorentina for €3.5 million. At this moment, Jansen is a regular for the Swedish national team, but between 2021 and 2024, he missed the European Championship, World Cup, and World Cup qualifiers. It wasn't until Anderson, who had managed the Swedish national team for 7.5 years, left that Jansen returned to the national team. This suggests there might be some issues between them. Finally, in goal, David Raya starts as expected. The Spanish goalkeeper has performed well at Brentford and has caught Arteta's attention. Ultimately, Arsenal spent €32 million to bring this rising Spanish international to the Emirates Stadium, starting with a loan before a permanent transfer. Of course, that's a story for another time. After the warm-up, both teams returned to their respective dressing rooms. The coaches on both sides were busy explaining tactical arrangements and motivating the players. At 1 p.m., amidst great anticipation, the starting players from both teams walked out of the players' tunnel holding hands with the ball boys following the referee. At 1 p.m. UK time, it's 8 p.m. China time. At this moment, inside the Sully Sports Center, many fans were chatting while waiting for the match to start. Brothers, the home team 0.75. Should we bet on that? Definitely. Home win is a sure profit. Damn, the director has opened a single bet that feels suspicious. Then don't bet. I'll put 3,000 from public funds on the home win. Alright, you've got guts. Chun is starting. That's rare. What's all this excitement? If he starts, it's only because a key midfielder got injured, otherwise would he even be starting? At most, he'd be on the bench. Why are you so dismissive of him? That's just the reality. Everyone stop arguing. You all saw the news about Chun withdrawing from the training squad, right? Saw it, probably due to insufficient ability. Nonsense. Lika's level at Brentford can compete with Goen's midfield. Chun can certainly make the national team if he plays for a decent team like Huasha Happiness or Contemporary, so stop slandering him. Then what could be the reason? No idea. It's probably a regular operation by the Football Association. It's likely related to money. Forget it, why think so much? Let's just watch the match. Let's hope for a couple of penalty kicks to spice things up. Chun walked in the middle of the team, standing still with his teammates facing the podium. Once the theme song finished playing, Chun jumped up to stretch his muscles, then turned around to walk towards the opponents with his teammates. Both sides exchanged applause as a greeting. The great battle is about to begin. The referee has not yet blown the whistle, but the Cherry fans have already started singing their support songs. In their home ground, they aim to become the team's best 12th player, giving their opponents a fierce welcome. Don't think this is useless. Just think of the immense psychological pressure that the Westfalenstadion imposes on opponents. Dortmund's home ground is one of Europe's most notorious devilish venues. Teams that come here either leave battered or not at all. Of course, excluding Bayern Munich. Just as they awaited the referee's whistle, Chun suddenly heard a ding in his mind. It turns out the system has issued a task. Side quest initiated. Side quest 1, the first step to becoming a legend. Quest requirement: lead Brentford to victory in the match. Quest reward: 5 free attribute points. Random star player chest x1. Free attributes. Random chest. Chun was filled with joy. Is the system's reward this generous? Without mentioning the random chest, just a few more free points would allow him to max out his attributes. Chun felt a surge of excitement. Assists. Goals. Finally achieve victory. Let's go. Beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The home team Bournemouth kicked off first. Solanke, the England forward who would soon transfer for €64 million to Spurs, passed the ball to Billing behind him and then sprinted straight towards the Brentford penalty area. Today, Bournemouth deployed a 4,231 formation. The lone forward is Solanke. Behind him is the Danish player Billing. The two wingers are Danjuma and Stanislas. Danjuma has had a rich career. After leaving Bournemouth, he played for Villarreal, Spurs, and Everton, and finally joined Girona on loan for the 24-25 season. In fact, he joined Girona a year too late. If he had gone a year earlier, he could have ridden the wave of Girona's dark horse season in 23-24, increasing his market value by at least $10 million. The 27-year-old Ukrainian forward Dobik, who is the same age as him, had a market value of $11 million before joining Girona, and after a year it skyrocketed to $30 million. Stanislas needs no introduction. He hails from the Cherry Academy and is a diligent representative at Bournemouth. Unfortunately, he has also played for Burnley, otherwise he would have been a one-club man. The two defensive midfielders are Lerma and Wilshere. Wilshere came from Arsenal's youth academy and returned to Arsenal as a youth coach after retiring in 2022. The four defenders are Diego Rico Cook, Carter Vickers, and Adam Smith. Vickers is a Spurs player but has been on loan at this time. He was loaned to Bournemouth. Like Vickers, Adam Smith also comes from Spurs. However, Smith's bloodline is a bit more noble since he is a product of Spurs' youth academy. However, even coming from the youth academy doesn't spare him from a history of being loaned out. The goalkeeper is Bosnian international Begovic. This 34-year-old veteran holds a Guinness World Record. That record is for the longest goal scored in the Premier League. On November 2, 2013, during the 10th round of the Premier League, to evade an opposing forward's pressure, Begovic kicked the ball directly from just behind the penalty spot after receiving a back pass from a teammate. Unexpectedly, the opposing goalkeeper stood too far forward, and this ball inadvertently rolled into the opponent's goal. Back to the main topic. Bournemouth started the match aggressively. They are eager to score. However, due to the seamless cooperation between Chun and Matthias Jensen, the opponent's early attempts at breakthroughs were thwarted. Bournemouth was unable to establish a foothold at the start. On the sidelines, Woodgate fell into deep thought. Matthias' strength has always been reliable, so he wasn't surprised. What surprised him was how fierce this Chinese kid is. He hadn't noticed any standout performances from him at Brentford Community Stadium. Woodgate knew that the opponent had suffered injuries to key midfielders and that Chun was a substitute. So he immediately instructed his team to attack down the right flank, targeting Chun's position. Unexpectedly, after this initial assault, the left flank of the opponent managed to hold firm. In the first match against Bournemouth, Chun came on in the 78th minute. He replaced Janelt, who felt discomfort in his leg. In this match, Brentford narrowly defeated Bournemouth 21. As a substitute, Chun only received a rating of 5.9. Fosu, who came on at the same time, scored a goal with a rating of 6.5, while another midfielder, McCann, scored 5.7. Today, Chun vowed to turn that rating around. He aimed for a 9.5. Soon possession fell to the feet of a player from the Bees. Captain Jansen passed the ball to central defender Norgard, who wasted no time and swiftly dribbled forward. Then a diagonal pass found Chun. Chun gestured to Jensen and Ivan Toney, signaling for them to move forward and create some space. Ivan Toney nodded and immediately sprinted forward. Matthias Jensen, however, hesitated for a moment. But then, as if recalling the training results from the day before yesterday and yesterday morning, the Danish midfielder quickly dashed forward as well. This was the benefit of Chun demonstrating his strength. Before, who would listen to a mere rotation player? Of course, Chun didn't overreach or attempt any flashy tricks. Instead, he replicated his performance from the team's base training match, lifting his right leg and striking the lower part of the ball. Thump. The ball soared into the air. It bypassed the nearby Stanislas and Wilshere, finding Ivan Toney directly. Adam Smith quickly raised his hand, signaling an offside. But the linesman did not raise his flag. The pass was clean. Adam's heart sank. Trouble. Ivan Toney comfortably received the ball. Then in a few strides he charged into the penalty area, followed by a cross. Aimed for the central spot. Finnish forward Fors and opposing centre-back Carter Vickers were jostling. In the end, Fors gained the upper hand and won the ball. Begovic rushed out. Fors gently poked the ball before the Bosnian goalkeeper could go to ground. Before the eyes of all the fans in the stadium, the ball slid past Begovic's fingertips, crossed the line, and nestled into the net. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling a valid goal. Brentford, playing away, struck first. The clock had barely ticked past the 7th minute. Fors, who had broken the deadlock for his team, sprinted toward the corner flag, roaring in celebration. Soon the Brentford players swarmed over to join the jubilation. Ivan Toney hooked his arm around Chun's shoulder, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Chun, I knew it. I knew you bastard would deliver. That lob pass of yours was sheer brilliance. Holy crap. Fors also draped an arm over Chun's shoulder. Unbelievable. Did we just slice through their defense that easily? It felt like there was no challenge at all. Ivan Toney pointed at Chun. All credit to this lad. I like him. Chun quickly demurred. Listen, Ivan, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my orientation. Ha ha ha. The three of them burst into laughter together. Yet the joys and sorrows of men are seldom shared. While they laughed and celebrated the goal, Bournemouth was engulfed in profound silence, both fans and players alike. On the sidelines, Woodgate stood with hands on his hips, his brow furrowed. What's going on? How can this 18-year-old be merely a rotation player? His vision and passing ability are at an elite level. Damn it. We had so little technical analysis on him. Are our analysts just dead weight? Watching Woodgate's simmering frustration, Frank on the visitors' bench looked delighted. So this was what it felt like to have Kevin De Bruyne on your side. After the Brentford players finished their celebrations and returned to the center circle, the match resumed. Wary of a sudden lobbed pass to the front, Bournemouth dropped their defensive line slightly deeper. In essence, it was all about containing Chin Chun. As a top-6 championship side, the gap in quality between the two teams was not vast. So facing a compact Bournemouth defense, Ivan Toney and his fellow forwards found it nearly impossible to dribble through and create threatening chances on their own. The opponent's defensive efficiency was high, with rapid cover allowing Bournemouth players to briefly form numerical advantages in the half-space areas. Breaking through to shoot or score was out of the question. Even holding onto the ball was an achievement for the forwards. Consequently, possession circulated more in the midfield, granting Chun Chun greater control of the ball. In the 15th minute, Chun Chun received a lateral pass from Janelt. Facing Billing's pressing challenge, Chun Chun feinted with the inside of his foot, then dropped his shoulder in a deceptive move, as if to break toward the sideline. Billing took the bait. The Danish midfielder stretched out his right leg, attempting to intercept Chun Chun's dribble, but Chun Chun abruptly dragged the ball back. Then he cut diagonally inward. Billing, playing as an attacking midfielder, had pressed forward to challenge Chun Chun, following the manager's philosophy of creating numerical superiority in zones. What did that mean? It meant his attacking midfield position was now vacant. Solanke, the center forward, had to hold his position ready to press Matthias Jensen, Janelt, and Christian Norgard at any moment. He couldn't afford to drop back and cover. If he did, even if Billing won the ball, a counterattack would be futile. There would be no target man up front. Defensive midfielders Lerma and Wilshere also couldn't step forward to cover, as they needed to coordinate with the backline to mark Brentford's three forwards. Still, they edged slightly forward, signaling a readiness to press. But did it matter? No. Chun Chun sprinted forward with all his might, with Billing and Stanislas chasing desperately behind. Seeing Chun Chun charging like a whirlwind, Wilshere and Lerma abandoned their markers on the opposing forwards and stepped up rapidly, preparing to close the door on him in a pincer move. By then, Matthias Jensen had found his space, while Ivan Toney and right winger Canoes were positioned along the opponent's backline. Facing a four-man encirclement, Chun Chun had multiple passing options. On the touchline, Frank frowned with anxiety. Pass the ball. Ivan Jensen and Canoes all had space. If he didn't pass now, the opportunity would vanish. What was he hesitating for? Ivan Toney felt the same. In training, Chun Chun had said that if he ran into space, the ball would reach his feet. But buddy, I'm in space now? Where's the ball? Why didn't Chun Chun pass? Because he felt incredible in that moment. With his maxed-out vision, he spotted a flaw in the opponent's defense. He was going to take the shot himself. Facing the charging Wilshere and Lerma, Chun Chun remained unflustered. He calmly executed a few stepovers. Then, noticing Lerma slightly off balance and stumbling, he suddenly leaned and executed a turn and lobbed the ball over his marker, and before it hit the ground, he pulled back his leg and volleyed. Right at the edge of the penalty arc, in front of 4 Bournemouth players, Chun Chun unleashed a stunning volley. As Chun Chun danced through his stepovers, the 1500 traveling Brentford fans rose to their feet one by one. They sensed this attack would end in a goal. They weren't disappointed. Chun Chun's sudden strike found the back of the net. The Brentford supporters erupted into ecstasy. In front of Bournemouth's goal, Begovic had given his all. The moment Chun Chun struck, the Bosnian goalkeeper had already dived. But the ball's velocity was too great. Begovic could only grasp at air. He lay dejectedly on the turf, pounding the ground with his right hand. Damn it. How could he be this ferocious? Woodgate's eyes widened. God. The peach blossom shadow fell like a flying divine sword. Chun Chun's violent long-range shot reminded him of Pavard's incredible volley against Argentina in the 2018 World Cup. Moreover, in terms of difficulty, Chun Chun surpassed Pavard. When Pavard took his shot, he was only challenged by the fast-retreating Di Maria, number 11. But Chun Chun. He had 4 defenders around him. Woodgate was no longer calm. He tugged at his hair forcefully. This was the rhythm to be nominated for the Puskas Award. Damn it. Why has my team become the backdrop? Frank on the other side felt the same. He didn't even notice the score changing to 20, nor did he pay attention to the Brentford players celebrating while pinning Chun Chun down. His eyes began to lose focus. Frank felt a bit dreamy. Just now, it seemed, he had witnessed a shot that could win the Puskas Award. The more than 10,000 Bournemouth fans in the stands fell into silence and despair once again. The only voices in the vibrant stadium were the cheering of the away team, the Bees. In fact, the 2-goal deficit wasn't that big. Earlier against Reading, Bournemouth had also found themselves trailing 0-2 at home. What happened then? Bournemouth fought back valiantly, scoring 4 goals in the second half to overturn the deficit and claim all 3 points. But now four players couldn't stop that mixed race kid from scoring. What was the point? Do we need to put 6 or 7 players on him? What about the other Brentford players? Besides that kid's skills are too good. He flicked the ball, turned, and then volleyed. Could a player who just turned 18 and has started 14 league matches this season do that? Bowing in gratitude to the wildly celebrating Bees fans, Chun returned to the center circle with his messy hair. Honestly, if a group of stunning 36y beauties had him pinned down, Chun could have accepted that. But why the hell was it a bunch of rough men? The match quickly resumed. The Bournemouth players seemed severely impacted, their passing a bit lackadaisical. However, when Chun made a ground-hugging curve-through ball that found the trailing Konos, the Bournemouth players finally seemed to awaken from their stupor. But it was too late. Konos aimed near, but scored far. The score changed to 0-3. At Bournemouth's home ground, Brentford had scored 3 times. At this moment, the match time just crossed 36 minutes and 59 seconds, reaching the 37th minute. The Bournemouth fans felt very pessimistic. Down by 3 goals, the team had lost their fighting spirit. Want to make a comeback? That's tough. In the final stages of the first half, Brentford didn't organize any more attacks. They slowed the pace down a bit. Ultimately, after the referee's whistle, the first half ended and Brentford entered halftime with a 3-goal lead. Whether inside the vibrant stadium or in front of TVs or streaming platforms, the Bees fans were immensely excited about their team's 3-goal dominance. But the most excited ones weren't them, but the Huaxiao fans in the domestic football app, especially Sulil Sports. WOC. The peach blossom shadow fell like a flying divine sword. This isn't Chun, it's Chun Val. Chun is amazing. A first-half hat-trick. Forget the tickets. Go Chun. Let's kick out the others. This volley is going to raise Chun's market value. I mean, Pavard's 30 million turning into 50 million, Chun's 5 million turning into 5 million, right? 5 million. Who do you look down on? 10 million. Wait, why did this high-tier player leave the national team training camp? Right? Lee is a mainstay in the national team, and Chun with a goal and an assist in the first half should be in the national team, right? Do we even need to think? That bunch in the national team must have actively rejected Chun. Otherwise, why wouldn't Chun join the national team if he couldn't join England? Well, the Football Association is doing a disservice. A good talent was shut out by the Football Association. That's a good thing. Otherwise, if Chun joins the national team, he'll be assimilated. Hey, didn't the announcement say Chun withdrew from this naturalization training camp? Does that mean there will be another chance? There should be, right? No chance. With Chun's performance, Southgate won't take notice, right? Compared to the England national team, what does the Huaxiao national team have? The thrill of being brutally beaten by Japan, South Korea, Australia, and Iran. Chun had no idea how much attention his first-half performance had garnered from fans back home. Right now, he had only one thought. Keep working hard, keep fighting, and use his excellent performance to help the team win this match. The second half began. Neither side made immediate substitutions. After adjustments and tactical changes by Coach Woodgate, the mindset of the Bournemouth players improved significantly. They launched a counterattack. In the 49th minute, Solanke suddenly fell in the penalty area while charging with the ball, then covered his face and cried out in agony. However, the referee spread his hands, signaling that there was no foul. At the same time, he asked Solanke to get up quickly. The vibrant stadium echoed with boos. Bournemouth fans believed it was a foul. A free kick should be given. The big screen began showing the VAR decision. No foul, no foul. The boos gradually stopped, and the Cherries fans began to sing their cheering song. Bournemouth didn't lose heart. They continued searching for opportunities. It was during this constant tugging that Bournemouth finally scored a goal. In the 56th minute, Danjuma received Billing's cross. The Dutch international shot from just outside the penalty area. Yang Song couldn't dodge, and the ball hit his arm. A penalty. The referee pointed directly to the penalty spot, without any hesitation. Yang Song hurriedly extended his index finger, shaking his head as he approached the referee. Meanwhile, the Swedish defender insisted that it was a defensive action close to the body, not a penalty. But the referee was unmoved. This is undoubtedly a penalty. He pulled out a yellow card and showed it to Yang Song. Number 18 yellow card. Now leave the penalty area, or I will continue to issue cards. Seeing the explanation was futile, Nelko hurriedly pushed the captain out of the penalty area. Don't anger the referee, who knows if he will really continue to issue cards. Soon all players left the penalty area. Danjuma stood at the penalty spot ready to take the shot himself. The vibrant stadium echoed with boos from the away Brentford fans. But soon they were drowned out by the louder cheers from the Bournemouth fans. Beep. Danjuma took a deep breath and charged forward in small steps. David Raya guessed the right direction. However, the shot was quite tricky. The ball still went into the net. Danjuma, who scored the penalty, hurried to retrieve the ball from the goal. No celebration. All Bournemouth players returned to their half. There's still a chance. They still have the opportunity to equalize and even take the lead. Chun returned to his position, waiting for the kickoff. Thump thump. The surrounding cheers gradually faded, and Chun heard his heartbeat. Beating quickly. This was a sign of intense exercise. Chun took a deep breath. Is it time to rise up? Want to win? He licked his lips. All right, let's go. As the two teams walked back to the center circle for the kickoff, Woodgate made a substitution. Billing, who had an unremarkable performance, was replaced by Welsh international David Brooks. Stanislas dropped back to play right midfield, and the Cherries' formation shifted to 433. A whistle blew. Foch passed the ball back to Janelt behind him, and the match resumed. The game quickly reached the 60th minute. After a few passes, the ball found its way to Chun-Chen's feet. He exchanged positions with Matthias Jensen, with the Dane sprinting toward the left flank, while Chun angled inward. Wilshere positioned centrally, tensed up, and hurried over to guard him. No kidding. That guy had just unleashed a Puskas-level volley under the pressure of 4 defenders. If they didn't tighten the defense now, the entire Vitality Stadium would become his highlight reel today. Wilshere was quick, completing his positioning. Meanwhile, Stanislas was also closing and creating a pincer movement from both sides. Who could have predicted this before the match? The player receiving Bournemouth's focused defensive attention wasn't Ivan Toney or midfielder Matthias Jensen. It was a player who before this game was purely considered a rotation-level talent. Seeing the opponent's formidable defensive setup, Chun chose not to repeat the act. Leaving aside whether he could replicate the turn and volley, he feared that showing off again might provoke Bournemouth's players into resorting to fouls. He didn't want to get injured, so Chun opted not to dribble past anyone. Instead, he bypassed Janelt and actively passed the ball to Roerslev on the right flank. Then he sprinted forward, drawing Wilshere away and also capturing Stanislas' attention. Suddenly a vacuum appeared around Janelt. No one was marking him. Roerslev didn't hesitate, quickly pushing the ball to Janelt. The German midfielder didn't linger on the ball, delivering a first-time pass with a lead to the left, targeting the wide-running Jensen. Matthias Jensen received the ball smoothly, and before Adam Smith could close in for a tackle, immediately whipped in a cross. The ball was lofted into the box. Ivan Toney, who had been lurking in the opponent's penalty area, leaped high and connected with it. A powerful header. It struck the crossbar and bounced back. Ivan Toney missed an absolutely golden, opportunity. Begovic, who had dived but failed to touch the ball, broke out in a cold sweat, though a hint of relief flickered within him. Ivan Toney's header was brilliantly aimed, heading straight for the top corner. The Bosnian goalkeeper had essentially lost control of the potential outcome. If the ball had dipped just a little lower, the score would surely have changed. But thankfully the crossbar at the Vitality Stadium saved them. The ball dropped into the penalty area and Stanislas cleared it with a powerful long punt forward. Brentford retained possession. Pinnock, who had advanced into position, passed the ball to Matthias Jensen, who had dropped back after delivering the cross. Under pressure from the opponent, Matthias Jensen retreated the ball to center-back Norgard. Ignoring Solanke's pressing, Norgard feigned a pass to Matthias on the left. But instead Norgard dipped his foot under the ball, easily fooling Solanke as he shifted right and continued driving forward. Chun quickly dropped back, waving for the ball. At that moment, when Chun drew Wilshere away and Matthias Jensen moved wide left, Brentford's formation on the pitch resembled a 31,213 setup. The first one was the deeplying Janelt, which explained the vacuum around him. The second one was Chun. In that instant, Chun shifted into the attacking midfield position with 3 forwards ahead of him. Janelt initially intended to pass to Chun, but too many defenders surrounded him, making it impossible. So Janelt chose to pass to Matthias Jensen instead. It seemed Chun-Chen's position had been neutralized, but that wasn't the case. Wilshere was completely occupied by Chun, while Lerma on the left and Stanislas on the right dared not move recklessly. They feared Wilshere alone couldn't contain Chun and were ready to provide cover at any moment. That's why when Matthias Jensen received the ball on the left, only Adam Smith rushed over to intercept. Normally right midfielder Stanislas should have covered, but he didn't. In the eyes of English forward Stanislas, Chun positioned centrally posed a greater threat than Matthias Jensen. Back to the action. Seeing Chun drop back to receive the ball, Norgard immediately handed it over. Wilshere shadowed him closely. Chun leaned against Wilshere. As the ball was about to reach his feet, he glanced at Roerslev on his left. Then Chun extended his left foot to receive the ball, feigning a move to the left, toward Brentford's right flank. Wilshere thought he had read Chun direction, so he stepped forward to intercept the potential dribbling path. But Chun didn't break to his left. Instead, he used the inside of his foot to cut the ball, executing a reverse fake and outward push. Just as he had deceived Billing, Chun fooled Wilshere. Then he burst into a full sprint. On the sideline, Frank's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. You never pulled that move in training. Inside the Vitality Stadium, countless fans rose to their feet, including many Bournemouth supporters. This. His dribbling was incredibly elegant. But soon their amazement faded, because Chun pulled off another nutmeg, humiliating the covering Lerma. Bournemouth fans' hearts clenched. Trouble. Disaster. Lerma quickly turned to foul Chun, but it was futile. Because after the nutmeg, Chun continued accelerating, maintaining a full Bodas distance between them. Bournemouth centre-back Cook gritted his teeth and closed in. He was ready to foul Chun. Only a foul could halt the opponent's attack now. A yellow card, even a red card would be worth it. But Chun didn't give him the chance. A low-through ball. It skimmed across the ground past Cook's left hand, rolling straight toward Bournemouth's penalty area. Brentford's right winger Canos burst out from behind Bournemouth left-back Diego Rico. He reached the ball first. Then he aimed for the near post, but shot for the far. Begovic, who had positioned himself early on the left side of the goal, scrambled a few quick steps to the right and dove desperately to block the shot. But it was too late. The ball and the net embraced. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling a goal. The score on the big screen changed to 14. The traveling Brentford fans erupted into celebration once more. They had conquered the Vitality Stadium. Instead of chanting the scorer, Canos named the Bees, fans roared for Chun Chun, who had provided 2 assists and scored a stunning volley. Chun, Chun, Chun. Brentford fans were dancing with joy. Players and coaches on the Bees bench were also cheering and celebrating. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes. A match that seemed evenly matched had turned into a one-sided scoreline. And the architect of it all was the name the Brentford fans were chanting, Chun. That mixed-race youngster who had just executed a stunning volley. A flood of fans suddenly poured into the Sulei Sports live stream, drawn by the changing score. What's going on? Did the Bees take some magic potion today? What am I seeing? Chun has a goal and 2 assists. His rating is 9.7. Did Sulei make a mistake? No mistake, you guys didn't watch the match. Chun is on fire today. Chun wears the number 28 jersey. 28 equals 4 sevens. Today Chun is worth 4 forwards, right? You're absolutely right, bro. No. Can someone tell me? Why did a prodigy like him drop out of the naturalization training camp? I think in time he could be China's Sun Heung-min. Don't compare him to our son Appa. Let the kid play in a top league first. Wow. Is Sulei still into Korean worship? Clearly a troll, ignore him. The more you engage, the more he gets off on it. I think there's something behind this. Feels like the FA screwed up. But the announcement didn't close the door completely. There's still a chance. A chance. No chance. Did you see that foreigner in the VIP box? Do you know who he is? Who? Spill it. It's Steve Holland, Gareth Southgate's assistant. He's probably here to scout Ivan Toney and Dominic Solanke. But look, Chun is outshining them. He might even make it into the England national team. Really? No way, man. I know Chun played well, but are you saying a championship-level player can get into the England squad? With this performance, isn't Chun a better fit than Solanke, a regular for England U21, or the rising star Ivan Toney? Besides, Calvin Phillips was playing for Leeds in the championship last season, and he still made it into the Three Lions. The Chinese fans in the live stream fell silent. They realized that if Chun kept performing at this level, he really did have a good chance. And there were plenty of games ahead for him to showcase his talent. Counting the championship playoff final, often called the most expensive match in football, Chun had 6 games left to fully display his gifts. But if this trend continued, Brentford had a strong chance of direct promotion. Of course, that depended on whether their rivals Watford would slip up. On the pitch, after celebrating, the Brentford players returned to their own half, waiting for the restart. With the team leading 41-0, Frank on the sidelines waved his hand and made 2 substitutions. Fours and Canos were taken off, replaced by midfielders Macon and Gattos. Brentford's formation shifted to a 4,231. Ivan Toney remained the lone striker, with the newly substituted Macon and Gattos on the wings. They would be expected to contribute more to the defense. In the attacking midfield position, it wasn't Matthias Jensen or Janelt. It was Chun. Frank was willing to give Chun the chance to express himself fully. Additionally, Roerslev, who had been filling in as a right midfielder, returned to his natural position in defense. Bournemouth also made a substitution. Left midfielder Lerma came off, replaced by midfielder Ben Pearson. Pearson had better passing awareness than Lerma. Bournemouth's only goal now was to score more and salvage some dignity. Woodgate had resigned himself, though it was hard to see his team winning at home. The best he could hope for was to narrow the gap and make the scoreline look more respectable. For this reason, Bournemouth came back fighting, charging forward with all their might. But the Brentford players were no pushovers either. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle in midfield. In the 66th minute, Ivan Toney was booked for a foul on David Brooks while pressing. In the 68th minute, less than 2 minutes later, Bournemouth substitute Ben Pearson fouled Chun, tripping him to the ground. Frank on the sidelines was terrified. Fortunately, Chun got up immediately. He was fine. However, the referee still showed a yellow card. For a foul, the decision wasn't based on whether the fouled player was injured, but on the dangerous nature of the action. In the 73rd minute, Matthias Jensen collided with Stanislas on the left wing, and both went down. It looked quite serious. The referee quickly signaled for both teams' medical staff to come on. Matthias Jensen was helped to his feet by the physios, but Stanislas was worse off and was carried off on a stretcher. Woodgate was forced to make a like-for-like substitution. Rodrigo Riquelme, who had joined on loan from Atletico Madrid in the winter window, came on. In the 77th minute, during a stoppage in play, Frank also made a substitution. Ivan Toney, who was on a yellow card, was taken off, replaced by Cameroonian forward Mbeumo. Mbeumo was only 171 centimeters tall, but he was fast. With this substitution, Frank signaled his intent: stop attacking, focus on defense, and leave one man up for counterattacks. Bournemouth firmly controlled possession in the final stages of the match, but they struggled to create clear-cut chances. The only good opportunity for a close-range goal was squandered by David Brooks. Chun, playing as the attacking midfielder, didn't try to force anything. With the team's victory secure, there was no need to waste energy or risk injury by pushing too hard. Hadn't they seen the stretcher come out? Time ticked by. Soon stoppage time arrived. Although the second half had been quite fragmented, Bournemouth had clearly run out of steam. The referee awarded 4 minutes of added time. In the 904th minute, the last minute of stoppage time, Bournemouth won a corner kick. Goalkeeper Begovic came up to join the attack. Whether they scored or not, this show of determination was at least a consolation for their fans. The corner was taken. It was a poor delivery, too close to the goalkeeper. David Raya easily claimed the ball. The Spanish goalkeeper then quickly ran to the edge of the penalty area and launched a powerful throw, aiming from Bumo up front. The Cameroonian forward controlled the ball sideways and immediately sprinted forward. It didn't take long for him to carry the ball past the halfway line. At this moment, Mbumo's advantage of fresh legs as a substitute became evident. No matter how hard Begovic and centre-back Carter Vickers chased back, they never posed a threat to intercept Mbumo. But one player was gradually closing the distance. That was Bournemouth's substitute Ben Pearson. He sprinted a few steps and cut in diagonally, limiting Mbumo's path forward. The Cameroonian forward slowed down. Just as he realized he was about to be trapped between opponents, Mbumo kicked the ball away. Pearson was puzzled. Was that a chip? What was that diagonal pass to the center? He couldn't figure it out, but soon he understood. Chun positioned as the attacking midfielder strode forward and collected the ball. The kid still had energy in the 90th minute. If Chun had known Pearson's thoughts, he would probably just smile and say nothing. When Brentford dropped back to defend, Chun had very little space to operate. He had been conserving his energy while helping the team's formation press the opponent. Without any hesitation, glancing at the opponent's goal, Chun took the ball and fired a shot. Diego Rico, sprinting back from the far post, threw himself desperately, trying to block what seemed like a sure goal. But no miracle occurred. The score on the big screen changed once again. 1, 2, 5. Chun had achieved a brace of assists, and also a brace of goals. Unbelievable. Steve Howard exclaimed, clutching the back of his head in sheer disbelief as he watched from the podium. The level this lad displayed far exceeded the championship standard. Steve hastily grabbed the starting lineup to scrutinize it. 18 years old. Before this match, only 13 starts with 2 goals and 3 assists. A Sino-British mixed-race player. Not yet represented any national team in FIFA-level matches. Steve's eyes lit up. He swore that if this young man named Chun continued to shine in the next few games, he would persuade Southgate to come to Brentford for a look. On the pitch, the referee allowed little time. After Bournemouth kicked off, he blew the final whistle. Frank raised his fist in jubilation, but he didn't celebrate long. Turning around, he proactively shook hands with Woodgate. After that, the Dane walked onto the field and embraced Chun, who was bent over with hands on his knees. Woo, Chun, I didn't misjudge you. You're fantastic. You're the hero of today's match. Chun shook his head. Boss, I'm not the hero of the team. This victory belongs to everyone's effort. I just did my part. Frank nodded. A young man not arrogant or impatient. Well done. Just then, Ivan Toney approached. He first bumped shoulders with Chun in celebration, then said, "Hey, dude, you're ridiculously good. I didn't score today, but with you around, goals are just a matter of time." Chun, together we'll tear up the championship. Ivan Toney and the 18-year-old Chun clapped hands and embraced tightly. The 24-year-old English striker saw hope of entering the Three Lions. If he performed brilliantly in subsequent matches, he would surely be within Southgate's selection scope. Chun exchanged a few jokes with Ivan, then they hurried to the away fan section to join teammates in thanking the traveling Bees supporters. After the appreciation, Chun took off his jersey and swapped it with Solanke, who had come over to request the exchange. They chatted briefly. Jersey in hand, Solanke walked off the pitch, glancing back at the celebrating Brentford players. Alas, such a poor performance. Can I still make the national team? Outside the stadium, Bournemouth fans wore dejected expressions. If the team lost 0-1 or 12, they could attribute it to being outclassed, a pity. But a 15 thrashing. Holy crap. Still hoping for promotion. On what basis? Then the Cherry fans couldn't help but marvel at Chun's brilliance. He's a genius. Chun is an absolute genius. Brentford is truly on the rise to the Premier League. With a perfect performance of 2 goals and 2 assists, Chun claimed the MVP trophy. As per tradition, the official would interview the man of the match. The interviewer was a voluptuous blonde female reporter. Chun, first, congratulations on leading the team to victory. Your performance today was phenomenal. Who scored gave you a perfect score of 10. What do you have to say about that? Though not a beauty reporter, her figure was certainly impressive. Glancing down at the captivating cleavage, Chun cleared his throat and averted his gaze, replying, "This is just the beginning. He'll earn more perfect scores with outstanding performances." The woman nodded, satisfied with his fleeting look. Or rather, she was satisfied with her own figure. She puffed out her chest and continued, "Let's talk about your prospects for promotion. Currently, with a game in hand, you're 4 points behind Watford. Do you think the team still has a chance for direct promotion?" Chun took a deep breath, creating some distance from the reporter, who was almost pressing against him, and answered, "Man proposes, God disposes." The reporter exchanged a glance with the cameraman. An old proverb right off the bat. Was this precise, concise player really only 18? She pressed on, what about your career outlook? Surely after today, many clubs will contact you. You'll be one of the hottest young players in English football this summer. Chin Chin smiled slightly, then shrugged. For now, I'm only focused on Brentford. As for the future, let's see what the future holds. One last question: if in the future Southgate or other England national team coaches, like the U21 or U23 managers, call you up, would you accept? Afraid the question was too complicated, the reporter quickly added, I mean, earlier you participated in China's national team naturalization trials, suggesting you might prefer to join the Chinese national team. So, Chun Chun waved his hand. This isn't the time to answer that. What? Maybe I need to think carefully about my future. Let's end the interview here. I have many things to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Chin Chin strode away quickly. The reporter tried to follow, but he had already entered the player tunnel. Holy crap. I didn't even get to give him my business card. The blonde reporter was a bit annoyed. Chin Chun was her type, who she wanted to taste. But now the fish had escaped. Ivan Toney had been waiting for Chin Chun, but seeing him in the tunnel, Ivan approached. Hey, Chin, that woman clearly wanted something more with you. Why did you run? What a pity. Besides her figure, nothing special. Also, her makeup was caked to shed look average without it. Chin Chin raised an eyebrow. You're interested? Ivan Toney nodded, spreading his hands. You know I never had a mother. Chin Chin was taken aback, but soon fell silent. If even a character like Ruhua from Flirting Scholar could find someone, what was impossible in this world? Though fiction shouldn't be confused with reality, reality could be even more surreal. After all, in the dark, it's all the same. The news of Bournemouth's heavy defeat to Brentford made headlines across major sports media. Though lacking the traffic of Premier League clubs, many fans were paying attention, especially football fans in China. Championship-level matches were not officially broadcast in China except for the promotion playoffs at the end of the season. Thus, to watch Chin Chin's game, fans had to resort to VPNs or endure live streams cluttered with betting advertisements taking up nearly half the screen. Yet it was all worth it. Chin Chin's performance dazzled them. 2 goals and 2 assists in the championship. He was almost inhumanly formidable. What delighted fans even more was that Chun Chun, with such stellar form, had previously participated in naturalization training in China. In other words, he was eligible to play for the Chinese national team. However, some on Tiaba translated Chun Chin's interview responses, and to their surprise, he had not directly addressed the question of joining the Chinese national team versus the Three Lions. As Chinese fans, they naturally hoped Chin Chin would join their national team. But note, he had withdrawn from the naturalization training camp. His willingness to represent China was questionable. Consequently, many flooded the national team's official Weibo, demanding to know what had happened. Why did Chin Chin leave the camp? Guan Tian was awakened by the phone ringing. Tired of his wife's constant nagging at home, he had moved to a hotel. Of course, staying at a hotel alone. He put on his glasses and answered the phone. Hello, Director Guan. Trouble. Weibo is exploding. Exploding over what? Remember that player who left the training camp a few days ago? Left the camp a few days ago. Guan Tian rubbed his face to wake up, but his mind was still foggy. He couldn't recall after thinking for a long while. After several seconds of silence, the caller finally blurted out the name. It's Chun Chun, the one from Brentford. Oh, Guan Tian remembered. What had the kid come around? Too late. Is he willing to sign the contract? Too late. Reject him, let him stew for a few days. 2 million. Sorry. Now it's 4 million. No, director. It's not that. It's about tonight's championship match, Brentford against Bournemouth. He played brilliantly, 2 goals and 2 assists. Now many on Weibo are asking why we let him leave the training camp. Some are even falsely accusing the Football Association of bullying him, demanding money for a national team spot. Guan Tian cut off the speaker. Nonsense. National team selection is always based on player merit. How could there be any bribery? The junior staff chuckled obsequiously. Exactly, director. That's what I think too. They're slandering the FA. But fans believe it, and the related hashtag has entered Weibo's top 10 trending topics. Now it's in the top 8. Top 8 my foot. Guan Tian hung up, unwilling to listen further. Then he dialed another number. PR. Contact Weibo PR immediately. Also issue a statement right away. Soon, under the trending hashtag FA allegedly blackmails player cash needed for national team spot, the FA released a statement clarifying the matter. Subsequently, Weibo's PR team stepped in, silencing genuine fans' voices, and comments under the FA statement were all curated. Meanwhile, football self-media and pundits chimed in to explain, support the national team. If you're talented, they'd beg you to join. Why blackmail? I think he's just sore about not making it. Classic one-game wonder. Why didn't he score 2 goals and 2 assists during training camp? The national team would have taken him. Only 13 starts in 42 league games. I want comment on that level. The Asian qualifiers are in May. It don't disrupt the national team's focus. As far as I know, there are no undefeatable contracts or pay-to-play policies. Otherwise, big clubs like SIPG, Evergrande Goen, and Luaning would be bankrupt. 2 million. Ridiculous. Everyone knows Wuhan Zal hasn't invested much lately. Are their players paying too? Preposterous. These insincere words made football fans' blood boil. But when they tried to argue, they found no one could withstand the FA's coordinated PR offensive. Soon the trending topic vanished from the hot list. Even a direct search yielded nothing. Clicking it showed according to national laws and regulations, or redirected to other topics. Though the FA seemed to explain nothing, it felt like they had explained everything. Fans began to feel disheartened. All they wanted was an answer. Why wasn't Chun in the national team? The sole purpose was to strengthen the squad. Helpless many fans flooded Chin's Instagram and Twitter with comments. The most liked one read, "Go to the Three Lions. The national team isn't worth your loyalty." Far away at the team base, Chin remained oblivious to the uproar. He was watching a rival Watford match with some teammates who had stayed behind. The system's rewards had arrived early, but he chose not to check them, yet planning to do so back in his dorm. Watford's match was at their home ground Vicarage Road. In this crucial late-season promotion clash, the Hornets' 40-year-old Spanish manager Xisco Muñoz fielded his strongest lineup. Returning from injury, forward João Pedro started immediately, while the more defensively solid Chilean international Sebastián Serralta replaced the attack-oriented Northern Irish centre-back Craig Cathcart. In short, Watford aimed for at least a draw and hopefully a win. Watford was an intriguing club. Since Xisco's poor results led to his dismissal in October 2021, the club had cycled through 8 managers in 3 years. Among them were the famed firefighter Claudio Ranieri and future Croatia coach Slaven Bilic. Absurd, wasn't it? Even more absurdly, from 2013 to 2024, only one manager had lasted a full year at the Hornets. All others resigned or were sacked within a year. No wonder Watford had oscillated between Premier League relegation and Championship promotion for a decade. They lacked a clear vision and failed to trust their managers. Poor results. Out you go. Failed to meet targets. Get lost. In a way, it was no different from the Chinese national team. After all, cycling through 8 coaches in 5 years from 2019 to 2024 was equally ridiculous. Back to the main point. Watford's players were under immense psychological pressure from Brentford's 51 thrashing of Bournemouth, and they struggled to score in the first half. Instead, the away team Millwall played impressively, dominating at the Hornets' home. Watching Brentford, players began to hope. Could it be their rivals were about to slip up? Yet capsizing was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. After substituting Jamaican forward Andre Gray in the second half, Watford's front line instantly gained sharpness. In the 59th minute, Andre Gray assisted Swedish striker Sima for a close-range finish. The Hornets of Watford took a 10 lead over Millwall. Then in the 66th minute, midfielder Will Hughes collapsed in the penalty area after a challenge. Watford was awarded a penalty. Right winger Ismaila Sarr converted it without a miss. The faint flame of hope that had flickered within the Brentford players was extinguished once more. Chun rubbed his face, thinking to himself that there was no need to watch any further. Whether they beat Bournemouth 51 or 92, as long as their opponent could secure a victory, even by a single goal, the gap between them would remain a daunting 7 points. Moreover, Watford was now leading by 2 goals. Perhaps it was time to abandon all unrealistic fantasies of relying on their opponent's mistakes. The team needed to prepare earnestly for the promotion playoffs. In truth, for Chin, playing a few more matches was far preferable to direct promotion. The more he showcased his abilities, the better his chances of securing a lucrative deal. Only then could he land a favorable contract. While Chin and his teammates were watching the match at the training ground, the footage of Brentford's resounding victory over Bournemouth had already spread across the European continent through the convenience of modern digital networks. In the Netherlands, Ajax, Ten Hag, the future manager of Manchester United, was repeatedly dragging the timeline back and forth, scrutinizing the match footage of Brentford versus Bournemouth. More precisely, he was analyzing Chin's performance. "Exceptional vision and awareness," he murmured. "His long passes and dribbling are quite impressive as well. He possesses great football intelligence." Ten Hag's interest was piqued. The assistant coach beside him remarked, "Boss, we need to reinforce the midfield in the summer window. Why not bring him in? And even if this young player fails to secure a spot in the first team, we could assign him to the U19 squad. After a few years of development, we could sell him back to England. There's definitely profit to be made." Ten Hag nodded in agreement. The assistant's words echoed his own thoughts. Although Ten Hag would later be derided as Ten Hag out during his tenure as Manchester United's manager, it must be acknowledged that under his leadership, Ajax achieved unprecedented heights in both Champions League performance and club profitability. 2 years prior, during the 201,819 Champions League campaign, Ajax defeated Real Madrid 53 in the round of 16, overcame Juventus in the quarterfinals, and ultimately fell to Tottenham Hotspur in the semifinals by an away goals deficit, halting their run just shy of the Final Four. If Benfica was Europe's premier black market for player sales, then Ajax was undoubtedly the continent's foremost talent factory. Following their loss to Tottenham, Ajax's squad, having performed brilliantly throughout that Champions League season, was dismantled, losing nearly half its core players. The Moroccan international forward number 10 Izich transferred to Chelsea for €40 million. The Dutch international midfielder number 21 Frenkie de Jong joined Barcelona for €87 million. Notably to lure De Jong to Barcelona, the club offered him an exceptionally high salary, the highest in the squad, amounting to 37.5 million euros. This was also the highest salary in European football. Furthermore, De Ligt moved to Juventus for 85.5 million euros. The Dutch defender later transferred to Bayern Munich and after a series of moves eventually reunited with manager Ten Hag at Manchester United. Other players sold from that Ajax team included forward Dolberg, who joined Nice for 20.5 million euros, and Van de Beek, who moved to Manchester United for 39 million euros. In short, Ajax reaped immense profits. Thus the reason for Ten Hag's interest in Chun was evident. If Chun could perform well at Ajax, this deal would be an absolute bargain. Ajax had a clear understanding of its role as stepping stone for rising stars to enter Europe's top 5 leagues. You aim for the big leagues, we aim for profit. Each party gets what it desires. It was now nearing May, with midfielders Razvan Marin and Eka Linkamp confirming they would not renew their contracts and would enter the transfer market in the summer window. Ajax needed to bolster their midfield. There were 2 ways to reinforce the squad. One was to promote from the second team. Future Liverpool midfielder Gravenberch, for instance, was only promoted to the first team after De Jong and others had been sold. The other option was to acquire players cheaply from other clubs. As a team with a perennial Champions League berth, Ajax did not believe a championship player would reject their offer. That evening, with Ten Hag's confirmation, Ajax submitted their bid to Brentford. Ajax, 3.5 million. Frank was numb. Since he had finished his nightly routine and was about to sleep, he had received several calls from his assistants. Multiple clubs had submitted offers for Chun. Among them were Norwich City, on the verge of promotion to the Premier League, Espanyol leading the Segunda División, and Wolverhampton Wanderers of the Premier League. And now even Ajax had joined the fray. Among these offers, Ajax's 3.5 million euros was the highest. Frank knew that Chun could not be retained, but he hadn't anticipated that after just one league match since his return, these clubs would swarm in like sharks catching the scent of blood. Frank had no desire to hold Chun back. Birds are meant to soar in the boundless sky, fish are meant to swim in the vast surging ocean. Stay at Brentford. Not worth it. As long as a suitable offer came in, and Chun himself was willing, no one would stand in his way. Unaware that multiple clubs had already submitted bids for him, Chun was lying in bed at that very moment receiving his system rewards. Ding. Mission: the first step to becoming a legend completed. System rewards are being distributed. Rewards received: free attribute points 5. Random star player chest 1. Chun was ecstatic. Free attributes. A star player chest. With a thought, he chose to open the random star player chest first. Instantly, a series of chests appeared before Chun's eyes. They were identical in shape, but each had a different color: purple gold, black gold, platinum gold, and gold. Cristiano Ronaldo's bending free kick module. 1 draw probability. Lionel Messi's agile shoulder drop module. 1 draw probability. Antony's compass dribbling module. 5 draw probability. Mario Balotelli's Why Always Me module. 5 draw probability. Chun was stunned. Compass dribbling and Why Always Me. The exclusive techniques of legendary stars were being pooled together with the skills of other players in 1 draw. So this was the star player chest. If he drew these, would he use them or not? Shaking his head, Chun took a deep breath, focused his mind, and clicked confirm draw. All the star player chests before him began to spin. Moments later, amidst a dazzling burst of golden light, a chest dropped. It was purple gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the England star player chest. Reward obtained: David Beckham's bending banana shot module. The crescent moon blade, Beckham's legendary free kick technique. The rigid strength of the profound iron sword and the ean-like finesse of the crescent moon blade each formed their own school in world football, yet they vied and contended with neither yielding to the other. Without a free kick technique that could shatter stone and startle the heavens, how could one dare claim to be a world-class midfielder? Come on, pierce the opponent's goalkeeper time and again with your free kicks, and make the world remember your existence. Effect: when taking a free kick, there is a chance to unleash the crescent moon blade. Additionally, greatly enhances the host's set-piece ability. Set-piece 75/90. Chun felt the power in his lower limbs begin to strengthen gradually, and soon his entire legs seemed to brim with seemingly inexhaustible energy. Chun was thrilled. Beckham, the captain of both the England national team and Manchester United, a legendary figure of European football. The Beckham curve was known to all, familiar to everyone. Throughout his professional career, Beckham scored a total of 65 free kicks. And free kicks, without a doubt, were an essential skill for any midfielder. Chun forced himself to calm down. Then he turned his gaze to the 5 free attribute points. Before opening the treasure chest, Chun had been quite concerned about these 5 free attribute points. But now that he had acquired the crescent moon blade and his set-piece score had reached 90, these 5 points seemed to have become an old flame. But one must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. Chun was just teasing himself inwardly. He still valued these free attributes. After all, the random treasure chest had great uncertainty, while free attributes did not. They were exactly what they were supposed to be. Without hesitation, Chin directly allocated the 5 free attribute points to dribbling. Dribbling 80-85. Open the attribute panel. Attribute panel opened. Host Chin. Passing 94, dribbling 85, 80-85, speed 69, stamina 73, heading 62, vision 100, physical 60, set piece 90, 75, 90, defensive interception awareness 76, shooting 70, abilities max level vision. Requelme precise, through ball module. Beckham crescent moon blade module. Overall rating 84, 80-84, limited by other attributes. Chin's current rating was only 84. But for Chin with vision at 100, set piece at 90, dribbling at 85, and passing at 94, he was confident that even when compared to modern midfield maestros like De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, and Rodri, he would not be outdone. Lying in bed with his hands behind his head, Chin began to envision his future. The championship could no longer contain him. The Premier League, a top-tier league, was his true stage. In the summer transfer window, he must go to a team that suited him better to fully display his talent, to win one championship after another. Before long, Chin adjusted his sleeping position and drifted into a pleasant slumber. Frank had always been an early riser. But today Frank did not rise early. After the players had waited on the training ground for 5 or 6 minutes, Frank finally arrived late. The Dane had initially thought only Norwich and Ajax had made offers. But as the night wore on, more and more teams contacted him and his assistant. And he couldn't just hang up or refuse. Moreover, even the club chairman Cliff Crown had received several calls late into the night. Chin's explosive performance had caught everyone off guard. These teams were far too enthusiastic. So much so that Frank feared other players might be poached as well. After all, as a small club, they hadn't set high release clauses for their players. The big clubs could buy out all of Brentford's squad with just a little loosening of their purse strings. But Frank was overthinking it. The big clubs that later joined in the bidding were clearly only interested in the 18-year-old Chin. Although Ivan Toney, Matthias Jensen, and De Silva had promising futures, they were certainly not worth such urgent offers from these teams at this point. Thomas Frank, with dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the training ground. For him, now was not the time to consider Chin's transfer. The key was to play well in the final matches of the season. On the training ground, Frank's assistant Cochran was leading the players through recovery drills. Upon seeing Frank arrive, assistant coach Kevin O'Connor joked that it was rare to see Frank late according to his own schedule. Frank shook his head with a smile. It was already quite an achievement that he had managed to get up at all. His busiest assistant last night, Claus Nielsen, hadn't even arrived yet. But Frank didn't blame Nielsen. His Danish compatriot had indeed been swamped last night. Let him rest a bit more. O'Connor picked up a small notebook from the seat beside him and handed it to Frank. It recorded the situation of Brentford's opponents in the final 3 matches. After the away victory over Bournemouth, Brentford's next 3 opponents were a home game against Rotherham, followed by another home game, a 6-pointer against Watford. Finally, in the season finale, they would travel to Pride Park to face Bristol City away. If everything went Brentford's way, the away match against Bristol City would be the key to deciding the final automatic promotion spot. But if things didn't go Brentford's way and Watford won their next match against the current league leaders Norwich, then everything would be settled. Regardless of the result of the 6-pointer against Brentford, Watford would be confirmed to be promoted to the Premier League 2 rounds early. Therefore, for Brentford, not only did they have to ensure a home win against Rotherham, who were second from bottom, but they also had to pray that Norwich would keep winning. But this was very difficult. First, beating Rotherham was tough. As a relegation zone team, Rotherham, sitting 23rd in the league, were only 2 points away from the relegation line. Even the bottom-placed Sheffield Wednesday were only 3 points away from the relegation line. It could be said that the competition in the championship promotion zone was fierce, and the competition in the relegation zone was equally fierce. After the players finished their recovery training, Frank gave a speech. He said, "Listen, now you have to forget the result of yesterday's big win over Bournemouth. Everyone must focus on the match against Rotherham. Also, there is no time to give you all a break. After all these matches are over, I will apply to the club chairman, Mr. Cliff Crown, for more bonuses. If we get promoted to the Premier League, I will directly ask the owner, Mr. Matthew Benham, for even more bonuses. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Money also makes players work hard. With this incentive, all the Brentford players trained with full focus, not daring to slack off. The promise of more bonuses did boost the players' morale, but that wasn't the main thing. The most important reason that drove all the players to train diligently, without slacking, was promotion. Playing in the Premier League. This was the dream of every footballer. At 6 p.m. on April 28th, the floodlights blazed over the Brentford Community Stadium. The 44th round of the EFL Championship was about to commence between Brentford and Rotherham United. The Brentford Community Stadium, also known as Griffin Park, could only accommodate up to 1,300 spectators. For a small town, such a modest capacity was understandable. However, in the future, after Brentford's promotion to the Premier League, the stadium's seating was adjusted. The renovated Brentford Community Stadium could then hold over 1,700 people. It paled in comparison to Old Trafford, White Hart Lane, and Wembley, yet it remained the Wembley of the local fans' hearts. At the pre-match press conference a day earlier, Rotherham manager Paul Warne addressed the media's questions, expressing his team's fierce determination to secure victory. It's hard for me to judge whether Chin's performance was a flash in the pan or a sudden awakening, but I can assure you my players won't give him another chance to show off. We'll contain him right here at Griffin Park. A word on the defensive plan for Chin Chun. Sorry, no comment. Perhaps you can observe the tactical setup on the pitch if you can decipher it. Yes, it will be tough playing here, especially since both sides have compelling reasons to win. Alright, no more questions about Chin Chun. He is not Messi nor Ronaldo nor Josep's favorite De Bruyne. He is merely a player who happened to shine in one game. Perhaps we can talk about Ivan Toney and Matthias Jensen, who I believe they will be the key to the match. Victor Johansson is still recovering. Blackman will continue in goal. I am extremely optimistic about our victory. Though it may sound harsh, Brentford has 4 injured players, all key men. That's good news for us. Yes, right here at Griffin Park, we will claim those 3 damn points. Frank attended the pre-match press conference shortly after. A journalist asked him about Paul Warne's remark that Chun Chun is merely a player who happened to shine in one game. Frank simply shook his head and replied suddenly, "Well, after the 90 minutes are over, I hope he can still stand by those words. Chun Chun is the most talented player I have ever seen. In the future, his name will be remembered by all." The injury situation for De Silva and the others. Far from ideal. I've told my players we might have to adapt to playing without them at the end of the season. Yes, it will be tough. Rotherham are fighting for survival, and we are fighting for promotion. Compared to the big win over Bournemouth, this will be a completely different match. Will Chin Chun start? I don't know, but in my team whoever is in form starts. If Watford beat Norwich, they will secure promotion early. Frank raised an eyebrow. There's nothing we can do about it. The initiative is in their hands. But we will do our best to leave no regrets. Tickets for this crucial promotion match had long been sold out. Yet outside the stadium, many fans without tickets gathered in small groups, sipping beer and watching the club's big screen. On the screen, the starting lineups had stepped onto the pitch. Chin Chun was among them. Journalists by the sideline quickly aimed their cameras at him. As a young player who had recently risen to fame, he piqued the interest of all media and fans. Moreover, the reported bids from multiple clubs for Chin Chun added to the intrigue. After all, stories of instant fame from a single goal were exceedingly rare. Everyone began to wonder why this young player with only 14 starts this season, 15 including this match, had attracted so much interest from clubs. Was it all because of one extraordinary performance? What if he faded into obscurity afterward? No one knew. Due to team captain and starting right-back Jensen feeling unwell during training earlier, Frank deployed a 3,412 formation today. The right-sided center-back was English defender Good with Pinnock on the left and Danish defender Mads Svensson in the middle. The midfield 4 from left to right were Kanos, Janelt Gatos, and Rorslev. Rorslev, a fullback, pushed forward, could drop back beside Good in defense to help sweep the right flank. Conversely, in attack, Kanos could push forward to play left wing, while the attacking midfielder dropped back to play central midfield, allowing Brentford to switch to a 433. Who was the attacking midfielder? Chin Chun. The 2 forwards were Ivan Toney and midfielder Mikkel Damsgaard. David Raya was in goal. When the starting lineup was announced, Brentford fans were utterly bewildered. Dropping Matthias Jensen for Chin Chun, who performed well last match, was understandable. But starting Damsgaard, why not use Fosa Henry or Fors? Alright. Copying Guardiola, are we? In the Champions League quarterfinal a week ago, Guardiola creatively deployed De Bruyne as a striker. It left everyone utterly stunned. Remember, despite Aguero's injury, City had Sterling Jesus and Ferran Torres, a 33.5 million summer signing, on the bench. Starting De Bruyne. Why go that far? In the end, it was a narrow escape. City overturned the deficit at Signal Iduna Park, winning 21 on the night and 42 on aggregate to reach the Champions League semi-finals. Back to the match. Regardless of the Bees fans' displeasure, the lineup was set and couldn't be changed except for sudden injuries. They could only pray that Frank had sound reasons for his selections. Rotherham also lined up in a 3,412 formation. Their starting forwards were genuine strikers Michael Smith with 9 goals this season and Ogbene, who had scored none. Well, what difference was there between a striker with 0 goals and a midfielder? Damsgaard at least had 2 goals to his name. With that comparison, Brentford fans felt a little more at ease. The attacking midfielder was Scotsman Lindsay. A Celtic youth product, his entire career consisted of either being on loan or on his way to one. The 4 midfielders were Giles, Wiles, Lewis Wing, and Wes Harding. Among them, Giles was the most noteworthy. A Wolves U18 graduate, he never played for Wolves' first team. During his 7 years at the club, he spent all but the off-seasons elsewhere. The most amusing part was the 2021 winter transfer window. The young English midfielder returned from a loan at Coventry, but before he even reached Wolves' training ground, he was immediately sent to Rotherham. In defense, the wingbacks were McDonald and Ahikwe. The central defender was Richard Wood. The goalkeeper was Blackman. Watching the players take their positions on the pitch, Frank, standing on the sidelines, appeared visibly tense. After emerging from the player tunnel, the Dane remained rooted to the touchline. He yearned to instantly spot any mistakes on the field and rectify them immediately. This match was a must-win for Brentford. Frank had already shed the joy of their resounding away victory over Bournemouth. The players could still bask in that delight, for it nurtured their confidence and fighting spirit. But as the team's manager, he could not indulge in triumph like his disciples. He needed to maintain a clear mind. Now was not the time for complacency. The match against Bournemouth days ago was merely an ordinary game. To secure promotion, they still had a long road ahead. Gazing at Chen Shun, who donned the number 28 jersey on the field, Frank's fondness for him grew with every glance. It was a pity that Chun Chin's breakthrough had come a little late. Had it been a month earlier, Brentford would be sitting second in the league, not Watford. Perhaps they could even have dethroned Norwich. They could have clinched the championship title and stormed into the Premier League. But there was no what if. As the championship anthem faded, Chun Chun turned with his teammates to exchange handshakes with the Rotherham players. It was at that moment a ding echoed in Chun Chin's mind. Mission name: they all dismiss you, yet you strive the hardest. Mission objective: make the home ground your stage. Shatter others' doubts. Defeat Paul Warren's team Heaton and continue leading Brentford to victory. Reward 1, random attribute 5. Reward 2, random star player chest 1. Attributes: a treasure chest. Chin Chun took a few deep breaths. Victory meant a chest. The last one had granted him Beckham's signature technique. What would it be this time? Chin Chin was ready. He could hardly wait to help his team secure the win. Soon, with a sharp blast from the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Brentford kicked off. From the very first second, the Brentford fans began their chants of encouragement. They too understood the significance of today's clash. As the team's 12th man, they were determined to give the players on the pitch their utmost support. A thunderous roar erupted from the Brentford Community Stadium. In the stands, Chinese international student He Liang and his girlfriend had just taken their seats. As a student in London, He Liang usually watched matches of the Blues or the Gunners. He knew little about Brentford, a championship club in southwest London. This time he had learned from Don Queedy and Sewell Sports that Brentford had a player of Chinese descent, and he was performing exceptionally well. In the last round, he had single-handedly led the team to demolish Bournemouth. This piqued He Liang's interest, so he brought his girlfriend along on a train to the town of Brentford. Babe, that's the Chinese prodigy the netizens say has the makings of a legend. There, yes, the one you're pointing at. His name is Chin Chun. He Liang's girlfriend Su Xiaomin knew little about football, but she knew her boyfriend loved it. Since he wanted to watch the game, she tagged along. Shortly after they sat down, Chin Chun electrified the atmosphere with a brilliant turn hook and through ball. Unfortunately, Marcon's shot was saved by the away goalkeeper going out for a corner. Otherwise, the Bees could have scored in the very first minute. During the brief pause as players positioned themselves for the corner, Su Xiaomin turned to her boyfriend and asked, "Babe, he's incredible. And he's super handsome too. By the way, why isn't he in the national team? With skills this good, shouldn't the national team want him?" He Liang sighed. "Babe, you know how I found out about him. It's because he withdrew from the national team's naturalization training camp. He quit abruptly. There was a lot of online discussion about this suspicious move, but it all vanished later. I'm pretty sure the Football Association stepped in to handle it. I suspect Chin Chun had his reasons for leaving the naturalization camp. Maybe, as some netizens guess, someone in the FA made exorbitant demands." After hearing her boyfriend's words, Su Xiaomin's eyes widened in shock. Then she sighed and murmured softly, "The national team. How many more talents will they bury?" Her lament reminded He Liang of his uncle. His uncle had no other hobby but watching football. Every time the national team played a match, his uncle would sigh deeply, put an arm around his shoulder, and talk for ages. The most frequent question was, "Will I ever live to see our team in the World Cup?" Back on the pitch, Brentford's corner had long been taken. The opportunity from the corner kick did not result in a goal. Possession changed hands. Rotherham launched an attack. Honestly, if he had a choice, Frank would have preferred to face one of the mid-table championship teams in this match. Those midly off-the-pack teams had no hope of promotion and no fear of relegation. At this late stage of the season, they played with carefree abandon. Against such teams with nothing to play for, victory was easy. But there was no changing the fixture. Today, Brentford was destined for a tough battle against Rotherham, who were fighting for their lives to avoid relegation. In the 8th minute, Rotherham attacked down the left flank. Giles dribbled forward with midfielder, whilst wearing number 8, closing in to provide support. Rorslev moved up to challenge Giles, while Good shifted to cover Wiles. At that moment, McDonald overlapped down Giles' left side. Giles bypassed Rorslev and sent a pass into the left channel, leading McDonald onto the ball. McDonald retrieved it just before it went out of play. With Rorslev and Good both marking their men, only Good could shift to the right to pressure McDonald, who was charging down the byline ready to cut inside. But just as Good rushed over to intercept, McDonald stopped, planted his foot, and whipped in a cross targeting Michael Smith, who had already entered the box, and Lindsay, who had made a forward run. The ball sailed into the penalty area. Lindsay and Mads Svensson leaped high together, both vying for the first header. Neither won the duel. The ball was headed higher into the air. Michael Smith reacted swiftly. He tracked the ball's descent, and as it dropped, he outjumped the recovering Janelt to power a header towards goal. Thump. David Raya dove desperately to his right, but it was futile. The ball rocketed into the top right corner of the net. It was completely out of his reach. The cheering at the Brentford Community Stadium died instantly. No one could believe it. At their home ground, the league's second from bottom team Rotherham had scored first. The silence in the stadium didn't last long. The traveling Rotherham fans erupted in cheers. Nice fight for survival. Promoting a player destined to be a flash in the pan. Benching your main midfielder. Brentford, if not you, then who else deserves to lose? Who is Chun? Frank thinks he's found a rising star. But in reality, he's a rising ape. Yes, mister. Paul is right. Chun is just a player who happened to have a good game by chance. Janelt is tracking back good, is pressing, and what is Chun doing? Oh, he's playing striker. I hear several clubs have made offers for this half-breed kid. I heard the highest transfer fee offered was $5 million. If he's worth $5 million, then Michael, who scored with that header, should be worth $18 million. Paul Warren on the sidelines threw his arms wide in excitement and embraced his assistant coach in celebration. Yes, that's it. Win this damn match. An 18-year-old prodigy. Sorry, English football never lacks shooting stars like that. Michael Smith, who scored the first goal of the match, was absolutely delighted. The 28-year-old English striker slid on his knees toward the corner flag. Then he rose, leaped over the advertising boards, and celebrated with the loyal Rotherham fans who had traveled to support the team. Seeing this, the Brentford fans at the stadium fell silent. Meanwhile, on Twitter, under the Bees' latest post, the few dozen comments swelled into hundreds in an instant. Matthias is better at intercepting and defending. He deserves to start over Chun. What was Frank thinking? Could it be that Chin's performance last game was just a flash of brilliance? Damn it. I knew we couldn't pin our hopes on an 18-year-old. Without him, we could have still won last round. With him, we actually conceded first at home. Okay, if we don't get promoted in the end, Frank, take your Chun and leave. Hey folks, did you know? Chun was just rejected by the Chinese national team. If he were truly talented, the Chinese Football Association wouldn't have turned him down. It seems his goal last round was indeed quite lucky. But that turn hook and long-range shot was really impressive, wasn't it? That was Puskas level. Upstairs, Mohamed Safri won the Puskas Award, but does that mean a Malaysian has the quality to play in the Premier League? On the pitch, players were gradually returning to the center circle. Seeing the team's morale so low, Frank clapped his hands and shouted loudly onto the field, "Hey, guys, lift your heads. It's just one goal conceded. There's still time, still a chance. Don't let the opponent have any opportunity to break through to the byline. Gudis, I need you to push up to the right midfield position, coordinate more with Rorslev. Marcons, come back. Yes, come back. Go over there next to Janelt. We're playing 4,411. Frank did not erupt in fury over the goal. In his view, it was all normal. The 34-12 formation has a flaw. If the two wingbacks aren't quick enough in their defensive retreat, the opponent can pass the ball behind, and it's a surefire hit every time. Now switching to 4,411, it can transform into a total football 442 in attack, or a compact defensive 541. In short, the defense becomes much tighter. If Rotherham tries to cross from the byline again, it will only be harder. Chin was pushed up from attacking midfielder to shadow striker. During attacks, he could link up Ivan Toney, Marcons, and Janelt for possession penetration and small area technical combinations. Frank had no intention of blaming Chin. If you ask an attacking midfielder to go back and defend, it means the team is not far from conceding a goal. Beep. The match continued. Brentford kicked off. The ball quickly came to Chin's feet. And the moment Chin received the ball, after glancing at the situation in the opponent's penalty area, he moved. Ignoring Ogbene, who pressed forward, Chin gently nudged the ball to the left, and then executed a stunning Naluk through ball. Riquelme's precision through pass module. A swift curved ground through ball. It found Ivan Toney, who was jostling with opposing center-back Richard Wood to the right front. Ivan Toney was stunned. What the hell? How did the ball end up at my feet? Ivan Toney didn't see the full picture. He just saw the ball bypass Lewis Wing's attempted interception, curve, and land perfectly at his feet. It was like a targeted skill from a video game. Although he had witnessed Chin's bug-like through-ball technique in daily training, Ivan Toney still couldn't help but marvel at this moment. Seriously, bro, are you playing FIFA 21? Richard Wood saw the danger and quickly hooked his foot, trying to snatch the ball away. But he was a step too slow. Ivan Toney had already switched the ball from his left foot to his right. Richard lunged and missed. After that, Ivan Toney didn't waste the gift served to him. Facing the goalkeeper, who had rushed out, Ivan Toney aimed the tip of his right boot at the lower part of the ball and hooked it. A chip shot. Blackman had expected Ivan Toney to drive the ball low. After deciding to charge out, he was ready to drop quickly and block. But unexpectedly, Ivan chose to chip it. Before the ball even hit the net, Ivan Toney spread his arms and ran toward the corner flag to celebrate. The referee immediately turned around, pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal was valid. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Brentford Community Stadium. No offside, no foul. Nothing wrong at all. Paul Warren on the sideline was stunned. Not me. You. Huh. Was this kid's passing really that terrifying? How could he even find Ivan Toney, who was heavily double-teamed? The precision of that through ball, the vision and observation ability. It was as accurate as if he had cheats enabled. Even the back line of a Premier League Big Six team would probably struggle to defend against that. Paul Warren's heart began to waver. Could it be? This kid actually had real talent, and the last match wasn't just a fluke. But that didn't make sense either. If he really had the skill, why hadn't he shown it at the start of the season? Paul Warren thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Now he needed to compose himself. With the score at 11, both teams were on equal footing. He had to make immediate adjustments. On the other side, Frank jumped up excitedly from his spot. Yes, that's it. Through ball. Perfect pass. Chin, show off your talent to the fullest. The score on the stadium's big screen changed instantly. After Rotherham United had held their lead for only 3 minutes, Ivan Toney received Chin's brilliant through ball in the 12th minute and leveled the score for the team. Ivan Toney didn't celebrate alone for long. He turned around and knelt on one knee before Chin, who was right behind him. Chin was utterly astonished. What are you doing? Then the 24-year-old English striker gestured for Chin to place his left foot, the one that had delivered that clever through ball, onto his knee, making a wiping motion as a gesture of gratitude. Chin finally understood. So Ivan Toney was completely won over by him. Seeing this, the Brentford fans erupted into even louder screams. The decibel level shot up another notch. Chin didn't refuse Ivan Toney's goodwill. Afterward, Chin pulled Ivan to his feet, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder with arms outstretched, looking up at the sky in a meditative pose. On social media, more and more Bees fans were clicking into their team's Twitter account. Under Brentford's latest post with the scoreline 11, the number of comments instantly exceeded 100. All these comments were pouring in to praise the team. At the same time, they were also offering apologies to Chin and Frank. Holy crap, that through ball from Chin is something I've only seen when Manchester City played Liverpool. Hey, Chin, I apologize for cursing you earlier. As a token of my regret, I'll buy a few more of your jerseys. Buddy, you reminded me. I really need to stock up on Chin's jerseys too. I think he'll become a top star in the future. In the future, maybe the authentic jerseys with Chin's name on them will sell for a high price. Chin, please forgive me. I was a jerk. I actually doubted you. Now witness me, this clown, as you lead the team to continue winning. Okay, Ivan Toney scored 3 goals in 9 games before, and now he scored 2 in 2 rounds. I don't want to say Chin is stronger, but that's the fact. Hey, guys, the broadcast camera just showed Southgate in the box. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Oh my god, is Ivan Toney going to the national team? Are you kidding me? What has Ivan Toney done to deserve that? I think Chin is the real target of Southgate's visit. Although Southgate never left the box, Sharpied fans spotted him when the camera swept past. At that moment in the box of Brentford Stadium, Southgate was sitting with his assistant Steve, using professional software on a computer to review Chin's through ball repeatedly through big data analysis. To be honest, when Steve told him that Brentford had an outstanding midfielder, Southgate felt no emotion at all. He almost wanted to laugh. The championship. Outstanding. Midfielder. What kind of novel combination was this? Indeed, Southgate would have his assistants travel around to record the performances of English players in matches. But that didn't mean he had no preferences of his own. What were his preferences? Players playing in the top 5 leagues. The championship. Last season, Fulham and West Brom, who dominated the championship, are now second to last and third to last in the Premier League. If even they don't have any standout players, how could Brentford, who were merely a stepping stone for Fulham, possibly have good players? But after watching the match highlights, Southgate was astonished. In just 4 minutes of video, that McStrace kid had 8 highlight moments, including that turn and hook volley. Southgate quickly began calculating in his mind. If this player named Chin continued to perform so efficiently in subsequent matches, then perhaps he could be included in the initial 33-man squad for this year's European Championship. Of course, whether he could make the final 26-man roster would depend on his performance at St. George's Park, England's national training base. To observe Chin more closely, Southgate hurried to Brentford Stadium with Steve. Accompanying them was Brentford's owner Matthew Benham, a graduate of Oxford University's physics department. After graduation, he moved from investment banking to the betting industry, later founding his own betting analysis company. Finally, as a Brentford fan, Benham simply bought the club. He completed the transformation from fan to owner. At that moment, looking at the jubilant fans outside the box window, he said, "Mr. Gareth Southgate, Chin's performance is fantastic. I believe he has the strength to join the national team. I can't wait to see him wearing the 3 Lions jersey." Southgate stopped looking at the data analysis on the computer, stood up, and gazed at the pitch outside the box. At the same time, he replied, "Deciding whether a player can join the national team depends on his overall performance, not on me. If his performances remain consistently outstanding, perhaps I'll give him a try." Benham thought for a moment and joked, "You know, Chin is of Chinese-British descent. He might be recruited by the Chinese Football Association." That remark left Southgate silent for a long time. Finally, he blurted out, "Okay, Mr. Matthew, after the match, I want to talk to Chin right here. How about that?" Matthew Benham nodded with pleasure. "He'll arrange it." The match on the field had already resumed. Brentford, having equalized, began to launch wave after wave of attacks. Unfortunately, Rotherham, who had settled into a 541 defensive formation, packed too many players in the box, and the Bees couldn't convert several good chances. The score remained unchanged. Soon the clock reached the 34th minute. Chen moved to the left flank to combine with Canoes. With a few quick passes, they brought the ball near the opponent's corner flag. With no clear breakthrough opportunity, Canoes passed the ball to Chen, who was supporting on the right. Chen shifted the ball from his left foot to his right, pushed it to the side, feigning a pass back to Janelt. Wes Harding, marking Chen, quickly signaled Lewis Wing to pressure Janelt, receiving space, forcing another backward pass. But Chen didn't pass back. Instead, he slipped through the gap between Wes Harding and Lewis Wing, lifting his leg to cut inside, dodging the outstretched leg of Wiles, who slid in, stretching his body, swinging his arms, winding up his right foot and shooting. Chen was a player without a weak foot. His right foot was as agile as his left, making dribbling and shooting effortless. All this description took time, but only 2.5 seconds had passed. Chen's right foot had already struck, completing a full cut inside curling shot. When Chen and Canoes were combining, Blackman in goal was closer to the right post. As a result, when Chen chose to cut inside and shoot, he couldn't react in time. Seeing the ball arc towards the far post, Blackman could only scramble 2 steps to the left before diving desperately. But such a save attempt couldn't possibly reach the ball. The 26-year-old Blackman could only fall to the ground, turning his head to watch helplessly as the ball crossed the line and nestled into the net. "Nice!" Benham shouted excitedly from the box. Then turning to Southgate, he said, the initial 33-man squad. "Mr. Gareth, I think he has the strength to make the final 26-man roster." On the sideline after scoring the go-ahead goal, Chen avoided the embraces of his teammates and jumped onto the advertising board in the corner. He roared in wild celebration. Frank, however, remained calm. After shaking hands with his assistants and substitutes, the Danish manager sat back down, arms crossed, watching the flustered Paul Warne on the away team's bench with a composed expression. Paul Warne was in a terrible mood. That player he thought was just having a flash of brilliance had now performed brilliantly in consecutive matches. With an outstanding performance of 1 goal and 1 assist, he rubbed Paul Warne's face into the dirt. The sound echoing through Brentford Stadium wasn't cheers, it was mockery aimed at Paul Warne. With this unstoppable inward curving shot, the Brentford fans at the stadium began chanting Chen's name. Chen's performance silenced all doubters. He had conquered Griffin Park. As Ivan Toney pulled him back toward the center circle, Chen kept waving to the stands, gesturing for the fans to cheer even louder. The Bees faithful understood. A tidal wave of cheers erupted across the Brentford ground, as if trying to capsize Rotherham's fragile boat with sheer momentum. In the final stretch of the first half, Brentford's relentless assault left the visitors overwhelmed. Yet the home goalpost denied the Bees. Ivan Toney and the surging Gatos both struck the crossbar with their golden opportunities. They failed to extend the lead. The referee's whistle signaled halftime, and Brentford headed into the tunnel with a 21 advantage, having completed the comeback. The joys and sorrows of men are not shared. The Bees fans reveled in song and cheer, while many among the visiting supporters stared at their phones, their faces etched with worry. The Rotherham fans were checking the results of their relegation rivals. In simultaneous matches, Wycombe Wanderers were leading Cardiff City 10. If that score held, Wycombe would escape the relegation zone. Meanwhile, at halftime, Rooney's Derby County led Birmingham City 10 at home. With this trend, Derby would be safe from relegation, and Wycombe would be pushed back down. Win or lose, they would remain in third last place. This was Derby County's first halftime lead in 2 months. Since March 6th, they had managed only 1 win and 2 draws. That win had come from a stoppage time goal. It was fair to say that Rooney's managerial skills since his permanent appointment in January were lackluster. But with no money to pay his severance, what could the management do? They had to keep him. Fortunately, Rooney had finally shown some backbone, and Derby was on the verge of victory. Interestingly, Paul Warne, now coaching Rotherham, would one day take over from Rooney and lead Derby back from League One. As for bottom-placed Sheffield Wednesday, their match against Middlesbrough hadn't started yet. But given Boros' 10th place, standing, the outcome seemed inevitable. So it seemed only Rotherham trailing at halftime were the ones truly hurting. In the home locker room, Frank was laying out the tactics. In the second half, we need to play even more aggressively. No more safe passes back unless it's a necessary switch. We need to attack. A 21 lead is not safe. When you have the ball, don't panic. Give it to the middle, let Janelt, Gatos, and Chen handle it. Trust them. Ivan, if you hesitate, even once more, he'll pull you off immediately. Your runs need to be sharper, your shots more decisive. Okay, you're a striker, not a midfielder looking for a pass. If you don't have Messi or Ronaldo's technique, don't over-dribble. Keep an eye on Chen's position. He's our explosive point. Play around him. First, go warm up. If things go wrong, he'll bring you on. Having finished his instructions, Frank looked around and said in a low voice, during our halftime break, Watford's match has also started. Their opponent is league leaders Norwich. Honestly, I don't think they can beat Norwich. So this is our chance. Beat Rotherham and close the gap. Next round we're at home again, and we'll take down those damn Watford. Come on. Frank extended his hand, signaling everyone to form a circle. Captain Jansen shouted, listen up. We want to win. We want promotion. Brentford will win. All the players echoed in unison, Brentford will win. In the Rotherham locker room, Paul Warren's face was grim. On one hand, Shin-Shin's performance made his pre-match comments look foolish. On the other, he also knew the scores of his relegation rivals. Wycombe and Derby were both leading while Rotherham alone was behind. The Rotherham players were dejected, already seeing the writing on the wall, though Warren pulled himself together to give tactical instructions and lift their spirits. But how effective would it be? No one knew. Soon the players returned to the pitch for the second half. Paul Warren made the first substitution. Centre-back Richard Wood was replaced by English striker Ladapo. Wiles moved forward while the two advanced fullbacks dropped back. Rotherham switched to a 41-23 formation, a variation of 433. Lewis Wing played as the sole defensive midfielder with Wiles and Lindsay as the two central midfielders. Centre-backs McDonald and Ahikwe would push forward more in attack. Rotherham was going all out. After all, if they didn't fight now, they'd be relegated to League One. The second half began and Rotherham played with adrenaline for about 15 minutes, trading blows with Brentford. But after that burst, their spirit sagged. There were many reasons: the gap in quality, tactical issues. But the main one was exhaustion. In April alone, including today, Rotherham had played 9 matches. Brentford were slightly better off, but they had also played 7. Their own brutal run had been in December with 9 games. Many talk about the Premier League's holiday schedule, but the Championship and League One have theirs too. The Championship has 46 games a season, the Premier League only 38. Those extra 8 games fill the void left by no European competition for Championship teams. And they also compete in the FA Cup and EFL Cup, usually dominated by Premier League sides. For instance, in the 17-18 season, Championship side Bristol City made a historic run to the EFL Cup semi-finals, playing nearly as many matches as Liverpool did in their Champions League final run. Then in the 67th minute, during a stoppage, both teams made substitutions. Rotherham brought off forward Ogbene, who had a slight cramp, and replaced the exhausted midfielder Lindsay and right back Wes Harding. They brought on number 9, target man George Hurst, midfielder Daniel Barlaser, and defender Olosund. These were all like-for-like changes. At least now they could make 5 substitutions. In the past, players with severe cramps would have to stay on the field. Brentford substituted Canoes and Ivan Toney, bringing on Matthias Jensen and Forsk. Frank's intention was clear. Keep Forsk for counterattacks with Matthias and Chun ready to support at any moment. The team switched to a 541 formation. But during attacks, 3 players would push forward, making it feel like a 4,321. After the substitutions, Rotherham gritted their teeth and organized several attacks, but all were repelled by Brentford. In the 69th minute, Michael pulled wide and delivered a cross which was headed clear by Mads Svensson to the front. In the 73rd minute, Ladapo charged into the penalty area and suddenly fell. The referee decisively called a dive. Boos echoed through the Brentford Community Stadium. Those were boos from the away Rotherham fans. But soon they were drowned out by cheers from the Bees supporters. They fully agreed with the referee's decision. In the 76th minute, Shin drove into the box and suddenly squared the ball to the penalty spot, but the on-rushing Janelt scuffed his shot. Oob. A wave of regret swept through the Brentford Community Stadium. Janelt, having missed a golden chance, pulled his shirt over his head, too ashamed to face anyone. Shin walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and urged the German midfielder to hurry back on defense. A minute later, Brentford had a counterattack opportunity. David Raya launched a powerful throw to find Forsk up front. The substitute, brought on in the second half, was full of energy. He immediately sprinted with the ball. Just as Forsk was about to break into the opponent's penalty area, Rotherham's right-back Olosund, also a second-half substitute, caught up and grabbed hold of Forsk. Forsk tried to keep driving forward, but with Olosund practically clinging to him, how could he run? At that moment, the referee blew his whistle. Olosund was shown a yellow card. The 22-year-old American defender said nothing. It was a tactical foul, and he accepted the booking. The referee awarded Brentford a free kick. Matthias Jensen carried the ball to the spot. Then Chun approached, raised a hand to shield his mouth, looked at Matthias, and said, "Hey, Jensen, let me take this one." Matthias Jensen was surprised. He hadn't heard that Chun was any good at free kicks. Wait, he did take a spectacular volley last round, so his free kick technique should be decent. Matthias pondered for a moment. Then he looked towards Frank on the sideline, seeking the manager's opinion. In a team, there are designated penalty takers and set-piece specialists. Take Manchester City, for instance. Their primary and secondary penalty takers are Aguero and Jesus. Both are forwards, after all, as forwards typically have the best striking power. Set-piece takers, including free kicks from fouls and corners, are usually De Bruyne and B. Silva, with Gundogan occasionally involved. Set pieces are rarely taken by defenders or forwards because their passing accuracy is generally inferior to that of midfielders. Another reason is that during a corner, forwards and defenders need to be in the opponent's box to seek opportunities, like Liverpool's Matip and Van Dijk. Currently, Brentford's designated free-kick taker is Matthias Jensen, followed by the injured De Silva, then Janelt and Baptiste. As for Chun, he was lower down the order. Frank noticed Matthias' inquiring look and through body language quickly understood that Chun wanted to take this free kick. After careful consideration, Frank agreed. So Matthias Jensen left the ball for Chun and moved forward to join the wall. Seeing Chun step up for the free kick, Rotherham manager Paul Warren's eyes glinted with delight. Heaven sent. Not letting Matthias take it, but Chun, who had never taken a free kick before. Frank, you're only 1 goal ahead, not 10. Paul Warren quickly made adjustments. He instructed Michael Smith and Ladapo not to participate in defending this free kick. They were to stay forward ready for a pass from the back. The positional adjustments by Rotherham's players caught Frank's attention. To be safe, he had Good and Pinnock drop deeper, keeping an eye on the 2 opposing forwards poised for a counterattack. A small change had a big impact. With the 2 defenders dropping back, Mads Svensson moved forward to compete for aerial balls in the box, meaning Rorslev couldn't disrupt the opponent's wall anymore. He needed to stand at the edge of the arc as the first line of defense. Now Brentford had fewer players involved in the attack, but correspondingly the opponent's defensive strength was also weakened. Blackman faced numerous shooting lanes. Getting a shot on target would be no issue. But a free kick is not just a kick for fun, it's a precious scoring opportunity. It must not be wasted. So what would Chun choose? Beep. The referee blew his whistle, signaling the start of the free kick. Chun took a deep breath, then fixed his gaze firmly on the opponent's goal. He then strode forward, his left arm swinging in coordination with his body, planting his left foot as the support to the left of the ball. He swung his right leg, striking the ball with the inside of his foot, hitting the area just beneath the ball. His left arm swung wide, imparting a slight leftward curve. Thud. The ball soared into the air, cleared the leaping wall, and rocketed towards the goal guarded by Blackman. Blackman quickly shuffled 2 steps to his right and dove. He was certain the ball was heading for his top right corner. But he guessed wrong. Chun's shot had a rapid inward curve. As it descended from its peak, the ball swerved cleverly and smashed straight into the top left corner of the goal guarded by Blackman. Paul Warren's eyes widened on the sideline. On the other side, Frank was ecstatically waving his arms. A bending banana shot. A Beckham-esque curve. Apart from the different squad number on his back, the striking technique and contact point were indistinguishable from Beckham's. The Brentford Community Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone waved their arms wildly, celebrating this breathtaking bending shot. Southgate was stunned too. As the national team manager, he certainly knew former England captain David Beckham. Southgate was no stranger to Beckham's signature move. What was unfamiliar was that this powerful, exquisitely curved free kick was not struck by Beckham, but by a relatively unknown mixed-race youngster just 2 match days ago. When Southgate coached the England U21s, Beckham had already retired. Not having coached Beckham was one of his great regrets. But now his very own Beckham had appeared. Without waiting for Benham to speak, Southgate made a snap decision. Go, go, go. Mister. Matthew, take me to the dressing room. I need to talk to that lad immediately. Matthew Benham knew who Southgate meant. He nodded and said, Sir, it would be my pleasure. A half-blood youngster was fortunate to start. A talented young man helped the team defeat Bournemouth. The successor to De Silva returned to Brentford. Chun's strength was worthy of a starting spot. Brentford's darling helped the team overturn the score. The fearless Chun conquered Griffin Park. As the team's 3rd goal soared in, the Brentford Stadium trembled like an earthquake. Countless Bees fans waved their hands, roaring with all their might. Soon the chaotic shouts gradually unified. Chun, Chun, Chun. Chun conquered the Brentford fans with consecutive brilliant performances. Near the corner flag, Chun stood with arms wide open, eyes closed, savoring the cheers of the entire stadium. Before long, Matthias and Foch and a few others ran over to celebrate with Chun. On the sidelines, Ivan Toney and Kanos couldn't sit still either, and they eagerly rushed over. Seeing the Bees players dawdling and not returning to the center circle for the restart, the Rotherham players surrounded the referee. They complained about the prolonged celebration and demanded the referee remind their opponents. According to the rules, post-goal celebrations are allowed, but should not be too long. If the scoring team still hasn't returned after being reminded, the referee can issue a yellow card. Matthias noticed the referee's reminder and quickly pulled everyone toward the center circle. But while the players' celebration ended, the fans' revelry continued. The Brentford Stadium began to echo with the Bees' chant. They sang the classic Beatles song, Hey Jude. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were made to go out and get her. The minute you let her under your skin, then you begin to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be discouraged. Find a sad song and sing it happier. Remember to sing it into your heart. Then the world can begin to turn around. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were born to overcome fear. The moment you bury it deep in your heart, the world begins to turn around. In the last 10+ minutes of the match, Brentford did not press forward aggressively. Frank ordered everyone to drop back and defend. Now let's see how things are going on the other side. At Norwich's home ground, Watford was playing fiercely. However, Norwich was not backing down either. Although the Canaries had already secured promotion, this was their home turf, and everyone at Norwich was eager for victory. The first half of the match between Norwich and Watford had not yet ended, with the score temporarily tied at 11. Finally, with the referee's whistle, the match concluded. Brentford defeated Rotherham United 3-1 at their home stadium. Having played one more game, they now trail Watford by only 4 points. Chin Chun with 2 goals and 1 assist claimed the man of the match trophy. With his outstanding performance, he silenced all the doubters and delivered a stinging rebuke to Paul Warne, a player who suddenly shines with a flash of brilliance. I think not. As the best player of the match, Chin Chun gave an official interview. After the interview, he joined his teammates in a lap of honor to thank the fans. As the 12th man of the team, the Bees fans put on a remarkable display today. The decibel level they created put pressure on the opponents. Before entering the player tunnel, Chin Chun paused to take jerseys from fans on both sides, signing them one by one. He Liang squeezed over with his girlfriend. Hey, Chin Chun, could you sign an autograph for us? Chin Chun. He Liang spoke in Chinese, not English. Chin Chun looked toward the voice and saw a Chinese man and woman. Are you from China? He asked in Chinese. Yes. My girlfriend and I are both international students. He Liang was slightly astonished. Just moments ago, he had been searching for Chin Chun on Google. Having grown up in England and spent no more than 2.5 years living in China, Chin Chun's Chinese should logically have some Chinese-American accent, shouldn't it? Yet his pronunciation was so precise. Su Xiaoman, standing nearby, didn't notice this. Her mind was full of, he's so handsome. Chin Chun nodded and said, throw me your jersey and I'll sign it for you. Sure. He Liang quickly handed his own number 28 jersey to Chin Chun. Then he had his girlfriend take off the jersey she was wearing directly and passed that to Chin Chun as well. As Chin Chun was signing, He Liang exclaimed to him, Chin Chun, you're incredible. I believe you'll become the next De Bruyne one day. Su Xiaoman interjected in a crisp voice, De Bruyne. He's too strong, that's really tough. After finishing the signatures, Chin Chun tossed the jerseys back to them and said, De Bruyne, not tough. After that, Chin Chun stopped signing and walked into the player tunnel. He Liang took the jersey and looked at it. Well. It was a bilingual Chinese-English personalized autograph. What a score. Just then a young English boy around 7 or 8 years old squeezed through the crowd to He Liang's side. He compared the signed jerseys in their hands and noticed the signatures were different. So the boy immediately leaned in and asked He Liang, Hey mister, is this autograph fake? Why are there other characters? Fake. Although He Liang was reluctant to compare, his inner pride swelled to its peak. Just as a boastful remark was about to slip out, Su Xiaoman quickly pulled him away. A bilingual autograph. Personalized. If those Bees fans saw it, wouldn't they be green with envy? What if someone with ill intentions snatched it away? He Liang realized this belatedly, then felt deeply gratified. A wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Meanwhile, Chin Chun had entered the player tunnel. He then turned into the locker room. Seeing the hero of the day enter, the Bees players who had returned early immediately surrounded Chin Chun. Without a word, everyone broke into song and dance. Ivan Toney, the big black guy, even jumped onto the large central table in the locker room and began to sing, dance, and rap with abandon. Too bad there was no basketball. I'll wait, a soccer ball could serve as a substitute. After the singing and dancing ended, Chin Chun bare-chested shook hands and embraced each teammate and coach in gratitude. The victory of today's game was owed to everyone's efforts. After shaking hands all around, Chin Chun didn't see Frank. But speak of the devil and he appears. Frank walked in from outside the locker room. After embracing Chin Chun and greeting, Frank put an arm around his shoulder and led him out of the locker room. Come, I want you to meet someone. Chin Chun was puzzled. Who? Who wants to see me? But he soon found out. After 2 turns, Frank brought Chin Chun to the door of a meeting room. Pushing the door open, there were 4 or 5 people inside. Among them were the Bees Club chairman Zilif Boya and owner Matthew Benham, and former English footballer, former England national team player, current head coach of the England national men's football team, Gareth Southgate. Seeing this lineup, Chin Chun understood. They were going to invite him to join the England national team. The meeting room was round-table style, so when Chin Chun and Frank sat down, the group formed a circle. The large screen in the meeting room was on, playing the match between Watford and Norwich. Chin Chun had expected Southgate's first words to be straightforward. Chun, are you willing to join the England national men's football team? But to his surprise, Southgate said, Chun, you performed very well today. But I'm sorry, Southgate pointed to the large screen still playing the match. The game is at the 83rd minute, and Watford is leading Norwich 31. Chin Chun followed his gaze. In the broadcast, the game timer showed 83 minutes, and Watford had dropped back into a 541 defensive formation. For the Hornets fans, including stoppage time, this was the most agonizing 10 minutes of the entire season. For Brentford fans, they wished the stoppage time could last 90 minutes. Chin Chun withdrew his gaze and said nothing. Watford had seized their opportunity, and their direct promotion was deserved. From now on, they would face life and death with indifference and fight without backing down. They just needed to fight through the playoffs. Out of sight, out of mind. Benham had the large screen turned off. Okay, you'll get straight to the point. Southgate cut directly to the chase. Chun, you know I'm the head coach of the England team. For the next England national team squad, which is the squad for the 2020 European Championship, I will include you. Are you willing to accept the call-up from the England national team? Chin Chun took a deep breath, tapped his fingers on the table, and replied, Okay, I'm willing to join. Southgate was a bit surprised. Don't you want to ask your parents? I know you have Chinese heritage, and the Chinese Football Association must be very eager for you to join. I'm already 18. I think I can be responsible for myself. Excellent. Then Chun. I look forward to seeing you at St. George's Park. With a few brief exchanges, Chun decided his future. The match between Norwich and Watford ended. Although Norwich scored a goal from a corner kick during stoppage time, they couldn't change the final outcome. Watford defeated Norwich 32 away from home. They led third-place Brentford by 7 points. With only 2 league games remaining, Watford had secured promotion to the Premier League. Thus, the 2 automatic promotion spots for the 2021 championship season were allocated. They were the championship champion Norwich and the runner-up Watford. Brentford would have to play in the playoffs. Back in the base dormitory, Chin still couldn't quite believe it. Had he really joined the England national team so simply? Although Southgate later added that this was just a preliminary list and not the final squad, Chin knew that if he could continue to shine like this, he would definitely make the final squad. Ivan Toney pinned him off to the 3 lines first, but sustaining such brilliant performances required a boost in strength. Chin pondered for a moment and opened the system panel. Deep blue. Add points. System panel opening. Mission: no one believed in you, but you proved them wrong. Completed. Mission reward 1 obtained random attribute points 5. Draw now? Yes. Drawing. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have received passing attribute 5. Personal attribute panel opening. Host Chin. Passing 99, 94, 99, dribbling 85, speed 69, stamina 73, heading 62, vision 100, physical 60, set pieces 90, defensive awareness 76, shooting 70, abilities, own max vision. Requelme precise, through ball module. Beckham bending cross module. Overall rating 85, 84, 85, mission reward 2, random chest 1. Draw now? Chin focused his thoughts and chose yes again. Ding. Purple gold chest dropped. Reward obtained: peak Xavi absolute short pass king module. Xavi Hernandez Crias, former Spanish international Barcelona midfielder, one of football's Grand Slam winners, the true heart of tiki-taka. Short passing world-class, dribbling world-class, ball retention world-class, vision world-class. This module will help the host better understand the game, understand midfield positioning, and integrate with the host's max-level vision, greatly enhancing the host's strength. Dribbling 90, 85, 90, overall rating 86, 85, 86. Chin's head suddenly went numb. A vast amount of football knowledge flooded into his mind. Phew. So this is how Xavi played. After all this commotion, Chin couldn't sleep at all. So he simply got out of bed, left the dormitory, grabbed a ball, and went down to the field for some free training. He had to test the performance of these modules. And while Chin was choosing to play football in the middle of the night, 2 pieces of news from England sent Chinese fans who had just crawled out of bed to get ready for work or school into a frenzy. First piece: 2 goals and 1 assist. Chin's perfect performance helps Brentford defeat Rotherham. Second piece: is it true? Daily Telegraph reporter Ramsey revealed that the rapidly rising Brentford midfielder, the 18-year-old Chinese-English mixed race player with 4 goals and 3 assists in 2 games, Chin might choose the England national team. Pictures and proof. Southgate was at Griffin Park. Chinese fans were first angry. Who made up this fake news? Then they panicked. Because more and more media outlets were republishing the story. Could it be? Possibly. Was it true? Soon countless fans and netizens flooded the official website and Weibo of the Chinese Football Association, demanding that the association act quickly. But the fans didn't get a statement or guarantee from the FA. What met their eyes was a lengthy essay. On the morning of April 28, London time, which corresponds to the afternoon in China, the Chinese Football Association issued a statement on Weibo regarding the national team's naturalization training. This statement has a somewhat essay-like style. Its essence can be summarized in 4 main points. We provided him with a deeper opportunity for communication. Who would have thought he directly backed down? Sources reveal that Chin is just a step away from joining the team. No, don't spread rumors. The national team selects players based on their abilities, and if the ability isn't there, one cannot join. Is there any financial transaction involved? Absolutely not. Our association detests evil. Will Chin be invited to join the national team? We will consider it carefully. We are willing to maintain a positive communication relationship with Chin. Of course, Chin, who was receiving a muscle massage in the team's medical room, saw these messages. Maintain a positive communication relationship. What a joke. Chin directly turned off the screen of his phone. Out of sight, out of mind. Work with me. Do you filthy people deserve it? The Chinese Football Association's response quickly trended on Weibo, with related hot topics occupying a significant position in the top 50. National team training: Chin 4 goals and 3 assists. The national team's abandoned player shines. In England, my soul was so lively, captured by Chin fans. The national team has no right to choose players. Yanaris and Li Ku. I am also quite confused about this. Chin famous at a young age today. The explosive news in Chinese football clearly belongs to the Chinese Football Association and Chin. Some media personnel and relevant sports platforms reached out to Chin hoping he would accept an interview to respond. However, Chin declined. He had no time to deal with the clown department of the association, nor did he want to create traffic for everyone. He needed to restore his energy and help Brentford win match after match, then get promoted. Just like the trending topics in China, there were also many hot topics related to Chun Chun on the English media platforms. 2 rounds, 4 goals, and 3 assists. Chun is a man-eating hornet. Continuous, brilliant performances. The genius from Brentford caught Southgate's attention. Famous at a young age. Transfer offers related to Chun Chun have already reached 10 million. Competing for his signature. Manchester City, Liverpool, Tottenham, and Chelsea joined the race. It is evident that Chun Chun has become a hot commodity sought after by the entire English football scene. Countless teams and individuals are vying for his trust. Frank, sitting in the office, also saw the related news. Of course, looking at the news is not as quick as seeing the offers in hand. The media reported that the highest offer has reached 10 million, but in reality some teams have already offered 15 million. This 15 million is not just a transfer fee, it includes everything. To maintain relationships between clubs, most teams politely use transfer fees to buy players instead of directly paying release clauses. Look at how Paris aggressively pried Neymar away, while Barcelona has been cursing Paris for many years. Later, to strengthen their squad, Barcelona bought Coutinho for 135 million and Dembele for 135 million. What was the result? No winners. Within that 15 million, 7 million is the transfer fee, acknowledging Chun Chin's contribution of 7 goals in 2 matches. 2 million is the youth training compensation fee. In England, even U8 players have to pay this compensation fee when transferring. Since Chun Chun was promoted from the Brentford youth training team, he naturally falls into this category. The rest consists of performance-related clauses. This means that Chun Chun needs to reach a certain number of appearances in the new club and score a certain number of goals and assists. As long as he meets the clauses, the original club must receive payment immediately. Additionally, this North London club has also offered a loan-a-buy clause. It's a combined approach of both loan and normal transfer. Speaking of loans, there is another hot news in European football recently, which is that Barcelona's Griezmann intends to transfer back to Atletico Madrid. However, Atletico Madrid does not want to buy him outright, they only want to loan him. Since joining Barcelona from Atletico, the Frenchman has not performed well, and he has had conflicts with the club, so Barcelona no longer wants him. But having spent 120 million initially, Barcelona does not want to lose too much, so they have priced the 29-year-old French forward quite high. After several rounds, only Atletico Madrid said they could loan him, if not he would be stuck with Barcelona. Thus Griezmann was loaned back to Atletico. In the loan terms, Barcelona clearly stated that if Griezmann's playing time at Atletico reaches a certain threshold, seemingly 70 minutes, then Atletico must buy him. The buyout fee reached 40 million. Compared to the 120 million transfer fee, this is a significant price cut. However, Atletico cannot afford it. Even if they could afford it, they are unwilling to spend so much to buy him. Therefore, during the loan period, Atletico controlled Griezmann's playing time. If he can be substituted at 66 minutes, he will be substituted at 66 minutes, and it cannot exceed 70 minutes. Thus, in the 21-22 season, Griezmann's playing time at Atletico reached a new low. Before transferring to Barcelona, he was a key player for the team, averaging 87 minutes of playing time. Now he only has 66 minutes. Atletico's operations have left Barcelona in despair. Eventually, seeing that no one was willing to buy Griezmann, Barcelona reluctantly sent him back to Atletico. The transfer fee was only 22 million euros. Back to the point. Regarding this North London club's offer contract, there is one final item: the signing fee. However, this does not count towards the player's salary and transfer fee. The other party just mentioned it. To entice Chun Chun, this Premier League club located in North London is willing to pay a signing fee of 5 million. Sitting in the office looking at the various offers on his desk, Frank closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. The Dane felt very helpless. There was no way a Brentford was too small a club to accommodate Chun Chun's lofty ambitions. Ultimately, he would have to be sold. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Klaus Nielga entered. Boss, the offers from Manchester City and Liverpool have arrived. Nielga placed 2 offers in front of Frank. Frank took the folder. 2,000. 1,900. Wow. They are both more generous than Arsenal. Indeed, that North London team is Arsenal, coached by Arteta. Kroenke has always been criticized by fans and the public as a miser. However, this summer transfer window, Kroenke is willing to spend more money for the team. Why? Simply because Arsenal's performance this season has been too poor. Last season, after Arteta took over midway, Arsenal's overall performance was not good, finishing 8th in the league. But thankfully, they won the FA Cup against Chelsea, allowing them to participate in the Europa League. This season, they lost to Southampton in the FA Cup, lost to Manchester City in the League Cup, and in the recent Europa League semi-finals they lost to Villarreal. Now they sit 9th in the league, meaning Arsenal's season is effectively over. It's no wonder fans joke that Arsenal, AC Milan and Manchester United are the 3 brothers of the Moutai factory. However, the older brother Milan is 2nd in the league and has Champions League matches, and the second brother Manchester United is also 2nd in the league and has Champions League matches. Only the younger brother Arsenal wants to say, I am the same, but they are 8th. How can it be the same? Even getting into the Europa League is a struggle. Frank instructed Nergard to collect all the offer information. Brentford would not be conducting any transfer deals just yet. One reason was that the transfer window had not opened. Another was that if Chun was clearly set to enter the England national team, then announcing the news before proceeding with a transfer would surely yield greater profits. In 2018, the rising French superstar Mbappé cost Paris Saint-Germain a staggering $180 million. Even if Chun could not match Mbappe's caliber back, then a valuation of $30 million should be reasonable, shouldn't it? Frank thought very clearly since he could not retain Chun, he would delay the transfer as much as possible to maximize the club's interests. The announcement from the Chinese Football Association and the related transfer offer news did not affect Chun. Like all Brentford fans, he was training earnestly and preparing meticulously for the match against Watford. At 2 p.m. London time on May 1st, or at the Brentford Community Stadium. Today the Bees would host the Hornets Watford, who had already secured their promotion to the Premier League. Compared to the previous two rounds against Bournemouth and Rotherham, Watford was undoubtedly Brentford's toughest opponent in the final stretch of the league season. At yesterday's pre-match press conference, Frank spoke at length with the journalists. Topics included his outlook on the match, thoughts on the subsequent playoffs, and of course many questions revolved around Chun. Watford's manager Xisco Munoz had no desire to answer any questions. In truth, if it were possible, he would rather not play these last two matches. But skipping the matches was out of the question. After answering a few questions about his own players' transfers, and Chun Munoz promptly left the press conference. When the starting lineups were revealed, Frank was absolutely furious. He had fielded his strongest squad, yet Watford showed no intention of playing attacking beautiful football. 6 of their 11 starters were substitutes. From a certain perspective, this was an insult to Brentford. So in the locker room, Frank emphasized for the first time that today there would be no assists. Everyone was to go for goal. Watford is feeling overly complacent. Very well. At Griffin Park, well, hand them a crushing defeat. The match soon began. Brentford showed no intention of testing their opponents. They went straight for the attack. In the second minute, Chun assisted Ivan Toney for a tap-in goal. The score became 10. In the 8th minute, it was Chun again. This time, after dribbling past 2 defenders, he chose to play a through ball. Ivan Toney did not take the shot himself, but instead squared the ball to Fours on the left. The Finnish striker aimed for the far post, but struck the near post. Frank on the sidelines was overjoyed. Yet it was not the elation of a goal that moved him, but the delightful discovery of a remarkable improvement in Chun's footwork. In the realm of short passes, Chun boasted a perfect success rate in the first 10 minutes of the match. Moreover, these were not merely horizontal passes or backward returns. Out of these 10 short passes, 8 were directed forward. Just like the previous game, Chun was positioned as an attacking midfielder today. 2 Danish players, Mathias Jensen and Bystrup, coordinated with him in the midfield. Jannert's performance in training matches was inferior to Bystrup's, hence he was relegated to the substitutes bench. Today, Jensen and Bystrup played with remarkable ease. Every pass from Chun found them with unerring precision, which was undeniably a source of comfort. It could be said that Chun's technical skills far surpassed those of his teammates. The thought alone was chilling. What difference was there between Chun's peerless short-passing ability combined with his panoramic vision and Prime Xavi taking the field himself? At the 17th minute, Brentford's tiki-taka emerged. With a few swift passes, the Bees threaded the ball into the opponent's net. Chun created and finished his own opportunity. A gentle push of the ball sliced through Watford's fragile defense. At the 26th minute, Chun successfully created a penalty, and Ivan Toney slotted it home. Munoz on the sidelines was utterly terrified by Brentford. He had imagined losing, but not by such a staggering scoreline. Watford quickly made a substitution to adjust. In the 32nd minute, defender Troost-Ekong and midfielder Lazaya were substituted off. The team's main striker Andre Gray and key midfielder Cleverley came on as replacements. Cleverley was considered a Watford legend. After retiring, he coached Watford's U18 team before becoming the club's interim manager. He eventually secured a permanent position in the 24-25 season, becoming Watford's official head coach. However, Watford's performance in the new season was somewhat mediocre, having earned only 1 point in the last 3 matches. If they lost a few more games, Cleverley might end up as short-lived a manager as his predecessor Ismail. With these two on the field, Watford finally managed to steady themselves. But it was far from enough. In the 43rd minute of the match, Roerslev was brought down by Watford's left midfielder Gosling while sprinting down the flank. Gosling received a yellow card. Brentford earned a free kick. Chun stepped up to take it without hesitation. Mathias Jensen, who was originally set to take the free kick, had no intention of contesting with Chun. After all, this guy was simply too dazzling in daily training. Out of 10 free kick attempts, 9 perfectly cleared the wall and flew toward the goal. Except for David Reyes' heroic saves that blocked 8, all other shots found the net. His accuracy in targeting the corners exceeded 75. His accuracy in targeting the goal was 95. The other 5 were due to shots hitting the crossbar and bouncing back or grazing past it. No wonder De Silva, who was doing solo recovery training, stared blankly and sighed to the heavens. He muttered about how he had only been injured for a month, yet his position was already gone when he returned. In truth, De Silva's starting position was still secure. Bijstrup and Janelt were the ones who truly suffered. Beep. The referee blew his whistle. Combining countless free-kick training results from the team with the system-granted crescent moonblade, Chen once again unleashed a stunning free kick. Though it wasn't the aesthetically perfect crescent moon blade, it was enough to shine at Griffin Park. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. Brentford Community Stadium erupted into a sea of jubilation. In truth, before the match, not even the Bees supporters held much faith in their own team, while even Watford's fans were more optimistic about them. Yet optimism aside, every fan still stood firmly behind their own side. But who could have anticipated such a devastating defeat? By halftime, a considerable number of Watford supporters had already vacated the stands. They simply could not bear to watch any longer. As the second half commenced, Frank substituted Chen off the pitch. With the score at 50, the outcome was already sealed. There was no need to keep Chen on the field, risking potential injury. Who knew if the enraged opponents might suddenly lash out and land a vicious tackle on him? Mikola Kakarovic came on to replace Chen. Although Brentford's possession rate dipped, their hunger for goals showed no sign of waning. In the 66th minute, substitute Mikola Kakarovic suddenly unleashed a long-range strike. Watford's goalkeeper, the 26-year-old Daniel Bachmann, managed to get a hand to the ball, but he spilled it. Sergi Canos, lurking at the near post, seized the opportunity and slammed the ball home with a sharp stab. Now, not only were the scattered Watford fans who had come to watch the match leaving, but even many of the loyal supporters who had traveled with the team were departing as well. Munoz could never have imagined that a single player could have such a tremendous impact on a team's morale and strength. In their first encounter, the match had only ended in an 11 draw. When the final whistle blew, Brentford crushed Watford 61 on their home turf. Chen, who single-handedly created 4 goals with 2 goals and an assist, was once again named the MVP of the match. Just as the fans were still filing out of the Brentford Community Stadium, Chelsea FC, from the same London city, sent a fax directly officially making an offer for Chen by triggering his release clause. Upon learning the news, Frank's eyes widened in shock. What? Had Abramovich struck gold in Moscow? Or was it in Kiev? Of course, saying that ABBA had struck gold was merely a jest. As the helmsman of Chelsea and the trailblazer of Premier League petrodollar football, ABBA was never short of funds. In 2003, ABBA acquired Chelsea, then mired in debt. His arrival propelled this English club into the ranks of the elite. The influx of cash from the Russian tycoon revived Chelsea overnight. The Blues began brandishing their checkbook in the transfer market, making lavish purchases. Makelele Varane and Joe Cole joined in succession. Then in 2005, the Buffalo Eschen transferred to the Blues for a fee of €24 million. This price tag made Eschen the highest profile signing in English football that year. It is no exaggeration to say that €24 million would still be considered a significant investment in the 24-25 season. Moreover, even during the pandemic-affected summer window of 2020, ABBA did not hold back. He continued to pour $200 million into the transfer pool, bringing in Havertz, Werner, Chilwell, and Ziyech for the team. It could be said that triggering Chen's $30 million release clause was a trivial matter. However, the impact on Frank was still considerable. After all, since he took charge of Brentford, the highest-priced transfer players he had dealt with were only Ivan Toney for $5.6 million and Mbeumo for $6.5 million. Frank couldn't make the decision alone, so he reported the matter to Benham. Benham rambled on, but the core message boiled down to 2 points. First, do not sell to that bastard from Brighton. Second, Chen was about to become an England international. Making money was secondary, ensuring he had a comfortable transfer was paramount. After all, no matter how much profit a transfer window brought, it couldn't match the money Benham made from his betting operations. It was better to build good relationships with all parties for the future. Frank understood. He stated that he would present all the offer contracts to Chen and let him choose. Benham nodded, then said it could be done, but not now. For the moment, they had several crucial matches to play. They couldn't afford to distract the most stinging hornet in Brentford. After the match against Watford, Brentford's final league game was scheduled for 7 days later. Consequently, the Bees players were given 2 days off. While other players left the base to relax and have fun, only David Raya stayed behind to practice with Chen. Well, truth be told, it was just 2 single guys finding something to do out of sheer boredom. Although David Raya was pained by yet another missed clean sheet bonus, fortunately his few good performances in the match had caught the attention of other clubs. Watford might have only scored 1 goal, but that didn't mean they hadn't attempted other shots. It was also due to David Raya's sharp focus that the scoreline didn't become something like 63 or 64. Correspondingly, Brentford also had numerous shots. If the Bees hadn't become a bit too casual towards the end today, might have witnessed a 91 massacre. Stoke City and Coventry City, both in the Championship, extended an olive branch to David Raya. Additionally, Premier League side Leeds United also submitted an offer for him. If he were to transfer, David Raya would choose Premier League side Leeds United. After all, they were safe from relegation this season and would be playing Premier League football next year. However, it's worth noting that Leeds United's goalkeeper, the 20-year-old Frenchman Meslier, was firmly established as the starter. It seemed that Leeds intended to use Raya to replace the 33-year-old second-choice keeper Casilla. Thus, David Raya was in a dilemma. The championship clubs were a step down, but Stoke City and Coventry City promised him a pay raise. Going to Leeds United would likely mean being the second choice, but staying at Brentford would also likely mean being the second choice. After all, if the team successfully gained promotion, reinforcements would certainly follow. He wasn't confident he could hold on to the starting position in the ensuing competition. After being fooled by Chun during a few unknown breakaways, David Raya sat down panting, waving his hand to signal he was done practicing. Chun handed Raya a bottle of water and asked, "Already had enough?" David Raya didn't answer him. Instead, he looked at the sky and asked in return, "Chun, what do you think is the meaning of life?" Just outside our training base are the Thames and the Brent. Go ahead. If you're troubled by so much sorrow, a single leap can end all your woes. Hey, dude. Listen, I came to ask your advice. I mean, I don't have a clear idea, so I need you to help me figure it out. Chun sat down, nodded, and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Oh, it's like this. David Raya recounted his hesitation to Chun. Chun knew David Raya's future trajectory, so he said, "Stay at Brentford. Trust me, even if we get promoted, you will be valued by Frank." Raya seemed about to speak, but hesitated. Chun said it for him. "What you're worried about is either becoming the second choice or us failing to get promoted. I understand your concerns. I can't explain it to you because it's hard to describe, but I want to say that Brentford's tactics suit your style perfectly. Modern football relies more and more on the goalkeeper's performance. In Frank's 3-4-3 formation, you will definitely get plenty of opportunities on the ball and exposure. If you perform well enough, maybe one day you might even be bought directly by one of the big six. You need to have confidence in yourself. You are already strong. After a bit more practice at Griffin Park, you'll be better than Ederson, Alisson, and De Gea. By the way, which team do you like?" David Raya felt a bit shy from Chun's praise. Was he really that good? Raya took a sip of water and replied, "I really admire Arsenal. Their goalkeeper, the German Leno, has very quick reflexes on the ground. There's a lot I can learn from him." Chun snapped his fingers. "Okay, it matches up." "What matches up?" "Nothing. Have you rested enough? I want to practice some free kicks near the touchline." "No more practice, no more. I'm too tired today." "The media is right. You really are a stinging hornet. You even sting your own teammates." Soon the date arrived on May 8th. It was the 46th and final round of the 2020-21 EFL Championship season. All 24 teams kicked off simultaneously for this round of matches. The playoff zone held little suspense as the 4 teams had long been decided. However, the relegation zone was full of drama. Looking at the standings, bottom-placed Sheffield Wednesday had 40 points, second last Wycombe Wanderers also had 40 points, Rotherham United in third last had 41 points, and Derby County in fourth last had only 43 points. Theoretically, Derby County faced the possibility of relegation. However, in their final match, they would host Sheffield Wednesday at home. Setting aside the will to win purely in terms of strength, the bottom-placed team was arguably the easiest opponent. But Sheffield Wednesday also had a chance to avoid relegation. This gift might just backfire and sting Derby County. Bournemouth secured their place in the promotion playoffs after winning their previous match. Their opponent in the playoffs would be Brentford, the very team that had defeated them 51 just a few rounds ago. What a small world indeed. The other matchups would be between 4th-placed Swansea and 5th-placed Barnsley. At the pre-match press conference before Bournemouth's game against Stoke City, Woodgate did not dwell much on the match against Stoke. Instead, he focused his attention on the upcoming two-leg tie against Brentford. Woodgate stated, "I already know Frank's tactics. Trust me, this time Frank's team won't have an easy time at the Vitality Stadium. They are a team that loves high-tempo, high-pressing football. I have studied them. We are prepared for them. I believe that only we will be the ones setting foot on the Wembley pitch." At his own pre-match press conference before the game against Bristol City, Frank was also asked about the matter. Since Woodgate's press conference concluded earlier, the media reporters, always eager to stir up drama, had gathered the relevant news. They quickly compiled the information and posed a question to Frank at the very end of his own press conference. Woodgate said, "We wouldn't have an easy time at the Vitality Stadium, but we had a great time there last time my players scored 5 goals, and that only they would set foot on Wembley." Wow, Frank chuckled a few times before continuing. "Chun told me a saying, pass 5 passes and slay 6 generals. It's about a legendary ancient warrior from China who passed through 5 cities and slew 6 generals. Well, I'm not sure if that's exactly right, but that's the gist of it. But regardless of whether I got it right, I think Chin's point is spot on. Right now we are that General Guan. Bournemouth, Rotherham, Watford, and Bristol City are the first 4 generals. Then Bournemouth in the playoffs, and our final opponent at Wembley are the 5th and 6th generals. What am I trying to say? I'm just saying we will keep winning. At Wembley Stadium, we will successfully secure promotion to the Premier League. Bournemouth, they will only be a stepping stone for us." Bristol City's manager Holden was left utterly speechless. Good heavens. Could you playoff-bound teams at least show some respect to a team that missed out on the playoffs? It was one thing to talk about other matters in the press conference before our game, But why does the trending topic briber have to be followed by Wembley? There was no more time for hesitation. A heavy blow was needed. Holden's bold declarations ultimately could not change the course of the match. The first half was uneventful for both sides with no goals scored. But when Chun Matthias Jensen and Mikkel Damsgaard came on in the second half, the tide of the game was completely turned. In the 56th minute, Chun delivered a precise low-driven curling through ball perfectly, finding Ivan Toney, who had made a forward run. The English star gently slotted the ball home. Then in the 65th minute, Foch was fouled as he was tackled to the ground. The referee awarded a yellow card to the opponent and a free kick to the Bees. David Reyes' eyes lit up. This free kick position was exactly what they had been practicing these past few days. However, Chun did not choose to shoot directly as they did in daily training. Instead, he slightly reduced the ball's speed and aimed for the far post. Captain Jansen, joining the free kick attack, outjumped Bristol City's left back, Jay Da Silva. A header at goal. Goalkeeper Daniel Bentley was too late to react. At that moment, both Frank and Holden on the sidelines made substitutions. For Brentford, they replaced the injured Foch, who had been hesitant to exert himself after getting up, and Canoes. They brought on midfielders Maghoma and Bystrup. Frank's intention was clear to switch to a 352 formation and focus on defense. Although Brentford were superior to Bournemouth in terms of strength, this was a playoff match. Frank had to consider adopting a defensive stance at the opponent's home ground. Win if possible, but at least secure a draw, and then defeat Bournemouth back at home. A 51 scoreline in the league only highlighted the gap in quality between the two teams. However, in the promotion playoffs with home advantage and the potential 100 million reward for promotion, even a League Two team would fight tooth and nail against the championship side. For instance, just a few months ago on January 20th, Real Madrid suffered a shocking defeat to Alcoyano, a Segunda División B team, in the third round of the Copa del Rey. In that match, Vinicius Vázquez, Isco, Casemiro, Valverde, Marcelo, and Militao all started. In the second half, Benzema, Asensio, Toni Kroos, and Hazard all came on. Yet, even with a full-strength lineup in the second half, Real Madrid was still overturned by their opponents. One can only say never underestimate the morale-boosting bond of underdogs. Thus, Frank's idea was to use Bristol City as a sparring partner to practice defensive formations. Ultimately, as Chun took a corner kick in stoppage time and Matthias Jensen headed it home, Brentford secured a resounding victory over Bristol City at Ashton Gate. Chun provided 2 assists. He was named man of the match once again. Moreover, both his goal and assist tallies had reached 6. What awaited them next was the upcoming promotion playoffs. However, the playoffs would not commence for another 10 days, granting Chun and the team 3 days of rest. Due to Brentford's higher ranking, the Bees would first travel to the Vitality Stadium to face Bournemouth, then host them at their own ground. Playing away first and then at home. This was the sole advantage for the higher-ranked team. The same applied to 4th-placed Swansea and 5th-placed Barnsley. Swansea would also play away first and then at home. During these 3 days of rest, Chun had only 2.5 days of actual break, with half a day dedicated to filming a documentary for the club. It was said to be a documentary about their promotion journey. Later, Frank told Chun that a club staff member would specifically follow him during the playoffs to capture his performances, all of which would be included in the documentary. The Dane urged Chun to showcase his best form. Chun acknowledged the instruction. Subsequently, he met his program director at the training ground outside. Literally translated as project director, but in this context it referred to a follow PD, akin to the term used in variety shows for a supervising director. This PD was a local Londoner with a full beard. Chun looked at him and felt a pang of regret. Of course, Chun harbored no ill will toward bearded men. He simply lamented why it couldn't have been an attractive, blonde, blue-eyed, curvaceous PD assigned to him instead. That way you film me, I film you. How wonderful that would be. As long as we didn't carelessly save it on a computer only for it to be discovered by a repair technician. On May 17th, at the Vitality Stadium, the first match of the championship playoffs is about to kick off, marking the 5th-to-last game of the entire 2021 championship season. This stadium, which can only hold 1,200 people, is completely packed today. The entire venue has become a sea of red and black striped Bournemouth fans celebrating joyfully. In the stands today, not only are there celebrities from all walks of life, but also numerous scouts from various national leagues. Keen fans have spotted a few Spanish scouts who have long been involved in English football, and if they are not mistaken, these scouts represent Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. It is obvious that they are all here for Chun. Real Madrid's midfielder Toni Kroos has been in average form recently, and Modric is getting older, so the Bernabeu needs fresh blood. The situation for Barcelona is even more complicated. They have just drawn twice in the league, completely losing their title hopes. It's like being caught in a downpour during a leaking roof. Their key midfielder Dutchman Frenkie de Jong and Spanish midfielder Pedri are both injured. Additionally, Coutinho and Fati also have varying degrees of injuries. Camp Nou needs to bring in personnel for the midfield and forward positions. Atletico Madrid's player structure is fairly normal, so their scouts actually don't need to be here. However, considering that the scouts from Real and Barcelona are here, it feels like something would be missed if Atletico's scouts didn't come as well. Thus, Atletico's scouts are also present. They want to see who exactly is performing at this Vitality Stadium. At this moment, the broadcast cameras have also found these scouts in the stands. Meanwhile, the Chinese fans watching the pirated broadcast are stunned as the commentator mentions this. Wow. Chun is truly on fire now. Even Barcelona and Real Madrid have sent people. Why isn't Atletico mentioned? Is La Liga's top team not worth mentioning? In 3 matches, 6 goals and 6 assists. De Jong didn't dare to play like this when he was dominating Ajax. A rising genius. What is the national team doing? Didn't they say they were in contact? Why is there no movement? The 30th is the start of the World Cup qualifiers. Can Chin make it to the national team? No. It's better if he doesn't join the national team. Li Ku, a key player for Brentford and the team captain, has been directly assimilated by Chinese Super League players and hasn't even made it into Li Tai's training squad. Seriously, let's not involve Chin anymore. Just let the Football Association play in their own little world. Then the live chat began to flood with emotions. After all, it's a pirated broadcast, so they can just criticize it. Meanwhile, more scouts unnoticed are sitting in the stands jotting notes or typing on their phones. Soon, under the watchful eyes of 1200 fans in the stands, both head coaches led their substitute players onto the pitch first. Upon seeing Woodgate step out, the Bournemouth fans erupted in cheers. However, when Frank followed closely behind, the cheers quickly turned into a cacophony of boos. Hiss. Woodgate places great importance on today's match, fielding what he considers his strongest lineup. Bournemouth's lineup today is quite similar to the last match against Brentford, but 3 positions have been adjusted. One is the right winger. Stanislas was injured in the last match, and the Englishman cannot participate today. Woodgate has chosen to let the number 7 forward David Brooks fill this role. However, Welshman Brooks is more adept at attacking and creating threats and struggles with aerial duels and defense compared to Stanislas. In this match, Woodgate aims for a counter-attacking strategy. He said, "We found a way to deal with Brentford, which actually means countering by exploiting spaces behind and between defenders, betting on the double pivot not returning in time. Then Bournemouth can instantly create situations with numerical superiority in certain areas." Honestly, if Stanislas hadn't been injured, Brooks wouldn't have had the chance to start. The second adjustment is the defensive midfielder Wilshere. For the same reason, Wilshere's interception effectiveness is not as good as that of Ben Pearson, who is set to start. Finally, in the left-back position, Woodgate replaced Diego Rico with Lloyd Kelly. This change is not due to defense, but rather for offensive reasons. Diego Rico does not possess the same speed and decisiveness in offensive runs as Lloyd. Counterattacking requires speed, and both fullbacks need to sprint forward fiercely. Frank seems to have anticipated that the opponent would play defensively, so he set up a 532 formation. Come on, the ball is yours. In this tactical duel between the 2 head coaches at the start, Frank has a slight edge. Today, Brentford's 2 forwards are Ivan Toney and Force. The 3 midfielders are Fosa Henry Janelt and Matthias Jensen. Chin is not starting today. Frank wants him to conserve energy and bring him on in the second half to overwhelm the opponent. The 5 defenders from left to right are Kanos, Pinnock, Christian, Norgard Jansen, and Rorslev. Kanos, originally a forward, has made his way from forward to midfielder and then to defender. It can be said that wearing the number 7 jersey is somewhat beneath his abilities. The goalkeeper is still David Raya. Before long, with the referee's whistle, the match has commenced. Unlike the previous matches where he sat leisurely on the bench, Frank has been standing on the sidelines directing his players from the very first second of the game. It is evident that Frank's mindset today is vastly different from before. Woodgate is the same. The England manager, who only took charge of Bournemouth in early February, is now looking at the pitch with a serious expression. If the team can achieve promotion successfully, this interim coach could secure a 3-year contract from Bournemouth. This was written into their initial agreement. According to Frank's strategy, the Brentford players on the field begin to compact their formation and play defensively. Meanwhile, Bournemouth, originally playing defensively, must now push forward and engage in high-pressure attacks. Amidst the cheers and support of over 1,000 Bournemouth fans, the Bees are not too disturbed and are playing quite relaxed. The chat in the pirated broadcast room starts to flood. Brentford is playing very comfortably. I think even without Chun, Brentford will definitely make it to Wembley in the end. Bournemouth was relegated from the Premier League last season, so their attack should be good, right? Why are they playing so tentatively? Come on. They're a weak team in the Premier League, playing 541 or even 631 defensively. Asking a defensive team to attack is like asking a right-handed player to play badminton with their left hand. Woodgate must be thinking why Frank is being so annoying. Clearly, in recent rounds they've won decisively, but now he plays defensively against me without attacking. Today is 0-0 draw. No way. 30,000 public funds tomorrow. It's either General Lou or lose something. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, Bournemouth had 65 possession, but the team with the most shots was away team Brentford. The Bees had 6 shots with 4 on target. Meanwhile, the home team Bournemouth only managed a pitiful 4 shots and 1 on target. Woodgate was getting anxious on the sidelines. The 2-wing strategy he envisioned with crosses from the flanks was nowhere to be seen. Instead, his midfielders frequently lost possession in the midfield area, forcing the wide players to quickly push forward to participate in the attack, and then immediately fall back to defend, which was a huge physical drain. Woodgate knew this match would pose a significant physical challenge for the wide players, but who could have anticipated such a considerable test? Though Bournemouth seemed at a disadvantage on the field, it was they who scored first. In the 37th minute, Brentford made a passing error in their own half. Under pressure from Solanke and Danjuma, Roerslev attempted to pass the ball back to goalkeeper David Raya, expecting him to clear it with a long kick. However, his back pass was too weak, allowing Danjuma to intercept the ball. The Dutchman Danjuma gave David Raya no time to react, smashing it into the top corner with a powerful strike. Bournemouth, playing at home, broke the deadlock first. The Vitality Stadium instantly erupted into jubilation. The cherry-clad fans sprang from their seats in an instant. They burst into unrestrained cheers. As they watched Dango Ouattara sprint towards the corner flag with arms outstretched, sliding to his knees in celebration, Woodgate on the sidelines also threw his arms wide and cheered a few times. Then he turned around, exchanging high-fives with his assistants and substitute players one by one. After the high-fives, Woodgate even waved to the fans behind the substitutes bench. Only then did he leisurely return to his seat. Woodgate believed he had found Brentford's weakness. It lay in the right flank, where Jensen and Roerslev played. That young midfielder for Brentford was indeed formidable. But he wasn't on the pitch now. Could he score goals from the sidelines no matter how fierce he was? Moreover, if every Brentford player possessed a level surpassing the Championship, they wouldn't be here. They would be at the celebration banquet, just like Norwich and Watford. With that thought, Woodgate quickly strode to the touchline and shouted to the field, "Ouattara, have Billing coordinate with you to attack the opponent's right flank." Their number 8 Matthias Jensen barely participates in defense. Only Roerslev and Jansen are on the right. Get to the byline. Can you get to the byline? Don't hesitate with your passes. Pearson Cook. Cover quickly, don't give them a chance to play through balls. The spirits of the few hundred traveling Brentford fans were somewhat low. Yet they harbored no blame for the players on the pitch. The match was far from over, everything remained uncertain. They cast their hopeful gazes towards the Brentford substitutes bench. Their eyes fell upon the young Brentford midfielder, the most ferocious hornet of them all, Chun Chun. Frank showed little frustration after conceding the goal. He walked back to the bench and gestured for several players to start warming up. Among them were Chun Chun, Rico, Henry, Mikkel Damsgaard, Brian Bumo, and Mads Roerslev Rasmussen. The moment they saw that mixed-race young man jogging to the sidelines to warm up, the Bournemouth fans fell into an instant hush. Now the man who single-handedly created 4 goals and helped Brentford dominate was about to step onto the pitch. Holy crap. No please. Chun Chun jogged back and forth with his teammates for warm-ups, his gaze fixed on the players from both sides as the match resumed. This Bournemouth side was essentially no different from the one before. The goal came mainly from Brentford's own mistake. In Chun Chun's view, Matthias Jensen shouldn't be playing right midfield. He should be on the left or in the center, where he's more familiar. The Dane excels at passing and orchestrating attacks. If you ask him to defend, it's as good as being half a man short. They should have Janelt or Good, who are better at defending play right midfield, to relieve some pressure off Roerslev. That would have spared the Danish defender such torment and prevented his error under sudden high pressing. But dwelling on it was pointless. Chun Chun licked his lips and glanced at the Bournemouth fans around him, who had begun to sing their anthem. You want to win? Have you asked me? In the final minutes of the first half, both teams played fiercely, yet neither posed a real threat to the opponent's goal. Seeing this, the scouts in the stands shook their heads. Is this the level of the Championship's 3rd and 6th place? If so, that kid who recently made a name for himself with 6 goals and 6 assists in 3 games had nothing to boast about. It seemed luck played a bigger role. Soon as the first half stoppage time ended, the referee immediately blew the whistle to signal halftime. Bournemouth, playing at home, temporarily led Brentford 10. In the locker rooms, both managers quickly adjusted their formations and revised their tactical arrangements. The second half began with a change of sides. The Bees submitted their substitution sheet to the 4th official, who then walked to the sideline and held up the board, signaling Brentford's substitution. Fors Fosa Henry and Roerslev were taken off. Chun Chun Bumo and Rico Henry came on as substitutes. Brentford made 3 substitutions at once. The Chun Chun that the Bees fans had longed for finally stepped onto the pitch. Seeing Chun Chun enter the game, Bournemouth fans' hearts suddenly tightened. Beep beep. The match resumed. Rico Henry, a defender, replaced right back Roerslev. It was a like-for-like substitution. But he didn't stay at right back. As Chun Chun had envisioned, he pushed forward to right midfield. Matthias moved to the center, and Janelt shifted to the left. And Chun Chun, he took up the attacking midfield position. So now Brentford's formation was 4,312, giving Chun Chun immense space to operate in the attacking third. In reality, though, Matthias Jensen wasn't on the same line as Janelt and Rico. The on-field positioning looked more like a 4,222. But Matthias dropped a bit deeper, needing to link the defense and midfield. Woodgate played it safe. Starting from the 46th minute, Bournemouth's formation shifted to a 541. Clearly, they intended to protect their 1-goal lead and secure 3 points. In the 49th minute, Chun Chun delivered a through ball and Bumo turned and struck it. Unfortunately, the shot was tipped over the crossbar by Begovic. A collective groan echoed through the stadium. Brentford fans felt a deep sense of regret. Then applause rang out across the ground. It was the home Bournemouth fans applauding Begovic's brilliant save. Woodgate on the sidelines was also delighted. It seemed Begovic was in fine form today, but one shouldn't jinx it. Bang! Brentford took the corner kick. Matthias floated the ball into the opponent's box. It was headed out by Bournemouth's 185cm centre-back Cook. Chun collected the ball near the edge of the arc. Seeing Chun wind up for a shot, defensive midfielder Lerma jumped to block sideways. But unexpectedly Chun checked his striking motion and used the inside of his right foot to slide a low-through ball. It found Janelt, who had suddenly darted out from the defensive line. The German midfielder didn't let down Chun's divine through ball. He simply pushed it calmly into the net. Begovic couldn't get down quickly to save it. Instead, he lost his balance and stumbled to the ground, becoming a mere backdrop for the goal. Brentford has leveled the score. The Bees have sounded the horn of counterattack. The Brentford fans in the stands wave their arms in jubilation. It has to be Chun. The formidable Hornet strikes again. Woodgate on the sidelines was getting flustered. How could anyone forcefully turn a shot into a pass? Wasn't he afraid of twisting his back? Unless he had intended to pass from the very beginning, not shoot. Woodgate's expression shifted dramatically. After mulling it over carefully, Woodgate finally confirmed it. With so many legs in the box and Lerma jumping to block the shooting lane, that bastard couldn't possibly score. So Chun had truly absolutely planned to pass all along. Woodgate quickly turned back to discuss tactics with his assistants. This match was a must-win for Bournemouth. Woodgate still dreamed of promotion, a 3-year contract extension, and competing with the likes of Guardiola and Klopp. Woodgate's coaching staff hurriedly chattered and discussed tactical arrangements. They also knew that if they failed to beat Brentford at home today, it would be all but over. Heading into the second leg at Griffin Park, Bournemouth truly lacked confidence in victory. On the pitch, the celebrating Brentford players were slowly walking back to the center circle. Chun found Ivan Toney and the newly substituted Mbeumo. "Hey fellas." Chun raised his left hand to cover his mouth, shielding it from the camera. "I need you two to lurk in the opponent's box. Toney, use your height. If I send a high ball, can you receive it?" Ivan Toney patted his chest. "No problem, Chun. As long as you deliver, I swear I'll be where I need to be." Chun nodded, then turned to look at Mbeumo, a member of the French youth squad. Mbeumo had played for France U21, but had yet to debut for the senior French national team. Given the abundance of talent in the Gallic roster's forward line, Mbeumo, holding dual French and Cameroonian nationality, ultimately decided to play for the Cameroon national team. "Drop back a bit, Mbeumo. Drop back. If you see me on the left flank, burst in from the far post. He'll whip an across for you and Toney. As long as you get to the far post, I think scoring the go-ahead goal won't be a problem." Mbeumo nodded repeatedly. "Okay, Chun, I'm with you. Let's move. We aim to secure the advantage in the first leg." Despite Woodgate and his coaching staff determining the team needed to quickly regain momentum and retake the lead, Brentford's fierce attacks prevented them from organizing any decent offense. In the 56th minute, Rico Henry bypassed Matthias Jensen and passed the ball to Janelt. Chun dropped back to receive it. Then the ball came to Chun's feet. With a shoulder drop and a change of direction, Chun bypassed Billing, who tried to intercept him. Immediately after, Chun accelerated and charged forward with the ball. Lerma and Pearson quickly rushed over to shut him down. Chun didn't hesitate, pushing the ball horizontally to Matthias Jensen, who was also sprinting forward on the right. Pearson quickly abandoned his mark on Chun and turned to chase Matthias. Matthias, equally decisive, played a through ball behind Pearson. Chun covered ground in 3 strides and received the ball again. Carter Vickers was marking Ivan Toney unknown. Cook could only wave for left-back Lloyd Kelly to cover while he stepped up to press Chun. Chun didn't tangle with Cook for long. He stepped over the ball with his right foot pushed off and touched it left with his left foot, preparing to dribble past. Cook immediately grabbed and pulled. Chun evaded the pull. Then he quickly dragged the ball back with his left foot, pivoted his body to the right, and without pause darted off to the right side. Pearson immediately rushed back and launched a sliding tackle. There was no hesitation in Pearson's tackle. He aimed to take out either Chun or the ball. "Want the ball? Then leave your leg behind. You're not in the box yet, so we'll just take a yellow card. Want to keep your leg? Then this attack is neutralized." But Pearson's thoughts were rosy, reality was harsh. Seeing Pearson slide, Chun quickly pushed the ball from his right foot to his left, jumping to evade the tackle. Then he immediately pushed the ball from his left foot back to his right, dodging a recovery leg from Cook. Woodgate on the sidelines widened his eyes. "A la croqueta." Frank was stunned too. Chun was dancing on a razor's edge. Chun's move reminded Frank of the Belgian Hazard. In the 1920 season, the Belgian international performed a brilliant solo run and goal against West Ham's double team, capped with a la croqueta dribble. In the end, the Belgian forward smashed it into the far corner. Scored. Perhaps Real Madrid decided to buy him after seeing that dazzling move. And now Chun was in the exact same position as Hazard back then. Could it be? Was Chun about to take a shot too? Frank focused intently on Chun, who was weaving through the opponent's box like a dragon. Would such a miracle occur? All this description took time, but in the blink of an eye Chun was face-to-face with goalkeeper Begovic. After dribbling past Billing Lerma Pearson and Cook Chun had actually considered passing to Mbumo on the right. But Lloyd Kelly was blocking the potential passing lane, making it hard for Mbumo to receive. So Chun decided to take matters into his own hands. Begovic didn't wait idly, he charged off his line decisively. Chun raised his arm and tensed his right foot. Seeing Chun about to shoot, Begovic already close halted his charge. He guessed Chun would aim near, but shoot far, and lunge to his right. But he guessed wrong. Chun aimed far, but shot near, pushing the ball into the near post. Seeing the ball cross the line and nestling into the net, Begovic was filled with regret. The Bosnian goalkeeper pounded the turf, venting his fury. Chun spread his arms and sprinted to the corner flag to celebrate. Then he rose from a sliding knee. Mbumo fished the ball out of the net and booted it high into the sky. Then the 21-year-old rushed to the corner flag, jumped onto Chun back and jeered and taunted the Bournemouth fans on both sides of the corner flag. The Brentford fans in the stands leaped to their feet. They had turned the score around. On the sidelines, Frank and his assistants embraced each other. Indeed, trusting Chun was absolutely the right decision. The scouts in the stands could no longer sit still. Although the level of the match was indeed lower than top-tier leagues, the caliber Chun displayed was far from low. This was simply astonishing. He could dribble, organize attacks, hold his own in physical confrontations, possessed high football intelligence, and his timing for both shots and passes was impeccable. And he was only 18. Who could resist that? Thus, scouts from various clubs hurriedly called their bosses. The central message was singular. Paying the transfer fee for Chun was worthwhile. At that very moment, inside a Chinese streamer's broadcast room, the number of comments surged instantly. See, what did I say? You have to believe in Chun. Heavens, Chun is too fierce. That dribble, that nutmeg. Sheltering heartbroken female fans of Bournemouth. Ha ha ha, my 30,000 public funds are safe, and I can still make over 100,000. Thank you, Brentford. Thank you, Chun. Like a demon descending from the heavens, truly a god of calamity on earth. This Chun, awesome. Woodgate on the sidelines was lost in bewilderment. Just like that, they had taken the lead. Yet before he could snap out of his daze, another goal arrived. After returning to midfield for the kickoff, David Brooks, overly hesitant on the ball, lost possession under a pincer attack from two opponents. Janelt seized the ball, then turned and surged forward as Brentford transitioned from defense to attack. The ball quickly reached Chun's feet. Requelme precision through pass module activated. A highly concealed through pass route materialized in Chun's mind. He seized this fleeting opportunity. The ball traced a beautiful arc across the ground, finding Ivan Toney with pinpoint accuracy. As if rehearsed countless times in training, Ivan Toney controlled the ball and struck in one fluid motion. This explosive shot blasted past Begovic's outstretched fingers and into the net. The Vitality Stadium once again echoed with the cheers of Brentford fans. The home team Bournemouth supporters, however, were plunged into utter silence. Although this 13 defeat looked slightly better than the previous 15 thrashing. But it must be noted that in less than 15 minutes from the start of the second half, the Bees had equalized, overturned the score, and then extended their lead. Their attacking prowess was even fiercer than in that 15 match. On the pitch, Chun spread his arms and pumped his fists toward the Brentford fans in the upper stands. With this goal, Brentford had essentially sealed the victory in today's match. A genius. An absolute genius. In the stands of the Vitality Stadium, Manchester City scout, the Spaniard Tomas Dominguez, couldn't help but exclaim. As a football man who had traversed the entire European football scene, Dominguez had seen countless prodigies. But Chun, who had just delivered a performance of 1 goal and 2 assists on the pitch, was the greatest talent he had ever witnessed. He swore he would persuade Pep Guardiola to sign him, no matter the cost. Beside him, Bruno Guller spoke up. Though I'm new to this scouting profession, I can see that whether in midfield organization or offensive orchestration, he possesses the caliber of a world-class player. Dominguez, this is truly astonishing. I think I should call Jurgen Klopp right now. Damn it. Dominguez was somewhat annoyed. He had been so excited that he forgot this guy was also here. No, I need to notify the boss immediately. So the two men each pulled out their phones and called their respective head coaches. Earlier before the match, following instructions from Guardiola and Klopp, these two scouts from Manchester City and Liverpool in the England region had rushed to the Vitality Stadium for an on-site evaluation of Chun. Like other scouts, the match's quality failed to pique their interest. Throughout the entire first half, Dominguez and Bruno had been chatting. It wasn't until Chun came off the bench that the two fell silent and began to seriously study the game. And these short 15 minutes were 10 times more thrilling than the entire first half. Especially that last pass, a breathtaking, imaginative, low-driven through ball that made Dominguez exclaim genius. At that moment, the two scouts finally understood why Chelsea dared to directly pay the release clause to acquire Chun. That woman, Marina Granovskaya, who held the reins of Chelsea's transfers, possessed an uncanny instinct. She had long foreseen that Chun was a rare talent. At the Vitality Stadium, players from both sides returned to the center circle waiting for the kickoff. Despite being reluctant to accept such a scoreline, Woodgate knew he was now the team's sole pillar. He needed to stay calm and devise the best tactical arrangement. Thus, the English manager showed great decisiveness by substituting the heavily marked forward Dominic Solanke and the underperforming David Brooks, bringing on English forward Jadon Anthony and midfielder Jack Wilshere. It was evident that Woodgate intended to switch to a 442 formation, aiming to improve defensive stability while bolstering the attack. However, this lineup placed considerable demands on the midfielder's stamina, posing a significant challenge for Wilshere and Philip Billing. After the match resumed, Bournemouth began to launch attacks, but most of their efforts were in vain. In the 62nd minute, Billing sent a low cross, but the ball was too high and Jadon Anthony jumped but couldn't reach it. In the 63rd minute, Chen once again assisted Mbeumo to score a goal. Unfortunately, Mbeumo was offside and the goal was disallowed. The Cherries fans breathed a collective sigh of relief. If it had become 14, their promotion dreams would have been dashed. But what was meant to come came. The clock ticked to the 77th minute. Ivan Toney dribbled to the opponent's right byline and then sent in a cross. Following up, Matthias Jensen headed the ball back, teeing it up for Chen, who was temporarily playing as a center forward. Chen leaped high, out-jumping the opposing right center-back Carter Vickers to win the first point. He then powered a header towards the goal, but the ball was hit too centrally and Begovic easily saved it. Chen raised his hand to cover the back of his head, feeling utterly frustrated. After catching the ball, Begovic wanted to launch a quick counterattack, so he ran to the edge of the penalty area and threw the ball forcefully. The Bosnian goalkeeper aimed for Danjuma in the left forward area, but unfortunately the pass was a mistake. The ball was intercepted by Jansen. The Brentford captain, the Swede Pontus Jansson, did not hesitate. From just outside the arc, he wound up and fired a long-range shot. Begovic was too far from his goal and could only watch the ball sail into the net. Woodgate on the sidelines covered his face and knelt to the ground in resignation. Another crushing defeat. Seeing their captain score a long-range shot, all the Brentford players on the field rushed towards Jansen. Ivan Toney hooked his arm around Chen's shoulder, teasing him. "Hey, Chen, you still need to practice your headers. You aimed it too straight." Janelt chimed in from the side. No, that wasn't just aiming it straight. That was heading it right into the goalkeeper's arms. Who knew our prodigy also has something he's not so good at? Wow, what a scoop. Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation, waving his hand to signal them to stop. He silently resolved to drag David Raya into extra practice when they got back to the club. Ultimately, Woodgate abandoned all unrealistic thoughts of chasing the score. He called over his assistant coach and conveyed his substitution plans. The assistant coach then hurried to communicate with the fourth official. Defenders Mepham and Stacey came on and Bournemouth switched to a 532 formation. Seeing the team bring on two defenders in a row, the Cherry fans at the scene were instantly beside themselves. They were trailing on the scoreboard. Why bring on defenders? Bring on forwards. But they came to their senses later. Given Brentford's relentless onslaught, sending on a forward to strengthen the attack was useless. Instead, the opponent could exploit the weakness in their backline to score even more goals. If the score became 16 or 17, then the second leg wouldn't even be worth playing. Seeing the opponent adopt such a formation, Frank was pleased and also made substitutions. Matthias Jensen and Janelt came off while defenders Dalsgaard and Good came on. Frank decided not to attack anymore. Conserving the players' energy was the most important thing now. They had the second leg to play in 3 days back at their home ground. They shouldn't waste their stamina on a parked bus now. During the final moments of stoppage time, Chen sent a corner kick into the box, and Ivan Toney headed the ball into the net. Yet before Ivan Toney could even celebrate by pulling off his shirt, the referee signaled an offensive foul against the goalkeeper, disallowing the goal. Ivan Toney was momentarily stunned, but then he felt a wave of relief. He was grateful he hadn't stripped off his shirt, otherwise a yellow card would have been issued with no way to revoke it, and that would have been a truly bitter pill to swallow. Football's rules clearly state that after a goal review, regardless of whether the goal stands, any yellow card given for removing one's shirt during celebration cannot be rescinded. Once Begovic took the goal kick, the referee blew his whistle. The match ended with Brentford defeating Bournemouth 41 away from home. On social media platforms, countless Bees fans began to fantasize about their team, using Wembley Stadium as a springboard to avenge past defeats, triumph over their final opponent, and ascend to the Premier League. Last year, during the Championship promotion playoffs, Brentford had reached the final at Wembley Stadium. But they suffered a heartbreaking defeat against Fulham, leaving their dreams in tatters at Wembley. Now returning with renewed vigor and even greater strength, they were poised to successfully challenge for a Premier League spot. And all of this was thanks to that 18-year-old prodigy. Some Bournemouth fans, however, scoffed at this notion. Is Chen really that formidable? Is Brentford truly that strong? The Bees fans were left bewildered. What? A 41 defeat still hasn't convinced you? But then the words of the Bournemouth fans plunged the Bees supporters into silence. Is Chen really that good? Then why did they beat us 51 last time, and only 41 this time? IDs say his performance has actually declined. Rubbish. Even neutral fans and supporters of other teams were stunned. This? Well, it does seem oddly logical. Never mind, let's just stay away from these fans. With a combined score of 92 over 2 matches, the Cherry fans seem genuinely driven mad. 1 goal, 2 assists. The Wonder Kid orchestrates a comeback reversal. 5 matches, 7 goals, 8 assists. Premier League teams. Are you afraid? A stunning through ball at the Vitality Stadium. As everyone knows, Kevin De Bruyne is nicknamed Little Chin Chun. Scouts from all corners converge. Analyzing the club's present, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and the Big Six are all conspicuously listed. Bayern's sporting director Ebro, we are open to talking with Chin Chun. PSG coach Pochettino, Paris Saint-Germain is committed to developing young talent. Sporting director Campos will fly to London to meet with Benham. We are very interested in Chin Chun. Going all out. Chelsea Football Club states they will do everything to sign Chin Chun. After the match, a stream of sports news flooded major platforms, many occupying headline-scrolling news slots. In an instant, countless fans learned of this prodigy helping his team battle through the promotion playoffs. His record of 7 goals and 8 assists in 5 matches left many supporters utterly incredulous. Perhaps goals alone don't tell the full story. After all, scoring 7 in 4 games is achievable for some. Let's put it another way. What if I said he had a hand in 15 goals in just 5 matches? Chin Chin's brilliant performances captured the attention of countless observers. During the pre-match press conferences for the 37th round of the Premier League, several managers expressed their interest in him. Chelsea manager Tuchel, who had been the first to confirm to Brentford that they would trigger Chin Chin's release clause, stated in his pre-match press conference, "Chun is a genius. His vision and ball control are exceptionally strong. With Zappacosta and Drinkwater confirmed to leave this summer, we need reinforcements in midfield. Chun is the best choice." At Manchester City's pre-match press conference ahead of their game against Brighton, Guardiola was also asked about this. "Are you talking about Chun? He's fantastic. My scouts have assured me of his immense quality. I've watched his match footage. If you covered his face, I'd think Kevin was playing in the Championship. Will I join the race to sign him? Why not? Manchester City is one of the strongest clubs in the world. I guarantee that if Chun comes to City, his growth ceiling will be much higher than Kevin's. You know we are league champions. Next season, Chun can help us defend our title. How much are we willing to pay in transfer fees?" Chairman Mansour will give you the answer. At Liverpool's pre-match press conference before facing Burnley, Klopp said, "Shaqiri is confirmed to be transferring to Lyon, and Wijnaldum has also communicated with me. He will leave Anfield this summer. As for Grujic and Ben Woodburn, they will be loaned out. We also need to strengthen our midfield through signings. Apart from the established midfielders on the market, I really like this 18-year-old kid. This summer we need to buy many players. Next season, Manchester City won't be the only dominant force." He'll have a chat with Chairman Werner. We need to take action. In this age of networked information, these messages quickly spread across the globe. Countless fans, and even casual observers, learned of Chun Chin's existence. Of course, China was no exception. Guan Tian was now consumed by regret. If he had known this kid was a money tree that could sprout even more money, he would have welded the door shut rather than let Chun Chin leave the training camp. Damn it, he had been momentarily blinded by greed. Why had he fixated on that 2 million? With Chun Chin's current fame and skills, it was worth how many times 2 million? Just then, Guan Tian's direct superior Chun Liang, the Deputy Secretary General of the Football Association and Director of the National Team Management Department, called to ask what was going on. Could Guan Tian admit that the deal fell through because they couldn't agree on money and the kid quit on his own? So Guan Tian replied to his boss, Secretary Chen, "This Chun Chin withdrew due to insufficient technical ability. The relevant training data can support this." Chun Liang didn't bother with these explanations. He ordered Guan Tian to immediately arrange personnel to go to London and talk to Chin Chun about joining the national team. Guan Tian's face was full of bitterness. While secretary, there are reports from London that Chun Chun might join the England national team, and he. Chun Liang waved his hand dismissively, but realizing Guan Tian couldn't see him over the phone, he interrupted, "How do you know it's impossible without trying? Since he came to the training camp, it shows he still has some desire to play for the national team." Guan Tian could only hastily agree. Then Chun Liang hung up. Without further delay, Guan Tian selected a few assistants first to get their passports processed, then to book the earliest flight to London. In truth, Guan Tian didn't know that Chun Liang had no intention of actually recruiting Chin Chun. Given Chin Chin's current performance, exposure, or status, this Deputy Secretary General should have been leading the delegation to London himself. Instead of sending a subordinate, Chun Liang had already made up his mind. If Chin Chun returned to join the national team, all problems and public opinion would vanish. Everyone would be happy, and the national team's results would keep improving. It would be even better if he could snag a share of Chun Chin's endorsement deals. If Chun Chin refused to come back and join the national team, then the blame would simply be shifted onto Guan Tian. It would never affect him or the programmer. Far away in London, Chin Chun was oblivious to what was happening in China. At that moment, he was training step by step with the team. He was diligently preparing for the second leg against Bournemouth and the impending battle at Wembley. On the morning of May 21st, Brentford completed their final collective training session before the match against Bournemouth. After announcing the squad for the following day, Frank asked Chun Chun to stay behind. Chin was somewhat puzzled. Frank indicated that someone wanted to have a word with him. Together, they went to the club's meeting room, and upon knocking and entering, the first person he saw was the club chairman Cliff Bauer. And then, the manager of Manchester City Football Club, the Spaniard Josep Guardiola. Chin was not surprised that Manchester City was interested in him. What surprised him was that Manchester City had not sent a mere fax, but that Guardiola himself had come in person. It was well known that privately contacting a player violated UEFA regulations. However, in this era of moral decay, few adhered to such rules. Biles, a veteran scout who had worked with Ferguson for 14 years, once said a classic line: private contact is not allowed, but everyone does it. That's the scout's survival code. Don't be surprised though, otherwise where would the here we go transfer news come from on the first day of the transfer window? Were they negotiated and completed on the same day? Of course not. In fact, many deals were already finalized before the transfer window opened. Some behind-the-scenes maneuvers and negotiations were fully wrapped up even before the previous window. For instance, in the 2013 summer window, Icardi reached a transfer agreement with Inter Milan. But that deal wasn't struck in that summer window. It was finalized before the previous window, meaning before the winter window. Icardi's agent personally told Romano that the player would join Inter in the summer, not the winter. Guardiola raised an eyebrow and gestured for Chin to sit down. Chin, I think we need to have a serious talk. Chin sat down. Frank and Bauer stepped out of the room. Brentford and Manchester City had largely reached an agreement. Now it was up to Guardiola to convince Chin himself. Of course, the Bees were also in contact with other clubs. If Guardiola failed, others would come to talk to Chin. For instance, Gustavo Lopez, Simeone's assistant coach, had already arrived in London. If Chin decided to join Manchester City, the club would handle sending Gustavo away. Since Atletico Madrid was prepared to pay the transfer fee rather than the release clause, the club had the right to reject the offer and make him leave. But if Atletico paid the release clause, Brentford would need to consult Chin before letting Gustavo go. I've watched your last few games, Guardiola began. Guardiola spoke first. Honestly, they were brilliant. I told the reporters that if I covered your face, I'd think it was Kevin playing. Your turn and hook shot was incredibly imaginative. And that through ball a few days ago was excellent too. You're like a wizard on the pitch, just like Ronaldinho. Passing, orchestrating, attacks instinct. Well, I haven't seen your defensive work yet, but it's clear you have all the traits of a top player. Feeling a bit thirsty, Guardiola took a few gulps from a water bottle beside him, then continued, what I'm saying is I want to sign you on behalf of Manchester City Football Club. Now let me first lay out what Manchester City can offer, and then you can share your thoughts. Guardiola glanced at his watch. We have plenty of time, or I hope we can have a pleasant chat. Guardiola then detailed the salary and bonus structure Manchester City could provide Chin after joining, along with discussions on contract length and image rights. After hearing everything, Chin smiled. I really like Manchester City, and I greatly admire your coaching, sir. I'm very interested in the terms you've proposed. I think I'm willing to join Manchester City. Guardiola was overjoyed. The Spaniard stood up and extended his hand to shake Chin's. Chin, you've made a very wise choice. Then let's sign a letter of intent now. Soon a letter of intent was placed before them. This document held little real significance, more like a gentleman's agreement. If Chin were to join another club at the last minute, there would be little Guardiola could do. Still, Guardiola trusted that Chin would make the best decision. Manchester City was the premier club in English football. In the Champions League, they had historically reached the final. It could be said that Manchester City was the most dazzling star in European football this year. After signing the agreement, Guardiola again extended his hand to shake Chin's. Chin, I look forward to the day you officially join. There are many England internationals at Manchester City. Perhaps after the playoff matches in a few days you can come visit the youth training base. Chin understood Guardiola's implication. He was referring to Chin's potential selection for the England national team. Many insiders knew that Southgate highly favored Chin. Everyone understood that this 18-year-old young talent would likely be named in the preliminary squad for the England national team heading to the European Championship this year. Whether he would make the final squad depended on his form at the time. There are many England internationals at Manchester City, referred to Foden, Sterling, Stones, and Kyle Walker. Chin could communicate with them in advance to avoid feeling out of place and playing hesitantly, which might compromise his training performance. Chin replied with a teasing tone, "I'll come and visit Mr. Guardiola. Just hope the security doesn't kick me out as an intruder." Was that a bad joke? Huh. Just call me when you come, and he'll personally pick you up at the gate. Let's leave it at that for now, kid. See you at the Etihad. Alright. See you at the Etihad. Upon learning that Chin had decided to join Manchester City, Frank felt a mix of joy and pain. The pain came from knowing he would no longer be able to coach this young talent destined to become a superstar in the next season. Though he had always known, the reality still left him melancholic. The joy was akin to a teacher seeing a student admitted to Cambridge or Oxford. Frank realized that as a championship manager, he had a player who had gotten into Manchester City, the Cambridge or Oxford of football. No one would wish for their former players to not go to better clubs. It was a recognition of the player's ability and a testament to the coach's skill. Of course, Frank didn't think he had done much. It was all thanks to the kid's own efforts. Around noon, Chin went to the club canteen for lunch. Now Chin had two pending matters. One was the upcoming 2 playoff matches, and the other was that before officially signing with Manchester City, he needed to find a suitable agent. Choosing the right agent could greatly benefit a player's entire career. For example, Pogba and Ibrahimovic's agent Raiola, or Ronaldo and Di Maria's agent Mendes. Though they were seen as greedy figures by clubs and the media, in the eyes of players they were masters at securing the best interests for them. But it was pointless to dwell on this now, though he would see how things went after the playoffs. On May 22nd at 1:00 p.m. at Brentford Community Stadium, tickets for today's match had sold out immediately upon release. After all, it was the final home game of the season for Brentford, and the excitement was palpable. Today was a big day for the town of Brentford. Countless fans and residents set aside their work and rushed to the Brentford Community Stadium. Those with tickets entered the stadium, while those without had to gather outside in groups to watch the big screen. Those who couldn't squeeze in to see the screen either went home to watch on TV or headed to pubs and restaurants to order a beer and a meal, gathering together to watch the match. It was all about the atmosphere. Today the Brentford Community Stadium was a sea of red and white. Since Bournemouth's jersey also predominantly features red, the few hundred traveling Bournemouth fans blended seamlessly into the home supporters. Without scrutinizing the differences in stripes, it was hard to tell where the away fans were seated. From the broadcast angle, there was no distinction between the Cherries fans in Redan black stripes and the Bees fans in Redan white stripes. Before the playoff final, there was no broadcasting rights in the Chinese region. So to watch Chin Chin's match, Chinese fans had to resort to their own resourceful methods. Guan Tian arrived in London with his entourage in the early hours. Without much rest, he rushed straight to the Brentford Community Stadium with his men. Due to the match's immense popularity, they had to pay a premium for the tickets. Upon entering, Guan Tian saw countless fans wearing the number 28 jersey, Chin Chin's number at Brentford. There were even fans wearing custom-printed number 28 Three Lions jerseys. A staff member from the Football Association beside Guan Tian whispered, "Chin Chin is very popular among the local fans." Guan Tian heard his subordinate's words, and his expression soured. It wasn't because of the chatter, but because a sudden realization struck him. If the local fans adore him, and he has the potential to join the Three Lions, who would be willing to join a national team that celebrates a victory over the Maldives. On top of that, he had previously threatened Chin Chin. Guan Tian cursed inwardly. This was bad, his mission would be in vain. But since he was already here, he had to at least try. Worst case, a deputy division-level cadre will kneel and apologize to him. Would that be enough? Or do I have to kowtow? Guan Tian and his men quickly found their seats. London in May was rather hot. Under the scorching sun, a few men in suits and ties appearing in the stadium stands was indeed quite out of place. After all, everyone dressed for comfort. Some female fans even wore just a sticker under their Redan white striped jerseys. The bouncing sight stirred Guan Tian's inner desires. He thought of his kept mistress and resolved to show her his affection passionately upon his return. Soon, amid the cheers of the entire stadium, the two managers emerged first, followed by their respective substitutes. Woo! The decibel level in the venue instantly shot up several notches. It was because the fans saw Chin Chin walking out alongside Frank. The fierce Hornet received the loudest support from the home crowd. Behind Chin Chin were Matthias Jensen and Norgard, who were substitutes today. After all, there was still a tough battle awaiting them at Wembley. When the starting lineup was released before the match, Woodgate suddenly grew a bit excited. God has opened his eyes. Frank has given them a chance. Bournemouth's confidence swelled at the prospect of turning the tide at Griffin Park. They yearned to replicate the miracle of Camp Nou. However, Brentford was not Paris Saint-Germain, and Bournemouth was no Barcelona. Bournemouth's attack fizzled out at Griffin Park, with plenty of shots, but none on target. They failed to pose any real threat to David Raya. Of course, the semi-reserve lineup of Brentford was equally ineffective. In the 70th minute of the second half, with the ball out of play, Frank made the first substitutions of the match for Brentford. He brought on 3 players at once. Mbeumo replaced Forrest. Chin Chin came on for Marcons, and Matthias Jensen took over for his compatriot Bystrup. Ultimately, thanks to a penalty earned by Chin Chin's long-range shot, Ivan Toney stepped up and slotted it home from 12 yards, giving Brentford a 10-home victory over Bournemouth. They advanced to the final of the playoffs with a 51 aggregate score. The other match between Swansea and Barnsley was scheduled for 8 p.m., but given Swansea's 10 lead from the first leg, the Swans seemed more likely to reach Wembley. If Swansea truly made it to the final, the match would be a spectacle. After all, in the first round of last year's playoffs, Brentford had defeated Swansea to reach Wembley Stadium. But nothing was certain yet. The other ticket to the final would depend on the live performance of Swansea and Barnsley. After the match, Ivan Toney, who scored the only goal, received the MVP trophy for the game. Yet everyone could see that Chin Chin, who earned the penalty with his long-range shot, was the true hero. The Bees were like two different teams with and without him on the pitch. With Chin Chin on the field, as long as they didn't face the Big Six, Brentford had the confidence to trade blows with any other Premier League side. Without Chin Chin, the Bees were like domesticated bees whose stings barely hurt. Afterwards, Chin Chin joined his teammates in a lap of appreciation around the pitch. After this match, Brentford's season had only the playoff final at Wembley Stadium left. And with his departure from Brentford confirmed for the summer, Chin-Chin's appearance as a substitute would be his swan song at the Brentford Community Stadium. The next time they met, they would be opponents. The Bees fans in the stadium understood this. Countless voices began to chant loudly, "Chin-Chin stay." Some short young fans and well-endowed female supporters were in tears. Before long, the initial cacophony of noise unified, and the stadium was filled with the synchronized voices of the Bees fans. When "please to stay" failed, only blessings remained. "Chun, Chun, Chun, all the best. All the best." Guan Tian rose from his seat and said, "Let's go." "Where to, director?" "Where else?" "Back to the hotel." "Do you want to sunbathe here?" "Then. Aren't we going to negotiate?" "In such a hurry." "Then you go ahead." "No, no, no. Director, I was wrong." Guan Tian shot a glance at his subordinate, then led the team out of the Brentford Stadium. Today he was just there to observe. The negotiations would start tomorrow. After the lap of appreciation, Chin-Chin followed his teammates onto the team bus and returned to the training ground. In the multimedia conference room, they watched the entire second leg between Swansea and Barnsley. Ultimately, thanks to the precise interceptions and defense of future 38 million rated English defender Gahi, Swansea held Barnsley to a 0-0 draw at home, advancing to the playoff final with a 10 aggregate score. The Black Swans were set to face their old rivals, the Bees, once again. In the post-match press conference, the Swans manager Welshman Steve Cooper did not mince words. "We will defeat Brentford. Gahi will handle the defense against Chun. We will get our revenge. We will be promoted to the Premier League. Let the domesticated Bees cry." Even before the final had started, Steve was already turning up the heat. Brentford fired back in kind. They posted a message on their official website, which read, "1-year anniversary. This time last year we defeated Swansea 32 and advanced to the Wembley final." To be honest, when Frank realized that representatives from the Chinese Football Association had arrived, a variety of expressions instantly appeared on his face. There was surprise, confusion, and even a mocking sense of "where have you been all this time?" However, more than anything, there was a hair expression. "Back then it was you who rejected Chin-Chun, and now you want to come back to find him." If Frank were Chinese, he would definitely sing back. "Then it was you who wanted to separate, so let's separate now. You want to use true love to coax me back." But frankly, Chin-Chin felt more like that skid opening the lock. When you crash a car, you know to turn to. When stocks rise, you know to buy. When you make a mistake and get sentenced, you know to repent. When a runny nose drips into your mouth, you know to wipe it off. When I kicked out the level, you knew it was here. It's too late. Frank let Guan Tian and his group into the club, but they did not meet Chin-Chun. Chin-Chun didn't want to chat with them at all. That day in Director Guan's office, his heart died. What was there to say? In the end, Guan Tian and his group could only leave the Brentford base in dismay, and the few of them returned to the hotel to discuss countermeasures. They unanimously decided to wait until after the playoff finals before trying again. Guan Tian had lost all hope. He was contemplating how to respond to Vice Secretary General Chun. However, after thinking it over, it was indeed difficult to reply. Chin-Chun wasn't worried at all. After the 2 matches against Bournemouth, Frank gave the team a 2-day break. The day knew not to stretch the players' nerves too tight, otherwise it would backfire. Looking at the youth team, using the first team's training ground outside the window, Frank sighed. In front of him, or rather on the desk in front of him, there were nearly 20 transfer offer contracts piled up. Erik ten Hag, the coach of Ajax, had changed the offer for the 6th time, and the Dutchman seemed to admire Chin-Chun. However, the most frequent changes in offers were not from Ajax, but from Chelsea. The Blues were not only willing to pay the release clause, but also offered a signing fee almost equal to it. Frank swore that if he were Chin-Chun, he would choose Stamford Bridge without hesitation. But unfortunately, he wasn't. Manchester United's offer was the latest to arrive. In the offer, Solskjaer stated that Manchester United would make significant moves in the summer window, and Old Trafford welcomed Chin-Chun's arrival. Frank was very interested in this, and wanted to find out what this big move was. Could it be a record-breaking transfer fee? That didn't seem right. The Red Devils didn't have that much money. In fact, compared to these clubs, Frank appreciated Manchester City a bit more. This was because the Blue Moon had stated in their initial agreement with Brentford that they promised to provide Brentford with a share of the future transfer profits regarding Chin-Chun. The share could reach up to 25. This meant that if Chin-Chun transferred from Manchester City to another team, and that team paid €200 million in transfer fees, Brentford could receive $50 million. Although he hoped Chin-Chun would be happy at Manchester City, Benham didn't think Chin-Chun would stay there for long. It was hard to find a player like the Wolf King Toddy who stayed loyal to one club in today's football. Thus, this agreement was very attractive. Other teams also mentioned profit sharing, but none were as high as Manchester City's. Earlier, Benham had actually thought about discussing contract renewal with Chin-Chun, adjusting the release clause, and then selling him to earn some extra money for the team. However, considering that it might lead to animosity with Chin-Chun, the owner who started in the betting industry dismissed this idea. Looking at the offer contracts in front of him, Frank revealed a satisfied smile. As a coach who had long been involved in small leagues and the championship, this was the first time so many prestigious clubs had presented him with offer contracts. Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and so on. Chun, are you really not planning to reconsider? Why are you sure this is a place to relax? Chen Chen pointed at the beautiful waitress wearing nothing but a bikini and a thong weaving through the crowd. Bro, a bar is the best place for men to relieve stress. You're already 18. Don't be afraid, no uncle will come to check on you. David Raya took a sip from the girl next to him and added, this is a legitimate operating bar, of course what happens outside, I don't know. Honestly, the scene around was quite shocking for Chen Chen's psyche. This bar was full of waitresses with only 3 lines of fabric. Are you telling me this is legitimate? Having been reborn in England and reaching 18, this was Chen Chen's first time witnessing such a scene. Why was it the first time? Because under 18 one couldn't experience it. Feeling a bit overheated, Chen Chen asked the waitress for a glass of ice water. The body of an 18-year-old is indeed good, just glancing at the charming figure bending slightly to serve the ice water made Chen Chen's head feel like it was about to burst. Chen Chen quickly downed a glass of cold water to stabilize his dough heart, then told Raya he was stepping out of the bar for some fresh air. DG bar. Dance girl bar, Chen Chen suddenly realized. He hadn't seen it clearly when coming in, and no wonder it felt so provocative inside. It turned out to be this. Isn't this an American product? When did Hounslow get into this? After stepping outside for fresh air, Chen Chen didn't go back in. He was afraid. He couldn't control himself. This wasn't because Chen Chen was pretending to keep his first time for someone special. It was simply that he didn't know if there would be any issues with the women he got involved with. Better safe than sorry. If something happened, it would be a disaster. As for David Raya, Chen Chen took out his phone and called him. The Spaniard said he wouldn't return to the base that night. Chen Chen nodded, then took a car back to the base. The next day, David Raya returned to the base from outside only by 3 p.m. No one inquired where David Raya had been, as besides Chen Chen, no other first team members were at the club, including head coach Frank. Chen Chen heard that Frank had been very busy lately, not only preparing for the playoff finals, but also getting involved in the team's summer transfer plans. On May 25th, all first team members of Brentford returned to the club, and Frank's assistant coach Klaus Nield took the team for routine training. In the afternoon, Frank returned to the team base. The Dane looked very happy, as if something wonderful had happened. After returning, Frank devoted himself wholeheartedly to training the team. Now everyone at Brentford had only one goal: to win the finals and advance to the Premier League. As the match time drew closer, the atmosphere of the final began to rise. Brentford fans and Swansea fans engaged in fierce battles on social media. Chen Chen also saw it. He fell into deep thought. The feeling of swearing in English truly isn't as good as in Chinese. It's either starting with F or S. It's not interesting. Unlike in Chinese, where you can go on for hundreds of words without repetition. Among the championship teams this season, 2 stood out as particularly special. One was Cardiff City, the other was Swansea City. What made them special? They were both Welsh teams. Wales has its own football league, yet these 2 clubs chose to compete in the English league system. Why? Because the Welsh Football League was established later. Back in the day, Welsh teams all played in English football. That's the reason. It's safe to say that aside from their own fans, the Swans of Swansea could hardly expect support from neutral spectators or passers-by at Wembley Stadium. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The real issue was that Cardiff City fans were also taunting them. As Swansea's century-old arch-rival Cardiff City posted on their official social media, "Congratulations to Brentford for defeating Swansea and securing promotion to the Premier League next season." Wouldn't that drive Swansea fans mad with rage? Swansea responded, quickly launching a counterattack on social media. The Black Swans posted a gif of a pet dog paddling in a swimming pool. This gif quickly enraged Cardiff City fans. The 2 sides erupted into a war of words in the comments section. Brentford fans were left utterly bewildered. Wait a minute. It was supposed to be us against Swansea in the final, so how did you become the main characters? May 29th noon at Wembley Stadium. Swansea's team bus arrived at the scene first. Swans manager Steve Cooper gave an interview to Sky Sports. The broadcast signal for this so-called 100 million playoff final would be produced by Sky Sports, with platforms in 85 countries worldwide airing the match. In China, it was being broadcast by Migu, with Zhang Jun and Coach Zhang providing commentary from the studio. Facing questions from the Sky Sports reporter, Steve Cooper appeared unusually reserved today. Yes, Frank's team is strong, and facing them will be tough. Are you worried about Wembley turning into Brentford's home ground? No, I'm not worried. As long as our fans support us, wherever we go becomes our Liberty Stadium. Chen is good, but I've found a way to deal with him. No. I'm not like Woodgate, claiming to have found a solution while being utterly helpless. Steve couldn't resist taking a jab at Cardiff City. The only team advancing to the Premier League will be us, not Brentford. As for Cardiff, they can't even make it to the playoff final. The Bees team bus followed closely behind, and Frank was also caught by reporters for questions. Chen Chen ignored the reporters trying to get his attention, walking ahead with his earphones on. However, near the entrance, he paused to sign autographs for a few young fans. A female fan also came over asking for a signature. She lifted her shirt and asked Chen Chen to sign on her chest, saying she would get it tattooed immediately. Seeing the plump mounds barely contained by the bra, Chen quickly waved his hand in refusal. A private, deeper understanding was fine, but in public, that would be asking for trouble. Then Chen Chen quickly strode into the tunnel leading to the locker room, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ding. Hidden mission of main quest 1 triggered. Hidden mission requirement: participate in every goal scored in the playoff final. Mission reward 1, 10 free attribute points. Mission reward 2, injury recovery card. 1 injury recovery card. Description: temporarily enhances the host's natural injury healing ability, shortening recovery time. Single-use card, not a 100 cure. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as he changed into his training gear. After reading the card's description, he immediately understood what kind of reward this was. What do footballers fear most? Injuries. Hazard, who dominated at Chelsea, spent more time with Real Madrid's medical team than on the pitch. A song of pear blossom fragrance couldn't fully convey Hazard's sorrow. A healthy Reece James is the world's best right-back, but he rarely enjoys good health. Bale's soleus muscle plagued his entire career. When his national team needed him most, the 33-year-old Welshman had no choice but to retire. And now Chen Chen had a chance to obtain an injury recovery card. Though it couldn't guarantee full recovery, it would accelerate his bonus natural healing and shorten recovery time. This was undoubtedly a divine card. In the future, playing in the Premier League, his opponents would far surpass the level of the current championship. And if he made it to the Champions League, he'd be competing against Europe's elite. In such intense high-stakes matchups, Chen Chen didn't believe he could stay injury-free forever. So he had to secure this injury recovery card. As for the mission condition, it was challenging, difficult, but worth trying. Soon at 1240, players from both sides entered the pitch to warm up. Countless fans began streaming into the stadium. The 9,000 capacity Wembley Stadium was packed to the brim. Many Swansea fans had come, but today the dominant colour at Wembley was red and white. After all, Brentford was close to London, while South Wales was far away. Following the warm-up, players quickly returned to the tunnel and headed to their respective locker rooms. At yesterday's pre-match press conference, Frank had drawn the home team status for Brentford. So today they would use the larger home locker room and could hang more Brentford FC flags in the player tunnel. This was a unique advantage for the home team. In the home locker room, Frank pulled out the tactics board, meticulously explaining the day's tactics and positioning. After finishing, Frank pushed aside the board and encouraged his players. We have every reason to advance. Strength, teamwork, confidence. Remember, today you're not just fighting for Brentford, you're fighting for yourselves. You must consider whether this is the only chance in your life to reach the Premier League. There are 24 teams in the championship, but only 3 can be promoted to the top flight each year. Some teams, some players are destined to remain trapped in this second tier. Is that the ending you're willing to accept? All the players looked up at Frank and shouted, "No. I can't hear you." "No." "Excellent." Frank was satisfied with the team's morale. Then he looked at Captain Jansen. "Captain, say a few words." Jansen took a deep breath and stepped to the center of the room. "Last year right here I was there too. But we failed." Jansen looked around, first speaking in a deep voice, then immediately lifting his tone. "Because I know what failure feels like. So, today, I demand every single one of you to pull yourselves together. Catch that damn swan and stew it. The only team getting promoted to the Premier League will be us. Do you have faith?" Everyone's faces flushed red. "Yes. For Brentford." Everyone roared in unison, "For Brentford." Quickly the roar turned into resounding applause, and at Frank's signal, everyone jogged out of the locker room. Soon Frank appeared at the edge of the pitch with the substitute players. "Hello everyone, dear viewers. Welcome back on this Saturday evening to the match broadcast, brought to you by China Mobile Migu Video. I am your commentator Zhang Jun, and beside me is my partner Coach Zhang." Zhang Lu waved in greeting. "Hello everyone. I am Zhang Lu." Zhang Jun, while organizing his notes, took over the conversation. "Today we bring you the EFL Championship playoff final featuring the Bees Brentford against the Black Swans Swansea City. Notably, within this Brentford squad, there is a player very familiar to our vast audience of football fans." Zhang Lu played the straight man. "Oh, that would be the player of Chinese descent Chen Chen, with 7 goals and 8 assists in the last 6 matches. Oh, it's him. Impressive stats. He. To be precise, it should be 7 goals and 8 assists in 5 matches. Zhang Jun nodded and said correct. In the last match against Bournemouth, Chen Chen earned a penalty with a long-range shot, and striker Ivan Toney converted it. Brentford comfortably defeated their opponents 10 at home. Although he didn't score, Chen Chen's performance was undeniable. By the way, Coach Zhang, the Football Association recently issued a statement saying they have sent a special envoy to London to speak with Chen Chen. In your opinion, are we at a disadvantage or an advantage in the competition with the 3 Lions? I don't think there has ever been an advantage or disadvantage. Perhaps in Chen Chen's heart he has no desire to represent any national team. Zhang Jun quickly smoothed things over. Chen Chen's mother is English, so representing England is perfectly fine. Zhang Lu added, perhaps when Chen Chen withdrew from the training camp that day there were many things behind it that we don't know about. Those things were very unpleasant to the extent that Chen Chen has never expressed a willingness to join the national team on any official occasion since. I personally respect Chen Chen's choice. Whether he joins the 3 Lions or the national team, I just hope he plays well." Zhang Jun nodded, then quickly steered the conversation back to the match. Alright, now we can see the starting players from both sides have stepped onto the pitch. Let me announce the starting lineups for both teams. For the away side, Swansea City has set up in a 3,142 formation. The Welshman Steve Cooper is certainly bold and adventurous. This formation demands a lot from the player occupying the single defensive midfield role. Under the premise of playing direct high-tempo football, the two half-space areas are very vulnerable to opponent infiltration. The three defenders and the single defensive midfielder need to take on a tremendous amount of running and defensive duties. And within this setup, the pressure on the single defensive midfielder is the greatest. In today's football world, defensive midfielders with exceptional abilities like Kimmich, Kenny, Casemiro, and Rodri are rare. I'm very curious how Steve came up with this formation. All attack, no defense. In goal is the 23-year-old starting goalkeeper Woodman. Left back is Gahey. In the last match, this England U21 international partnered Cabango in the center-back position. Right back is Naughton, and in the center is Cabango. The single defensive midfielder is the team captain Grimes. The four midfielders are Bidwell, Hourihane, Fulton, and Connor Roberts. The two forwards are number 9, Jamal Lowe, and number 10, Ghana international Andre Ayew. Now let's look at the home side, Brentford. Frank has set up in a 3,412 formation. This lineup can transition quickly. It's easy to imagine that Swansea's half-space areas will come under intense pressure from Brentford's forward line. But the Swans are not without a chance. If they can dominate the midfield, they can launch attacks that directly threaten the opponent's goal. In goal is the Spaniard David Raya. The three center-backs are centrally team captain Jansen Pinnock on the left and Dalsgaard on the right. The four midfielders are Kanos Janelt, Matthias Jensen, and Roerslev. The attacking midfielder is the young talent Chin Chun. The two forwards are Ivan Toney, who's been feasting on chances lately, and Bumo. Coach Zhang, looking at these starting lineups, who do you think will win this match? Zhang Lu chuckled twice. Brentford, of course. Putting aside the Chin factor, Brentford's formation leans more towards balance, whereas Swansea's exudes a do-or-die ruthlessness. If they fail to establish an advantage before the 60th minute, the balance of victory will tip towards Brentford. Zhang Jun hummed in agreement, clearly concurring with Coach Zhang's assessment. Alright, enough talk. Let's follow the broadcast camera and enjoy together this £100 million battle at Wembley Stadium. Wembley Stadium, packed to the rafters. Shortly after, at the scheduled start time, led by the referee, the starting players from both sides walked out of the player tunnel. Chun Chun walked out holding the hand of a young mascot. Having lived two lives, this was Chun Chun's first time stepping onto the Wembley pitch. And if he is later selected for the England national team, Chun Chun could have the opportunity to grace this stadium again during the friendly matches in June. Ivan Toney, walking ahead of Chun Chun, looked a bit nervous. He closed his eyes, muttering something under his breath. Perhaps a prayer. Chun Chun patted him on the shoulder. Relax, Tony. Believe in yourself. Ivan Toney licked his lips. He wanted to relax, but he just couldn't. Just as both teams took their positions on the pitch, the diehard fans of both sides in the north and south stand simultaneously unveiled massive typhos. On Swansea's side was a black swan with wings outstretched, just like their club crest. On the other side, what the Brentford fans displayed was simply the number 74, with the team's name written below it. Nothing else. Yet this simple number instantly brought tears to the eyes of countless Brentford fans in the stands. This 74 represented the 74 years Brentford had been away from the top flight. Since being relegated to the second division after losing to Arsenal in 1947, the Bees had never climbed back up. Now they had the chance to return to the Premier League. A surge of boundless battle intent swelled within Chin Chun. Even without the allure of mission rewards, he was determined to give his all for the team today. The typho display concluded and fans from both sides began to sing their respective anthems of encouragement. Beep, beep. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Dear viewers watching from your television screens, the match has begun. Clad in red and white striped jerseys, the home team Brentford will attack from left to right on your screen. Donning black and white stripes, the away team Swansea will. There's a shift in the action. Let's focus on this attack. Chin Chun. A sudden incisive through ball from Chin Chun. Fed to Mbumo. Beautiful. Brentford has scored. Mbumo. The Frenchman Mbumo received Chin Chun's pass and unleashed a low drive that left the opposition helpless. The match had only just begun a mere 11 seconds ago. Brentford, who kicked off first, found the back of the net. Brentford has shattered the record for the fastest goal in a championship playoff final. It also stands as the swiftest goal in the Bees' history. This record would rank among the top 7 in the Premier League. Zhang Jun was rendered speechless with astonishment. Zhang Lu quickly interjected, let's review the replay. Number 17 Ivan Toney passes it back to the midfield, and then the two forwards sprint forward. The ball comes under Chun Chin's control, and he cuts inside. Why did number 6 Fulton keep following without attempting a tackle? He allowed Chun Chun to find an excellent position to release the ball. Zhang Jun had regained his composure by now, and continued from Zhang's analysis. Exactly, it was that minor avoidable mistake that Chun Chin capitalized on. Through ball. Aiming from Bumo. A splendid strike. Goalkeeper Woodman had no time to react. Swansea is in a tough spot now. Trailing by a goal right from the start, how will the Welsh side adapt? On the pitch, Woodman sat on the ground in a state of shock, still processing the goal conceded at the very beginning. Yet amidst the explosive roar of delight that erupted from the Wembley stands, the Welsh goalkeeper had to come to terms with reality. The opposition had seized their chance and scored. Mbeumo dodged Ivan Toney's attempt to sling an arm around his shoulder and leaped onto the advertising hoardings in the corner flag area, celebrating wildly. He then turned and embraced Ivan Toney and Chun Chun, who had run up to join him. The goal happened so quickly that the other players hadn't yet rushed over to join the celebration. The moment the goal materialized, Frank, who had been standing on the sidelines with arms crossed and a stern expression, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. He dashed towards the substitutes bench and then threw himself onto the already jubilant pile of players. Sharing Frank's instantaneous elation were tens of thousands of Brentford fans present at the stadium. Countless more Brentford supporters watching outside the stadium in pubs or on their televisions at home could scarcely believe their eyes. Their team had scored within the very first minute of the match. One side's joy was another's sorrow. The Swansea fans were plunged into a deathly silence. Steve Cooper on the away team's bench was taken aback. Seriously, my front line hasn't even had a chance to play, and we've already conceded. As the manager of Swansea, the league's fourth-place team, Steve Cooper had indeed devised a strategy to counter Brentford. If Frank also favored a three-man defense, then his back line would certainly be vulnerable. Today, Steve deployed a 31-42 formation, signaling an all-out aggressive approach. It was akin to a Wild West standoff where both sides targeted each other's flanks, and the one who conceded more goals would lose. But unexpectedly, before they could even don their cowboy hats, the opposition had already struck a decisive blow. Swansea's last appearance in the Premier League was the 201,718 season 3 years ago. Like Brentford, they were consumed by the desire for promotion. Once the teams returned to the center circle for the restart, Steve quickly signaled his players to abandon any probing and simply go all out. They now needed goals, and as many as possible. Jamal Lowe passed the ball back before sprinting towards the opponent's penalty area alongside Andre Ayew. Receiving the ball, Hourihane immediately chipped it towards the Bees' box. Jamal Lowe won the aerial duel and laid it off to Ayew. Under pressure from Janelt, the Ghanaian international couldn't advance a single step. Ultimately, Andre Ayew was forced to push the ball to his left and take a hopeful long-range shot. Oob. A chorus of boos rang out from the Brentford fans at Wembley. Andre Ayew's shot was wildly off-target, sailing high into the stands. A goal kick for the Bees. David Raya opted against a long punt and instead passed the ball to Dalsgaard, who was playing right back today. Swansea's left midfielder Bidwell immediately pressed. Dalsgaard wasted no time and played the ball back to Raya. Jamal bypassed Jansen and charged straight for the Spanish goalkeeper. David Raya didn't release the ball immediately. Instead, he feigned a long clearance only to cleverly drag the ball with the inside of his foot, deceiving Jamal's leap to block. This maneuver by the Spaniard made Jean June in the studio flinch. Jean June feared David Raya might be another Karius. He was desperate to avoid uttering that infamous phrase, a huge, super low-level mistake. On the pitch, despite the intense pressure from Swansea, Brentford's passing and ball movement remained composed. Soon the clock ticked to the 6th minute. Chun Chun received a pass from a teammate and executed a quick 1-2 with Matthias Jensen, who was making a forward run, easily bypassing Hourihane's challenge. Now standing before them was the opponent's sole defensive midfielder, their captain Grimes. Grimes was not alone in his task. Bidwell quickly dropped back into the left-back position, and Gahey moved over to support Grimes. The two subtly converged, seemingly attempting to trap Chun Chun. Chun Chun remained unflustered. He first dribbled towards the left towards Swansea's right flank. Seeing Chun Chun about to leave his defensive zone, Gahey halted his pursuit and allowed Fulton to double back and apply pressure. Fulton rushed over to intercept. Without hesitation, Chun Chun, exploiting the momentary shift in defense, used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball towards the opponent's penalty area and burst forward with pace. Grimes quickly stuck out an arm to block, while Fulton, sensing danger, lunged in from behind to win the ball. Unexpectedly, Chun Chun checked his run, dragged the ball back, causing Fulton to miss the ball and instead step on Chun Chun. Chun Chun immediately went to ground. Chun Chun. Grimes moves in to intercept. Fulton. Fulton has stepped on Chun Chun. That's a foul. The referee has shown the first yellow card of the match. Decisive, the referee didn't issue a warning, straight to the yellow card. Oh. Chun Chun, who was writhing in pain moments ago, springs up from the ground, as lively as ever the moment he sees his opponent booked. Jean June was caught between laughter and tears. Zhang the pundit, however, burst into hearty laughter. Ha. That tackle was clearly a bookable offense according to the rules, no issue with the yellow card. As for Chun Chun feigning injury, the rules tacitly allow it. Look, Fulton is fuming, he's going to confront Chun Chun. Seeing Chun Chun bounce up immediately, Fulton was genuinely furious. Well, so you were setting me up? Fulton was having none of it, and charged forward, aiming to press his forehead against Chun Chun's. Fortunately, the referee was nearby, and quickly defused the altercation. No further cards were of course forthcoming. The referee called Fulton over and warned him that a repeat offense would result in a second yellow and a red. The Scotsman finally calmed down and sheepishly retreated, preparing to follow the goalkeeper's instructions for the defensive wall. Ivan Toney picked up the ball, placed it at the spot designated by the referee for the free kick, and asked Chin Chun, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. I went down as soon as he made contact. He didn't hurt me." Ivan Toney breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he was unharmed. Otherwise, without Chin Chun, Ivan Toney wondered who he could rely on. Knowing Chin Chun's prowess with a curling free kick, Woodman urgently organized his teammates to form a solid wall. Only number 9, a Jamal Lowe, was left forward for a counterattack. Woodman even called Andre Ayew back to join the wall. He had no choice. He couldn't afford not to be cautious. This guy's free kicks were too formidable. Matthias approached Chin Chun and asked, "What's the plan? Lob it into the box or take a direct shot?" Chin Chun, also covering his mouth, replied, "Have Ivan Toney move to the far post, act as a decoy. He'll curl it in." "All right." Matthias hurried over to relay the message to Ivan Toney, though he only told him half of it. Hearing that Chin Chun indeed intended to target him, Ivan Toney quickly swapped positions with Rorslev, preparing to meet a header at the far post. Woodman had already noticed him. The Welsh goalkeeper assigned his most trusted teammate Gahey to mark Ivan Toney, while also focusing a significant portion of his own attention on Toney. Seeing Chin Chun about to take the free kick, Zhang Jun briefly asked Zhang Lu, "Coach, Zhang, do you think it will be a direct shot or a cross into the box?" From this angle, Chin Chun took one in a previous match. But that time he was farther from the goal and the wall. This time he's closer to the wall. If he goes for a direct free kick, it might be blocked by the wall and could even lead to a counterattack. So I'm leaning towards a cross to a tall player in the box. Zhang Jun nodded, then offered his own view. "I disagree. Chin Chun will go for goal directly." "Oh." Before Zhang Lu could probe further, the referee blew his whistle, signaling the attack could proceed. Then Chin Chun moved. He first aligned himself with the ball, and upon the whistle took a long stride forward, swinging his arm. His left leg provided the support as his right foot struck the ball with force. Chin Chun aimed to replicate Beckham's iconic bending free kick. The ball soared into the air, curving menacingly towards the Swansea goal. Witnessing the free kick with its deceptive trajectory, Woodman stood frozen in place. Or rather, the ball's velocity was such that it allowed him no reaction time. Zhang Jun shot to his feet, exclaiming, "Bending free kick. Beckham-esque curve. A perfect free kick strike." Chin Chun. Chin Chun has scored the second goal of the match. The score is now Brentford 20 Swansea. If this trend continues, Brentford will be promoted to the Premier League. Upon seeing the free kick find the net, Chin Chun sprinted deliriously towards the corner flag. As he ran, he tore off his jersey. Reaching the corner flag, he stood holding his shirt aloft, displaying the number 28 on the back to every fan in the stadium. Sunlight. Afternoon. A young man made his name with a single goal. Looking at the robust figure of Chin Chun, Zhang Jun exclaimed, "An 18-year-old boy performing a goal and an assist in the finals of the playoff. After this match, everyone will remember the name Chin Chun." Zhang Lu said with a smile, "That free kick was simply magnificent." Watching the replay, the goalkeeper couldn't even react. "I can't imagine. If this were in the Premier League, the goalkeepers of the other 19 teams would be terrified." Zhang Jun took over the conversation. "Indeed. If they can smoothly promote to the top league, other teams in the Premier League will need to be wary of the free kick expert from Brentford." Of course, it's uncertain whether Chin Chun can stay at Brentford next season. According to reports from the English media, The Times, Chin Chun has been in talks with many teams. The top 5 teams with the best chances include Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Bayern. After this final, there will surely be more teams making offers to Chin Chun. It can be said that Chin Chun has truly risen to fame with this single goal. Meanwhile, Wembley Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Cheers and applause erupted from the stands. The Brentford fans jumped from their seats, each one ecstatic as they looked at Chin Chun, who was celebrating by taking off his shirt on the field. Is this really the 18-year-old Chun? Is this the 18-year-old Beckham? This pinnacle of free kick technique? Who could watch without saying that David has made a comeback? Woodman raised his hand to wipe his face, his eyes revealing extreme frustration. Before the match, or rather during daily training, the assistant coaches had discussed Chin Chun's playing habits with him. Woodman was also aware of Chin Chun's prowess, so he cooperated well with the coaching staff, and they had conducted a lot of targeted training. But after all the training, they still couldn't stop him. Watching Chin Chun being embraced by his teammate Steve let out a sigh. This highly anticipated showdown was destined to become the personal showcase of the genius young player. Chun, Chun, GOAT, GOAT. Translated directly as GOAT, but it means greatest of all time. The chaotic din in Wembley gradually became clearer. The chant of GOAT echoed endlessly. Chin Chun captivated Wembley with his superb performance. Meanwhile, countless fans in the live streaming room quickly typed comments. "Damn, a type of plant. This is too exaggerated. Is this still a human? Chin Beckham. Brentford has produced an extraordinary midfield genius. The next De Bruyne, the next Modric, the next Xavi and Iniesta. No, Chin Chun resembles Riquelme, Beckham, and Rui Costa even more. Chin Chun is Chin Chun. He is not like anyone else. He is himself. I don't care who he resembles. The home team won, and it feels great. Can he really bend it like that? I thought the last time was luck. The opposing goalkeeper couldn't even react. But even if he could, it wouldn't matter. The ball was too fast. My roommate said Chin is average and wants to challenge him to a onion. Onion. I think this kid just wants to use the challenge as an excuse to get an autograph and a photo. In the upper box of Wembley Stadium, Southgate looked at the field in disbelief. This kid is a monster. At the same time, the captain of the Three Lions felt a sense of relief. Southgate was relieved that he personally summoned Chin. He gave Chin the greatest respect on behalf of the England national team. Beside him, Bellingham raised his glass and apologized to Trevor Birch, the chairman of Swansea, sitting to Southgate's right. After a simple, "I'm sorry," Bellingham downed his drink in one go. Trevor was furious. What the heck? Scoring a goal and then apologizing to me. What's the difference from stabbing someone in the back? But despite his anger, Trevor was still quite cultured and also raised his glass, downing it in one go. The group continued discussing for a bit. Then everyone looked back at the field. The match was about to resume. On the field, the Brentford players had finished their celebration. The players from both sides returned to their halves, waiting for the referee's whistle to kick off. Before the kickoff, Chin received a yellow card. Because he celebrated by taking off his shirt, Chin felt no displeasure from receiving the yellow card. Instead, he appeared even more radiant. And it wasn't just him, everyone else was happy too. It was clear that the Brentford players on the field had not fully calmed down. Their eyes still sparkled with surprise and excitement. With a 2-goal lead, they could truly say they were halfway into the Premier League. On the sidelines, Frank had already moved on from the joy of the goal. The Danish man shouted loudly at the players on the field, using gestures to emphasize his point. Frank was reminding his disciples to keep their fighting spirit and continue pushing forward. On the other side, Steve was very dejected. He felt that his tactical arrangements were fine. Today they were purely overwhelmed by Chin alone. Steve couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is this what genius looks like? But he quickly clapped his hands and, like Frank, shouted loudly at the players on the field. He was urging the players to pick themselves up and play seriously. Being 2 goals down is not the same as being 10 goals down. There is still a chance. Jamal Lowe kicked the ball back and quickly surged forward with Ayew and Bidwell. Swansea wanted to launch a fast attack. After each goal, the scoring team tends to become careless and slack, and Swansea was counting on this. Frank understood this well and immediately signaled for the players to tighten their formation and not let the opponents break through. The Brentford players on the field quickly executed the coach's instructions, swiftly positioning themselves to give no chances to the opponents. Swansea's attempt at a quick counterattack failed, and they had to pass the ball back to find a breakthrough. Players from both sides began to contest possession in the midfield. Chin didn't talk about continuing to play like a god because the opponents intensified their defense against him. Therefore, during this stalemate, he was consistently helping to organize passing routes in midfield. In the 23rd minute of the match, after failing to make a forward pass, Chin received the ball again, choosing to shield himself against the opponent trying to pressure him, and pass the ball back. In the 29th minute, Chin tentatively passed the ball to the right flank. By the time Rollesley was in position to receive the ball, Bidwell had already taken up a defensive position. Rollesley had no choice but to pass it back. In the 36th minute, Brentford earned a free kick in the attacking area, and once again, it was Chin who would take it. Woodman dared not be negligent. Afraid he couldn't block Chin's bending shot alone, he hurriedly called Gay and Fulton to stand beside him to defend. Since Gay and Fulton went to help Woodman, there would definitely be vulnerabilities in this wall of defense. Therefore, Jamal Lowe proactively chose to come back to participate in the defense. Swansea didn't dare to leave a counterattack point. It's essential to focus on defense right now. Chin considered striking another bending free kick, but the spot was near the sideline, making a direct shot unfavorable from the angle. Moreover, with so many opponents crowded in front of the goal, even if the ball curved, it wouldn't guarantee a score. So after the referee's whistle, Chin lifted the ball toward the near post area. Mbeumo got a touch on the ball. Unfortunately, his header went slightly wide, grazing the post and rolling out. Mbeumo dropped to his knees, clutching his head in anguish and regret. So close, just a hair's breadth away from sealing the match. But there was no time for self-reproach. Janelt quickly pulled him up, and the two dashed back to defend. Finally, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, with Brentford heading into the break, holding a 2-goal lead. During the 15-minute interval, Brentford fans at Wembley kept busy testing their vocal prowess against the Swansea supporters. The team's stellar performance fueled the Bees fans, who easily outshouted the Swans. Soon another roar erupted from Wembley. One might think another goal had been scored. In the home dressing room, Frank was intensely adjusting tactics and player positions. In the second half, the opponents would press harder. They had nothing left to lose. A desperate gamble was their only option. Last year's Brentford was today's Swansea. Frank believed no one understood Steve Cooper's feelings better than he did. Thus, Brentford would focus more on defense in the second half. The away dressing room was heavy with tension. Steve didn't say much, repeatedly emphasizing formations and key attacking directions. Specific tactical setups were explained unknown by the assistant coach. His task was to lift everyone's spirits. The 15 minutes flew by, and both teams returned to the pitch. The second half began with Swansea making a substitution. Grueling, who partnered Fulton in midfield, was replaced by Welsh forward Cullen. Swansea switched to a 343 formation. Fulton and Grimes paired in midfield, one attacking, one defending. Three forwards were better than two, but the midfield and defensive midfield areas remained unstrengthened. The Swans still had significant defensive vulnerabilities. Yet at this point they couldn't afford to dwell on them. Wasn't he still eliminated? At the start of the second half, Swansea launched a series of 3 consecutive corner kicks, a small surge of excitement. The traveling Swansea fans felt a glimmer of hope rise in their hearts. Could it be? No, it could not. Just as Swansea's repeated attempts to attack drew closer and closer to Brentford's goal, the Bees players seized the opportunity once more. In the 56th minute, Matthias Jensen snatched the ball from Bidwell. Subsequently, the Danish midfielder launched a counterattack with the ball sounding the horn for Brentford's retaliation. Ivan Toney led the charge. He moved with swift strides, shouldering Gahey as he drove towards the byline. Matthias dribbled the ball forward a few paces before quickly threading it to Ivan Toney. Seeing Ivan Toney with the ball, Grimes immediately rushed over to intercept. Fulton dropped back to the holding midfield position to defend. Glancing at the near post area, Ivan Toney did not let the ball linger at his feet. He delivered a direct chip pass. Aiming for Chun Chun, who was making a run from the central position. Fulton hurried forward to press. But Chun Chun's dribbling was too agile. He simply could not win the ball. Seeing Chun Chun about to charge into the penalty area, Fulton made a ruthless decision. He reached out and grabbed Chun Chun's jersey. The Scotsman was willing to risk a yellow card to stop Chun Chun's advance. But unexpectedly, Chun Chun dragged him along for several steps. Then just before Cabango could stretch out his leg to intercept from behind, Chun Chun completed his curving shot. Bang! The football arced through the air, curving directly into the top right corner of the goal. Woodman had stretched his hand as far as he could. But it was all in vain. Ivan Toney. Pass to the middle. Chun Chun has the ball. Jean Jun suddenly shouted, "Fulton." He's directly pulling Chun Chun's shirt. That's a yellow card offense. Jean Lu interjected, "Oh. Chun Chun is carrying both the ball and the man forward." Jean Jun continued the commentary, "Lift the leg. Shoot. Beautiful." With an anchor hanging on him, Chun Chun still managed to take the shot. 2 goals. 30. In this match, Brentford is safe. Incredible. Chun Chun executed an unbelievable shooting move. 2 goals and 1 assist. Chun Chun is the master of today's game. Coach Zhang look. Huh. Chun Chun even wants to take off his shirt to celebrate. Luckily, Janelt held him back. He can't keep taking his shirt off. That would be a yellow card. Zhang Lu chuckled twice. It's normal for a young man to be excited, but the game is still on. Save the shirtless celebration for after the match. On the pitch, Chun Chun, having scored that curving shot, could not contain his excitement. His hands were at the hem of his jersey, ready to lift it and continue taking it off. Fortunately, Janelt was quick-eyed and swift-handed, immediately stopping his action. Janelt's visual acuity in this moment was comparable to Casemiro's. The Brazilian Casemiro has repeatedly prevented his teammates from attempting 45-degree angle voyages to the West Sea. Stopped by Janelt, Chun Chun finally remembered that he already had a yellow card, so he quickly lowered his hands. Afterwards, Chun Chun and several teammates vaulted over the advertising boards near the corner, flag arms around each other's shoulders, singing and celebrating loudly with the diehard fans. The joys and sorrows of men are not shared. On the field, the Swansea players lay sprawled one by one on the turf. Fulton, who had failed to stop Chun Chun, was crying into his hands. Trailing by 3 goals, it was already very difficult to turn things around. Unless the Little Bees transformed into Milan. But were they? The camera panned to Steve Cooper on the sidelines. The Welshman looked exhausted and helpless. A 2-goal deficit could still be salvaged. 3 goals. Steve Cooper had already prepared himself for dismissal. Well, after Bournemouth manager Woodgate, another head coach, was about to be ousted by Chun Chun. The match had resumed. Yet the cheers and applause from Brentford fans at Wembley Stadium showed no signs of fading away. Many Bees fans at the scene were tightly embracing, weeping tears of joy. After a 74-year wait, they were returning to the Premier League. With a 3-goal lead of such immense advantage, the remaining 30-plus minutes of the final descended into mere garbage time. Ultimately, neither side managed to score, and the referee blew the final whistle to end the match. The moment the whistle sounded, countless fans surged onto the pitch. Chun Chun, today's hero with 2 goals and an assist, was lifted by the supporters and tossed high into the air. Wembley Stadium became an ocean of joy for the people of Brentford. The fans erupted. Countless Brentford supporters began chanting Chun Chun's name at the top of their lungs. Chun, Chun, Chun. Hoisted onto shoulders, Chun Chun did not forget to wave to the fans in acknowledgement. He had done it. He had fulfilled his promise to Brentford. He had successfully helped Brentford secure promotion to the Premier League. It was a pity this wasn't a championship match. Otherwise, lifting the trophy at Wembley would have been a dream come true. Yet Chun Chun felt no regret. He firmly believed that one day he would surely lift those dazzling trophies at Wembley Stadium. With promotion secured, Brentford had a celebration planned. But it wasn't at Wembley. After all, as mentioned before, this wasn't a championship final. Starting at noon tomorrow, Brentford Football Club would hold a parade through the town of Brentford. The procession would then make its way to Griffin Park. There the ultimate promotion celebration would take place. At the post-match press conference, Frank was exceptionally spirited. Facing countless media reporters, he was unstinting in his praise for Chen Shun. In this match, with a stellar performance of 2 goals and 1 assist, Chen Shun received a perfect score of 10 from over 5,000 people on both SofaScore and Who Scored Football websites. He was undeniably the MVP of the playoff final. I think there should be no doubt in the football world regarding the Golden Boy Award in November. Chen Shun will be this year's best rookie. No one could have done better. In the team's last 7 matches, Chen Shun contributed an incredibly efficient record of 9 goals and 9 assists. And you must know in 2 of those matches, Chen Shun's playing time was limited. If Chen doesn't win the Golden Boy, then what is the point of FIFA's Golden Boy Award? Frank's remarks stunned every media member present. Yes, Chen Shun was indeed impressive, but could he really compete with the likes of Saka, Bellingham, Camavinga, and Pedri? These were all young stars who had already made a name for themselves in top-tier leagues. A reporter immediately voiced their doubt. Frank elaborated, Chen Shun is a very special player. His ability is phenomenal. He possesses all the technique and temperament to become a top-tier midfield maestro. Just wait, he will astonish everyone in the new season. The media reporters below remained unmoved. Chen Shun was certainly formidable, but the championship stage was vastly different from the top leagues. Let's talk again when Chen Shun achieves 9 goals and 9 assists in 7 Premier League matches. Last year's championship Golden Boot winner Watkins, after joining Aston Villa, managed only 13 goals and 5 assists in 38 league matches despite not seeing a significant drop in playing time. Then there was the championship Silver Boot winner Mitrovic. He dominated the championship with 26 goals and 9 assists. Yet upon reaching the Premier League, his entire season yielded a mere 3 goals and 3 assists. Can you believe it? Frank knew the reporters wouldn't believe him, so he said no more. Just wait. Chen Shun would slap their faces hard when the time came. Steve Cooper also attended the post-match press conference. However, the Welshman had little to say. After answering questions briefly, Steve took his leave. Subsequently, a notice appeared on Swansea's official website. Steve Cooper, out. No, it was resignation. The football field never lacks talent. Brentford's 18-year-old midfielder Chen Shun scored a brace, helping the club secure promotion to the Premier League. The triumphant first, the relieved third, the disappointed fourth. Swansea official Steve Cooper steps down as head coach. Number 28. Number 10. Chen Shun's performance astounded everyone in football. Massive release clause triggered. Including Chelsea, 7 clubs are willing to activate Chen Shun's release clause. Insiders revealed Chen Shun's next destination is essentially confirmed as a top Premier League club. FA spokesperson Chen Shun is within our plans. That afternoon, news of Brentford's promotion success flooded the entire English football scene. Information about Chen Shun in particular shot up the trending charts. When the Migyu broadcast concluded, countless Chinese fans were of course left wanting more. And at that very moment, many fans suffering from Chen addiction one by one scaled the Great Firewall to browse reports on various international sports websites about the match. Among these reports, an article titled Chinese FA Negotiations Failed, Chen Shun May Choose England National Team captured the attention of countless Chinese fans. What? Negotiations failed? When did this happen? Instantly, countless fans once again stormed the comment section of the Chinese FA's Weibo account. At 12 a.m. Beijing time, the Chinese national football team responded to the matter on social media. Explanation regarding Chen Shun's joining the Chinese men's national football team, hereinafter referred to as the men's team. In late May, our association dispatched Deputy Director of the Training Camp Management Team Guan Tian to lead a delegation to London to negotiate with Chen Shun regarding his naturalization in China and his participation in the 2022 World Cup Asian qualifiers for the Chinese men's team. To comply with the interim implementation opinions on the naturalization application work for outstanding foreign players, our personnel conducted multiple rounds of negotiations with Chen Shun and made several concessions in an effort to reach a successful cooperation. However, during the actual implementation of the work, significant resistance was encountered in various aspects, and this round of negotiations did not yield a successful result. Our association will continue to deepen negotiations with Chen Shun's side, striving to provide a satisfactory outcome for all our fans. The statement's release immediately propelled it into the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Still not settled. He's about to join the Three Lions, and it's still not done. If it's not settled, then don't settle. Why would we want such a greedy player back? Made several concessions in an effort to reach a successful cooperation. What does that mean? Is Chen Shun's side asking for the moon? Good heavens. He hasn't even played in the Premier League, and he's already throwing his weight around. If he really makes it to the Premier League, would he expect the FA chairman's seat? Bah? The country offers you an opportunity and you refuse to come back and serve your nation. Truly outrageous. I think the commenter above is the outrageous one. He's of Sino-British descent. Why must he join your national team? Your national team? What a smug vibe. What's wrong with your national team? With results like that, does the national team even have fans? Stop arguing. Don't just listen to the FA's one-sided statement, see what Qinshan has to say. What else is there to say? He's hiding like a turtle with his head in his shell. Got skills, but no character. The FA negotiated multiple times to no avail. He's just using the FA to drive up his price to show the three lions, hey, if you don't call me up, I'll go to the Chinese national team. Bah. Get lost as soon as possible. I'm speechless. I used to like Qinshan so much, but it turns out he's just another refined egoist. Without him, we can still make it to the Qatar World Cup. The topic concerning Qinshan on Weibo was far from dying down. The views and shares were skyrocketing. Although many of Qinshan's fans spontaneously expressed on the topic's forum and in the comments that both sides of the story needed to be heard rather than just one side's account. Their voices were too faint to change anything. Due to Guan Tian's utter incompetence, Chun Liang had to hastily fabricate some excuses to gloss over the matter. In their eyes, Qinshan joining the national football team was trivial. Losing face themselves was the real issue. They had expected to face some criticism, but to their surprise, the fans had conjured up countless storylines on their own. Indeed, people are blind and follow the herd. As for what would happen next, Chun Liang had already planned his escape route. The day after the final match, Brentford began their victory parade. Though incomparable to the parades of Premier League or Champions League champions, Brentford returning to the Premier League after a 74-year hiatus showcased their unique historical depth and charm. At noon that day, amidst the cheers and applause of countless fans lining the streets, Brentford's parade bus entered the tunnel beneath Griffin Park. Then the players and coaches dressed in commemorative jerseys bearing the number 74 entered the player tunnel and walked onto the pitch. Griffin Park erupted with thunderous, unending applause. Once the applause gradually subsided, the ceremony officially began. First came the messages from the club's predecessors. For instance, the English manager Dean Smith, who had once coached Brentford. The club's legendary striker Dane Lassay-Vibe. And the Argentine midfielder Ledesma, now retired from the top 5 leagues. Then came the speeches from Bellingham and Frank. Frank raised the microphone and said, "When I arrived here in 2016, I told Mr. Bellingham that I came here to get promoted. Now, I can tell everyone. Tell Mr. Bellingham. Tell all the Brentford faithful. I have done it." All the Bees fans cheered once more. The deafening chants of Frank threatened to lift the roof off the stadium. After the fans' cheers subsided, Bellingham took the microphone and began his speech. "I was born in this town. My parents, my grandparents, they were all Brentford fans. When I was 12, I stepped into this stadium for the first time. In that moment, I fell deeply in love with Brentford. I would give everything for her. Here I promise you all, before the new Premier League season begins, we will renovate the stadium and spend money to bring in formidable players. We will fight to stay up. We will remain in the Premier League." The fans erupted in joy once again. "Stay in the PL. Stay in the PL." Then came the speeches from Captain Jansen and several other team captains. Next was the club chairman Cliff Boyer's outlook on the new season. Finally, it was the turn of the 18-year-old prodigy, Qinshan, the hero of the team's promotion. "Don't leave. Don't leave." Before Qinshan could even speak, the most heartfelt plea from the fans echoed through Griffin Park. Qinshan took a deep breath and then spoke. "It's hard to say, but I must say those words. The season is over, and I will be transferring away. It has been an honor to spend so many wonderful nights at Brentford, and it has been an honor to have such incredible fans. I will always be a part of Brentford, always its most devoted fan. Leaving is not an end, but a new beginning. Perhaps when I have enough money in the future, I will discuss the matter of buying the club with Mr. Matthew Bellingham." Laughs. Bellingham nodded as if to say the invitation was always open. Finally, Qinshan shifted his tone, raising his voice. "And here I have something else to tell you all. What the media reported is correct. I will play for the England national team at various international levels, as long as Southgate is willing to call me up." Qinshan's words caused a stir among the fans. Thunderous cheers erupted once more from Griffin Park. In that moment, countless fans jumped from their seats in excitement. The prodigy had declared he would play for England. Brentford's promotion to the Premier League plus a new midfield powerhouse for the Three Lions. For the Bees fans, it was double the joy. The sadness over Qinshan's departure was instantly lifted. When the news reached China, many of Qinshan's fans fell into silence. Countless fans began to attack Qinshan. "Disgusting creature. Filthy Englishman. The Malvinas are Argentinas. Pa. Traitor. Where are Qinshan's fans? Come out and face the music. Holding out for a better price. How shameful." Yet as the fans vented their emotions, Qinshan made a response through his lawyer. The response was brief, simply stating what he had encountered in the training camp and a recording. When his own voice came from the recording, Guan Tian, sitting in his office, was so shocked he fell to the floor. That bastard Qinshan. How did he manage to record that? If Qinshan were there, he would have ruthlessly mocked Guan Tian's stupidity. Didn't he know that phones can record with the screen off? Didn't he know you could just put it in your pocket and keep recording? Foolish and insatiably greedy old man. It was high time he stepped down for the younger, more vibrant generation. In less than 10 minutes, the Chinese Football Association immediately withdrew its previous statement and issued a new announcement. The content was just one thing. Guan Tian was removed from his post and placed under internal investigation by the CFA. As for the others and agency mentioned in the recording, the CFA offered no explanation. The incident's heat quickly plummeted. Searching for related terms on Weibo directly resulted in a according to relevant laws and regulations. Even a fool could see it now. Chen Chen's withdrawal from the naturalization training camp was indeed due to someone in the CFA pulling strings. Countless fans and netizens began flooding Chen Chen's Instagram and Twitter to apologize. However, Chen Chen did not respond to their apologies. One can be naive, but one must not lack their own judgment. Chen Chen had no intention of letting the Chinese Football Association and those who pulled the strings behind the scenes off the hook. He instructed his lawyer to make several trips to China to gather information aiming to deliver a heavy blow to those involved, especially those who had infringed upon his personal reputation on Weibo. While the Chinese Football Association was still racking its brains to cover its tracks on the evening of the 30th, Southgate from his base in London released the Three Lions' latest preliminary squad list through media platforms. This was the preliminary squad list for this year's European Championship. Goalkeepers Henderson, Crystal Palace, Pickford, Everton, Ramsdale, Arsenal, Trafford, Burnley. Defenders Branthwaite, Everton, Dunk, Brighton, Gomez, Liverpool, Gahey, Swansea, Konsa, Aston, Villa, Maguire, Manchester United, Shaw, Manchester United, Stones, Manchester City, Trippier, Newcastle United, Walker, Manchester City. Midfielders Arnold, Liverpool, Gallagher, Chelsea, Jones, Liverpool, Chun Shin, Brentford, Mainu, Manchester United, Rice, West Ham United, Wharton, Crystal Palace. Forwards Bellingham, Borussia Dortmund, Bowen, West Ham United, Ease, Crystal Palace, Foden, Manchester City, Gordon, Newcastle United, Grealish, Aston Villa, Kane, Tottenham Hotspur, Maddison, Tottenham Hotspur, Palmer, Manchester City, U21, Saka, Arsenal, Ivan Toney, Brentford, Watkins, Aston Villa.